and baby I could be your mascot. Get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Now what you beg for it? If you want it, claim it. Get on top and team it. But I'll keep on winning. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient, but then I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Lots going on. Lots to cover since I've been gone. Look, I celebrate Valentine's Day differently than other people. Requires me to take multiple days off stream, unfortunately. So sorry about this. What has happened? Olympics? Do people here like winter sports? Ogre Boy, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to my community. I really, really appreciate it. And everybody who is on the receiving end of Ogre Boy's generosity should be thanking him by sending your favorite emote in chat now that you have access to emotes as well as an ad-free experience. Very, very cool. Did Lycan leave you in a stretcher? What does that mean? Okay. Piker, barely Mockler. Aha, get it. So where's the person that was freaking out in chat? This debate happened yesterday. You're just restreaming it. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm restreaming it with my reaction. I'm going to react to it. I'm going to give my commentary, my hot takes on it. So if you don't like that, you can leave. And if you just want to watch the OG one, you can go on YouTube and watch it there or go to Hasan's VODs and like, look there. Nothing's stopping you from doing that. Let's see. Okay. Go Canada. I don't watch the Olympics. The only sport that I like is the figure skating, and Alyssa Liu, who is U.S. team player, like athlete. I don't know how you'd put it. She's like the first American woman to secure the gold in the ladies free skate for figure skating. I think in like over 2 decades. And she's great. The thing is like the Russians are better. And if there had been more, because the Russians can do quads. So if there had been more Russian competitors, I don't think she would have been on the podium, to be honest. Or the Japanese women that got silver and bronze. But congrats to them. Let's see. Okay. Let's get into it. We're not getting into that. Although we will probably get into this. Maybe tomorrow. From Donnie to reinstitute homeless encampment sweeps. So, for context, Hasan Piker, Hasan Parker, as some know him, love to, some of you guys will love him, hate him, however you feel about Hasan. He is a massive political streamer, probably the biggest political creator on the left that exists. And he had a conversation that was extremely fruitful. And I would know this because this will be the 3rd time that I'm viewing this. I cannot stop thinking about this stupid conversation, how pointless it was in many different ways. Because I watched it, most of it live, and then I watched it again through Jasilk, and now I'm going to be reacting to it. And there's like, there's like stages of grief. Okay. There's like stages of something going on while watching this conversation, because at times sometimes I find it incredibly frustrating for one reason or another because of things that Hasan's saying and the things that we're not saying and things that Adam is saying and doing. And then for other periods of time, I found it to be very, very, very funny. So let's just get into it. No sound. Is this muted? Wait, why? Hold on.
Can you see me as well?
Yeah.
All right. Let me pop you out real quick. Let me not show myself on my end, and then do one of these.
1.25.
Boom. Adam Mockler, everybody, from Midas Touch. Not in the building, but hold on. Let me see where the. Wait, that's not the right.
That's not
place.
what you called me the other day. You had a different name. You called me Mock Lib.
I said, yeah, no, I said it right now too, right before. Okay. But I also said Adam Mockler.
Okay, I like.
Went on the CNN panel. Adam.
Oh wait, did Non-Fun raid me on YouTube? Thank you so much, Non-Fun viewers. Welcome to those that are joining us. We're about to get into this debate that many of you have probably already seen.
Mockler. Here he is known as Adam Mock.
And heads up, you're probably, if you're coming from that community, you're probably not going to like my takes on this.
Lib.
That's fine.
Hold on. Where the? I'm trying to get the scene right real quick. Oh, boom. There it is. Okay, fixed it.
Also, the context for this is Hasan went on the I've Had It podcast with Jennifer Welsh, and I think he was there with Austin show. and they were both saying like, oh, like, would you vote for JD Vance against again for Gavin Newsom against JD Vance? And Hasan was like, at that point, I'm voting third party or something like that.
Fixed it. Perfect. All right, Adam, welcome to the broadcast. I think we're going to have a wonderful and productive conversation, even though I know that there's a lot of people on Twitter that hail you as their debate champion, and they're like, it's finally time. It's finally time to fucking destroy Hasan in the marketplace of ideas. I don't know if that'll happen, but wait, is there audio echo chat? Is that what's going on? Oh yeah, you're hearing me a little bit, I think, from your end.
Let me fix that.
Yeah, and I'll also up your volume as well.
1 sec. Yeah, it's a few things. Let me make sure you can hear me correctly.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
I cranked
I
you
want
up.
this to be a productive conversation. I want to make sure we can make some progress because I think we're all united in one goal of beating fascism at the end of the day. And I'm not here to shame anybody for voting one way or not voting one way. I honestly don't even think you guys all have to line up behind Gavin Newsom 2 years before the fucking primary. We're 2 years out ahead of the primary. We have an exciting ideological battle coming up. So I'm not asking you to like jump up and down for Gavin Newsom. However, I do.
Jesus Christ. Okay. We have an exciting ideological battle ahead of us. In the Dem primary coming up. Okay. So I've met Adam Mockler. Very nice. Interpersonally. Young kid. Super talented. Debating against the right. In the sense that he is good at memorizing talking points and machine gunning them out towards Republicans that also have memorized talking points. And he tends to have better talking points than them. So in that respect, he is winning those conversations. As somebody who has seen this conversation, it is clear to me that I think he got a little bit comfortable debating 8 IQ MAGA idiots for a little bit too long and gets a little bit kind of like stuck. He's like hitting a wall with like what to do when the talking points that you're prepared, like the person is being non-responsive, is filibustering, is not answering, or is bringing up a point that's valid or salient and like somewhat responsive, and you didn't really prepare for that. So you kind of just have to find other ways to make your same argument. But the way that Adam comes off to me, and I wonder if it's just me or if other people feel this way, feel free to share if you're watching, like it comes off as very phony and like disingenuous because like so much of what Adam says and like the way that he says it sounds like focus group tested. And it's like, just say what you think. Just say what you think, say what you believe. Like, it's fine. There's like, it's one thing to get like media training, and it's like to understand how to comport yourself and be persuasive to an audience, how to have command of a conversation. It's another for everything that you're saying to sound scripted. And there are so many times in this conversation where what Adam is saying does not sound like what he kind of genuinely and authentically believes, or it's been refined down to these talking points that I guess somebody has determined is like polls really, really well when you focus group test it. And it just arrests conversation. I'm like, can we just talk to each other like real, like one human being to another human being? I'm not like, like Hasan is not like the median voter. So all of this kind of throat clearing and being conciliatory, sometimes I'm like, he's like being so polite when like I can sense that there's more tension there. There's more disagreement. And I'm like, just take it there. Hasan's a big boy. You know, if he wants to get all bent out of shape because you're forcefully disagreeing with him on something, then that will look really, really poor on Hasan. So you don't need to be like really, really hand-holdy, if that makes sense.
You want to talk about your response to Jennifer Welch on that podcast, because I do have some thoughts, and I think I can bring a pretty good faith version of what a lot of people on Twitter are trying to say, but kind of getting.
My first exposure to him sounds like a junior pod save bro in training. You know, I don't know if I would put it that way. Like the Midas Touch ecosystem is kind of like its own thing.
Muddled in. But yeah, we're going to agree on a lot regarding criticism of the Democratic Party, probably where the Democratic...
Because like the pod save bros are the guys who came up with those talking points, but they themselves, to the extent that they are giving their opinion on something, it still sounds more natural than the way Adam goes about, you know, conducting this conversation. And from what I've seen of the pod save boys, they don't seem to be so like boxed in. They seem to make a lot of caveats and do a lot of throat clearing and a lot of like, I'm not saying this, I'm not saying that, to make it clear what they're saying, or to try to be kind of like inoffensive and make sure that people are not like reading in or like drawing the wrong inference from what they're saying. But it's like not what Adam does in this conversation. You'll see how he like is, to me, almost like it sounds disingenuously like conciliatory, or like he concedes points that I'm like, do you really think that? based off of like other things that you're saying, it just doesn't. I mean, maybe you think that, but it just doesn't seem to like gel with the other arguments.
Party needs to go. We'll agree a lot. I'm very disillusioned with the Democratic Party as well, but I think there's some good faith criticisms of the way that you approach that question or the way that you talk about this. But.
Yeah. If you want to know what my positions are, and I think you're already pretty familiar with my positions. I know that like you've probably heard me speak on these issues for years and years at this point, but my primary
Hasan just being like, you're probably a viewer of mine, right?
goal, especially in the interim, especially in the short term, is the defeat of fascism. I believe that the Republican Party is an illiberal party, a post-liberal party, whatever you want to call it. And I think unlike the historic inception of fascism as a revolutionary movement at a time when liberalism was failing only 100 years ago, this time we have two liberal parties in America. Like as a political theory, we have two liberal parties, right? Like we say conservative, whatever, but like technically the Republicans are also a liberal party.
Yep.
And now the Republican,
not MAGA.
Yeah, the Republican Party is historically a liberal party, but is now turning away from liberalism and becoming an illiberal party, a post-liberal party, and turning into a fascist party. I warned about this the first Trump election.
Like turning into, like, buddy, they're already there. They've been there since the end of the first term. Like, if anybody was on the fence or like wondering, like, is MAGA a fascist or whatever, Trump trying to overturn a democratic election, January 6th, the fake elector scheme, etc., like should have put that like any sort of doubt to rest. And I can't think of his name, but like one of the, I think the preeminent scholar on fascism said like January 6th like was his breaking point, and he had been hesitant to call Donald Trump a fascist until January 6th.
Election as well. I warned about the proto-fascist nature of Donald Trump. I thought that it was important to make that distinction. I didn't say that Trump, like season 1 of Donald Trump was fully fascist, but season 2 of Donald Trump is. And I think it's important to make that distinction as well, because like you can see the difference, right? Like there was a lot of naked corruption, a lot of things that were going on in the first Trump administration, but the second Trump administration has been so brazen, so obvious, and it's not like they've hidden that reality at all, especially when they were running to become the president, when they were running through the in the 2024 election season. So my primary goal is to defeat that completely. Yeah. And obviously, I also want to build socialism. I want to build a working class movement. And I don't think these two goals are at odds with one another. I think both historically and also in general, I believe that the evolution away from the liberal system that we exist under, that is now failing for the second time around and making way for fascism, the only solution out of that is to build a working class based, organized socialist movement.
What is going on in YouTube chat? Hasan is a psychopath and has to rehearse human emotions in the mirror when he sees it work on other people. Do you do that? You mime their movements because you're not a human being, but just a desperate shell who can't die through ego. Imagine being a serial killer and that scared of people finding out. Ted Bundy should have been less lazy. He'd be like these guys. I find people that don't like Hasan to be particularly unhinged. The person who is saying that in YouTube chat, I'm sure you think you're like really knocking it out of the park with the rhetoric there. You sound insane. And Hasan, by contrast, does not sound as insane and is not like that. And this caricature that you have built up of him in your head sounds completely parasocial. I don't really watch Hasan content, so can I say if he's like a psychopath or not? I don't know. And I'm not here to armchair psychoanalyze him or diagnose him or any of that shit. I can just kind of go off of this, and like from the clips that I've seen, I'm not seeing this and this sort of like super villain like assessment of Hasan that I see from his like biggest critics. Like I don't understand it. Like I don't know what it's based on. And even if you truly think that, I guess it's good to be honest. But if you're like really that concerned with like opposing this man, it would actually be in your benefit to not sound like that, because it just sounds so unhinged. Because whatever you're seeing, most people are not seeing clearly.
But yeah, those are my two main points.
I mean, I guess I want to ask you, do you think it would be meaningfully easier to build this working class socialist based movement in a liberal society or an illiberal society?
Oh, historically speaking.
Okay, let's keep track of the questions here. Because Hasan has a very difficult time, and I don't know if it's intentional or what. I have to assume it's intentional. Adam will ask a question and Hasan just like yaps for like 20 minutes. So, right, what did Adam ask? Let's see.
Most likely organized socialist movement. But yeah, those are my two main points. If you
I
can,
mean, I guess I want to ask you, do you think it would be easier, do you think it would be meaningfully easier to build this working class socialist based movement in a liberal society?
Okay, so the question is, do you think it's easier to build socialism or just working class power underneath an illiberal or liberal admin? And let's see how long it takes Hasan to answer this question.
Or an illiberal society?
Oh, historically speaking, most likely an illiberal society. At least historically speaking, socialist and communist movements have unfortunately only been successful when material conditions have worsened. I don't want that to happen though, because I don't want to live through that, and I don't think that is like an appropriate thing to move towards. I don't think that that's good for people. I think it's very violent and very deadly. I don't want the material conditions to deteriorate. But if you're asking me, like honestly, from a historical perspective, no,
I'm basically asking. I'm basically just asking if we get to a 2028 and like. I guess we can get into the hypothetical of Newsom versus Vance, but it's not even about that. They're kind of just stand-ins. I don't even want to concede who our nominee is going to be 2 years ahead, but I think there would be a meaningful difference in building a pro-labor movement under a JD Vance presidency, which would be much, much harder, versus a Gavin.
So like Hasan saying that like, oh, actually, and I'm just going to do it at 1x speed, and if I feel like it's taking too long, I will put it back on 1.25. Hasan is saying right then and there, and I'm not surprised by it at all, that he rejects accelerationism, and that even though it would be actually easier just going off of like historical trends about when socialist movements, communist movements, working class movements, etc., have thrived, despite it actually being easier, or like people are more agitated and motivated to organize when conditions are really, really bad, he doesn't push for that.
Newsom presidency. I mean, JD Vance's entire career has been trying to step on top of workers. He wants to.
I agree.
He endorsed Project 2025, which literally wants to bring child labor laws back to 1938. He's fundamentally illiberal and doesn't want to let you organize. I mean, like a lack of organization is part of not living in a liberal society, right? They will squash that. They will kill communists. They will kill socialists. That's what they did in other fascist societies. They killed socialists and communists. Meanwhile, Gavin Newsom, however insufficient you may think he is, and this is not an endorsement of Gavin Newsom, I'm just trying to illustrate my points of, the different realities we could enter. However insufficient you think Gavin Newsom is, he would allow for a really strong labor movement. He would allow for you guys to at least, organize. And
how gracious of him.
Probably communicate with you guys.
First of all, I don't even think you guys. I think you're.
He would probably, pass the bare minimum threshold that would allow you to do that. I mean, like this approach, building this argument up like from the ground up like this, like I do wonder like how much it's reaching or whatever, because it just like, yes, it's trivially obvious that Gavin Newsom would allow for there to be, labor movements, would allow for there to be protests. Obviously, these are desirable things. But we're still going off of kind of the like relative standard of Republicans. So the bar is in hell. Crossing that bar is pretty easy. And even though I know that Adam's going to be building the argument slowly, like, okay, agree to this. So we can either get straight answers that, it would look insane for Hasan to say anything else, and it would basically look like the Patrick Wallet meme. But I just wonder, like, from this point already, like, if the argument that he's going to make is like, there's meaningful differences between, which he is going to make, between Democrats and Republicans, which I totally agree with, obviously, like the facts are on Adam's side there easily. I don't know that this is the good way to do it, because what it sounds like is they're like, oh my God, are you really heaping praise on Gavin Newsom for this? Even though he's not saying that, he's just saying like, is it easier to build it under this admin or that admin? Illiberal or liberal? Okay, Gavin Newsom would allow you to do that. Vance would not. Therefore, wouldn't it make sense to say that Vance and like MAGA is worse than Democrats? Like that's the point that he's going to make, but it's already going to sound like, oh my God, this guy is just like, he will accept any Democrat.
Part of this as well. You're not against like
I like your eyebrows. Thanks. I like them too.
Organizing a labor movement, right? But
no, I'm
also,
not against that.
Yeah. Also, can you crank up your volume a little bit on your end? Because I maxed it out, but people still are having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, my bad. A lot of calls.
No, it's all good. As far as like what's better rooms for organizing, it's not even a necessary part of this discussion because I know that
it is.
No. The reason why I'm saying it's not a necessary part of this discussion is because given the option between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance, I'm not.
False dichotomy. I wouldn't say it's a false dichotomy. It's just a very narrow one. It's like, I call it the liberal mind prison, the tunnel vision of like, I get the sense from a lot of Democrats that they think that it's almost like inevitable that Republicans like control everything. And you see this based off the way that like Democrats craft messaging strategies, their electoral strategies. They're always on the defensive. They're not really ever in positions where they're on the offensive. Republicans are setting the terms of engagement, and Democrats are just like reacting to it, and they're never trying to get ahead of it or trying to, like be the ones that actually set the agenda. So when that's the case, you're always in a weaker position because you're letting your opposition set the terms of engagement, and you're constantly trying to justify yourself. It comes off like you have something to hide. It's very like defensive, like it doesn't look good. To say the least. It looks really, really weak. And so when these conversations are presented, where it's just like it does feel like a false dichotomy is being presented, where like Democrats or Republicans, even though Hasan would in other conversations like freely admit that, like, oh yeah, it's a two-party duopoly. There's a reality to contend with, and within that paradigm, which one are you going with, Dems or Republicans? But he obviously wants to make the conversation a lot more broad than that. And I'm interested in making the conversation more broad. There's like, and then that from there, there's like things in tension there. It's like, do you be kind of directly responsive to what Adam is saying? Or do you kind of use that as an opportunity to like launch into a tirade and explain like where you're coming from with these things, and how, even though that two-party duopoly is real, like how do we move beyond it? And the things that I'm saying are like attempting to do that,
Saying that Gavin Newsom is going to be a situation than JD Vance.
And when you see this lag, this is Hasan's stream. Adam is smart. I like him, but his thinking is oversimplified. A lot of people seem to want Adam to rip into Hasan more than to have a full convo where he could expand his understanding. Yeah, like Adam is clearly here not to like listen or learn or really truly understand Hasan's perspective. It's overdetermined that he disagrees with it. He thinks he's wrong. He has a case to make against it, and he wants to argue forcefully for his position against Hasan's, show that he's wrong, get him to admit that he's wrong, and extract those concessions. He has just like one thing that he wants to get done. The thing is like, it's very, very perceptible that is Adam's agenda, even though like the things that he's saying nominally are trying to suggest like, I'm not here to force this down your throat or think this. And I'm thinking like, why? Just admit it. Like, yeah, I think you're fucking wrong. I think what you said is stupid, irresponsible. And I would like to hear you make your case as to why it's not. It's going to, like, being honest, I think it's going to be hard to convince me otherwise, but I'm open to it. And let me tell you why I think you're dead wrong, and here's why. Forcefully argue it from there.
I understand and agree with, in theory, the harm reduction narratives. My argument is always around doing away with harm reduction narratives, because the harm reduction narrative has led to two spectacular failures thus far. Both in 2016 and also in 2020. And as far as like playing hardball with Democrats who don't want to listen, who still want to hold on and maintain this like harm reduction narrative, who still say that they want to appeal to this like mythical moderate voter, who's outside of who isn't a normal Democratic Party voter, like these guys that they want to turn to the Democratic Party. I'm willing to play hardball with them and say, like, look, I'll hold my vote back. But the reality of the matter is, if you're asking me sincerely, like, do you think that Gavin Newsom is going to be better than JD Vance? Of course. I mean, this is not something.
Okay, so you conceded the whole point then. So you're literally walking back what you said in that podcast clip, right? So that was just like a lie. Hyperbole, it's like one thing to say it's like hyperbole or exaggeration, but when it's to the point that you've exaggerated it to the point of distortion, that's just a lie. That's just dishonesty. But I mean, I get the sense is like, was anybody actually really taking Hasan at his word when he said, honestly, at that point, I'm voting third party, and he wasn't doing this sort of like, haha, JK, unless? It's like so clear to me, based off the other like clips of Hasan that I've seen, that he despises Republicans, and he obviously despises Democrats as well. but doesn't see them as harmful as Republicans. He just thinks that they don't do the right things to meaningfully oppose MAGA. Like, I'm not surprised by this answer at all. I'm sure Adam is like, whew, yay, I got him to admit that. But it's like, it was so clear from the beginning. And then you get like, really what's more fruitful is like, what is the purpose of you lying? Like, it's, you know this to be true. Like, you know Gavin Newsom is not as bad as JD Vance. So what are you trying to do with that?
Kamala Harris is objectively going to be better than Donald Trump. The miscommunication, the miscommunication around this comes in large.
Didn't he say that he wouldn't vote for him? Not that he wasn't better. Okay, but what inference are people going to draw from you saying that, oh, honestly, if it's Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, I'm probably not even voting? What you're suggesting is that there's an equivalency between those two candidates, that you don't even see it fruitful to take the time to cast a vote for one or over the other. And you're suggesting that, like, these are, like, the differences between these people is negligible. And I'd need to pursue an alternative at that point, which would be a third-party vote. Or not voting, or, like, a write-in.
Large part due to me openly saying, like, it's out.
People take literally everything Hasan says literally. And, like, look, on the one hand, for some people, you kind of just have to take them at their word. But with Hasan, this is, like, one of the most documented human beings because of his job. So was anybody really seriously think that Hasan doesn't think that Gavin Newsom is obviously preferable to JD Vance? I mean, he's admitted that he voted for Kamala Harris over Trump. In 2020, he endorsed Joe Biden. Like, this is a dude who's played ball with Democrats. He was like playing fucking Among Us with AOC and like Ilhan Omar, right? And like in 2020, this is a guy who plays ball with electoral politics. He like went to the DNC and shit. He's like constantly watching these two parties. He knows that Democrats are better than Republicans. So what is it that he's trying to do by saying, at that point, I'm voting third party? Like, he's trying to push the party further left. He's trying to get them to, he's trying to extract concessions, probably trying to trigger the libs. And he knows that Gavin Newsom has shown himself to be more tech savvy and social media focused than other candidates, even like Ro Khanna. So he probably is like rage baiting to get Gavin Newsom to come on his fucking stream and try to actually grill him.
Of my hands.
That's what I got from that.
At that point, because that was the second part that I mentioned. It's openly out of my hands at that point. And there's no way for me to overcome the way that the party is communicating what they want to do. And the fact that a lot of people hear that and immediately go, oh, this guy, he wants the Republicans to win. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think you want the Republicans to win. I don't think that at all. And here's where we agree on, actually. So I keep hearing you say that you don't want Democrats to run on the harm reduction narrative in 2028. And I totally effing agree. If we're running on a harm reduction narrative in 2028, we have failed somewhere massively. We want to build an exciting, forward-looking message that can turn out not only our base, but Americans who have been struggling. We need to...
Like, what Adam just said, it sounds like a bot. It literally sounds like if you've ever used a customer service line for like an airline, a retailer, Amazon, whatever, when they're like, we're sorry to hear that you had a negative experience. How can we rectify this experience? We strive here at X company, here at Amazon, we strive to ensure that every single one of our customers is 100% satisfied. And when we fall short of that, we'd like to make it right. So blah, 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 blah. Like, like that is what Adam sounds like when he's saying, what exactly? No. Hold on. Shoot. I just wanted to go back to Adam's like bot talking points. And I accidentally like restarted it. Hold on.
No, I know that there's a lot of people on parties, right? Like we say conservative, whatever, but like technically it's important to make that distinction. I didn't say that Trump like away from liberalism. Don't make that the evolution away from the historical perspective.
But it's not even about that. They're kind of just
right. This discussion and a narrative with moderate vote.
Thing.
Do you agree for me to overcome the miscommunication? The miscommunication around this comes in large part.
I totally lost where it is. I have to check my VOD now. Super fun. Hold on.
Due to me openly saying like way that the party is communicating.
And I totally Yeah, I don't think
here.
you want the Republicans to win. I don't think that at all. And here's where we agree on, actually. So I keep hearing you say that you don't want Democrats to run on the harm reduction narrative in 2028. And I totally effing agree. If we're running on a harm reduction narrative in 2028, we have failed somewhere massively. We want to build an exciting, forward-looking message that can turn out not only our base, but Americans who have been struggling. We need to have some.
We want to turn out our base, and also we need a forward-thinking message that's gonna blah blah blah. Like, dude, who does this like pull well with? It sounds so contrived. It sounds so phony. It doesn't sound inspiring at all. Like, I am not surprised that whatever consultant firm or like whoever's media training him at Midas is like saying that, yeah, this messaging, it fucking does so well, bro. Oh my God. Like, you really see like what happens when these people leave their little focus groups and they leave their little survey rooms and all of that and try to like use these in actual conversations, and just how bizarre and stilted it sounds. Just say what you think. Just be yourself. It will be so much more endearing and so much more natural than trying to do this, like, again, like ultra, like maximize to the nth degree, like how persuasive you could possibly be.
Thing that is not just us unified to our opposition of Donald Trump. For the past decade, we have been defined by our opposition to Trump, and we need something more exciting. So I agree. We should not run on a harm reduction narrative in 2028. But like what you just said, how you just worded your statements was not how you worded it when Jennifer Welch asked you that question.
No,
You
I
said
thought
at that point
I would vote third party because it's out of my hands at that point.
No, you said at that point it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, at that point it doesn't. Sorry, yeah. That what I meant is
Okay, sorry, that thing that I said.
it's out of my hands, which is the argument that I've made with Kamala Harris after like urging the campaign.
And I think like very convenient that Hasan here can just discharge all responsibility and abdicate it all to the Democratic Party and establishment, and whatever he says from there, that's just like, you know, a law of physics or something like that. An object in motion is going to remain in motion unless acted upon by an external force. And in this case, if the Democratic Party chooses to do X, then he is forced to do Y. But it doesn't actually work that way, because we're human beings with free will that can, you know, somewhat choose the things that we do and say in response to the things that other people are doing and saying. So, but you will be asking someone like Hasan or these influencers, these creators or whatever, when you're asking them to push for Democrats, even when they fall short of where we obviously want them to be, you're asking for something different at that point. You're asking them to be better than the candidate themselves, and you just need to come out and say that.
To listen to the warning signs that the people were giving them about their reluctance to address Gaza in a meaningful way, like signaling that they would truly be like an anti-war a party, even though Donald Trump is like a fucking warmonger. Trying to get them to communicate that.
I don't get it. Do you disagree with how he phrased his answer? It sounded like you understood what he meant. No, I understand what you meant. But when you're in this, and like, there's more to what we say than just the literal denotation of what we're saying. When we communicate with one another, there's body language, there's context, there's inflection, there's, you know, metaphors, there's so much more going on than just the literal words that we say. So Adam is taking this very granular approach of quoting him verbatim and saying, you said this on this podcast at that time. What people got from it is obviously this. You said at that point, if it's Gavin Newsom and JD Vance, I'm voting third party. I don't even know what I would do. I would want to like off myself in a video game at that point, right? So Adam has a brain. Hasan has a brain. And we all have brains. And we all know, for the most part, like where Hasan's politics are. Even as somebody who like me who doesn't watch him, I know that he doesn't like Republicans. I know that he's voted for Kamala Harris. I know that he endorsed Joe Biden in 2020. I know that he plays a game like anybody else, right? And I know he wants to push the Democrats further left. So I know that he's smart enough to know that obviously JD Vance is not, you know, better or basically the same as Gavin Newsom, as he readily conceded. But then that runs up against somebody like Adam, who's trying to comport the conversation in such a way that he's holding you just accountable for what you literally communicated. Even though both of these people, it's like this gay joust. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, they both know, like, we know what Hasan meant. Hasan knows that we know what he meant by that. And even though he literally said he would vote for a third party over Newsom, went to oppose JD Vance, we know that he doesn't actually think that there's really an equivalency between JD Vance and Gavin Newsom. What he's signaling is, do not make this person the fucking nominee. Right now, he or Kamala Harris are looking like the front runners. And if you do that, you're not going to have the support of people like me. That's obviously what he's signaling. But then it just ends up coming off like, okay, you got to stand on business, Hasan. And Adam's making this uncomfortable and like trying to make him say like the quiet part out loud, which is that you are lying to your audience, to people, to attempt to like extract concessions, to do this like political maneuver. And we all see what you're doing. And I'm telling you, stop it, because it's irresponsible and it's not true. And even though I share your same goal, don't do it like that. That's what Adam's communicating. But they're not literally saying those things to each other. So I know what Hasan is doing, but it's like in the context of a debate, it's going to look like Hasan is like, oh, so like you were just lying there. You just weren't telling the truth, even though we know that he didn't really think that in the first place.
Trying to get them to communicate that there
Is there really any other kind of joust? Not that I know of.
are meaningful differences between their design overall, not leaning in and not conceding on the white nativist anti-immigrant narratives, knowing full well how devastating Trump's mass deportations were going to look like. I poured hours and hours and hours of commentary into this, thousands of hours of commentary into this, and it's always reduced back to whatever like reasonable soundbite that people can cling on to say, oh, we got him. He's a third party guy.
What do you mean it's out of? Well, you said you would vote third party, but what do you mean it's out of your hands?
Oh, perfect.
Okay, so what do you mean it's out of your hands? Let's see. Is the question being asked? What do you mean it's out of your hands? Like, okay, Adam can get clarity, or we can just kind of skip to the part where you know what he was saying, and you can just say, look, I have to assume that when you say this, what you really mean is that if the party does not signal or move as far left as you want them to be, they're not going to get your support, and it's going to be kind of an uphill battle, and you are going to the extent that you say anything positive about them, it's going to be relative to Republicans or begrudgingly. They're not going to have your enthusiastic backing and support. So that's really what we're interrogating, but he's like asking him like, well, what do you mean you can just discharge responsibility like that? You can't just do that. You should go above and beyond for these, for the Democrats anyway.
Like you mean
because like the Republicans are that much of a threat. But then just make that argument. Just make the argument that Republicans are that much of a threat. And if you're really being responsible, and if you truly are serious about opposing fascism, then this is unfortunately the unless you're building like out alternative power structures or finding ways to make the two-party duopoly go away before the midterms and 2028, which I don't see you doing. Like, this is the party that you're stuck with. Do you really think that this is the best way to go about extracting concessions from them? Argue from there. But of course they won't argue from there. They have to do this. Like, we're just pretending like we don't know what the other person means.
We would lose at that point?
I don't know if we would necessarily. I don't know if we would lose because JD Vance is uniquely uncharismatic.
Yeah,
but
we saw that today.
I mean, we see that every day, right? I mean, he's
It was just word policing and wants to stop speaking in hyperbole, and Hasan isn't going to do that. So they spent hours just talking around each other. I mean, Hasan gets his points out, right? But because Adam's trying to keep it like narrow, this conversation like that narrow, but he's not being forceful enough with Hasan, he's like getting led around. Just so funny because everybody constantly says like how bad Hasan is at debates, and yet like from what I saw, like again, from my like debate brained mind, I'm like, you just conceded everything. You just admitted that you lied. You just said that you were being hyperbole. So that clip of you that went viral, you didn't mean any of that. That was just you being silly, emotional, something else, right? That's how I see it. But I know that how most people interpret it is he was like, oh yeah, but I was never really making that point. Because again, there is more to what we say than just the literal words that we say. We all know what Hasan is getting at. He's trying to signal, don't fucking make this person the candidate. Because if they do, I'm not going to fucking like it. And people in my audience are going to like it and blah, blah, blah. That's what he's really getting at.
Fucking disaster. I still think that Gavin Newsom is particularly weak against JD Vance, unfortunately. So I don't know. I feel like it would still be a toss-up at that point, partially because while JD Vance is not capable of holding the Trump coalition together, I don't even worry about JD Vance as much necessarily. I don't really worry about Marco Rubio. I worry about Tucker Carlson. I think Tucker Carlson has the
Remember, the question was, what do you mean it's out of your hands when we're talking about Tucker Carlson?
He's the real torch carrier of the MAGA movement. I don't even know if Donald Trump recognizes that yet or admits that personally, but I think it's there. And
he fits the mold of an outsider, populist, anti-establishment
television
person
guy who understands how to communicate. He is charismatic as well. So
that is really scary.
So he is the one I'm actually terrified of.
When he's like, that is really scary. He's like, yeah, can you respond to what I said, please? You're just kind of like yapping and not responding to my question.
Of more so than Marco Rubio, who is like a straight line neocon. He's not going to be able to do the populist shit. And JD Vance is basically like evil Pete Buttigieg, like role reversal Pete Buttigieg, where like he also has that like consultant, McKinsey consultant vibe to him.
Dude, Pete Buttigieg is evil Pete Buttigieg. Pete is a McKinsey bloodsucker, okay?
I like to say when, you know, JD Vance comes into your neighborhood, you know that like the coal mine is shutting down. Like he has the attitude of a guy who's going to be like.
Also, Hasan's viewers aren't acting on Hasan's command. They vote. There are a lot of organizers and pulls in his chat community, a different culture from the corporate Dem streamers. Yeah. The thing is like Hasan did basically, as far as I can tell, everything except the literal endorsement when it came to Harris. Because Hasan viewers say that like leading up to the election, he made it clear, I don't like Donald Trump. He needs to be opposed. His frustration with Kamala Harris was coming from the fact that he did not feel like she was meeting the moment and running a good campaign to actually defeat Donald Trump. Like staying true to like his own values or whatever, and like being honest or whatever. Like the more mistakes that they made, the more so he can remain authentic and, you know, speak his mind, like the less it like, you know, the less he's incentivized or inclined to do like sweeping for them or be like, I think this is what they're trying to do or whatever. If he sees that they're moving too much to the center to attempt to appeal to moderates and independents in the general, when he doesn't feel like that was the way to secure the vote, like it's, yeah, like vote against Trump. Trump is dangerous, repeating that, encouraging people to vote, saying he doesn't like Jill Stein, saying he doesn't like third-party voters. He doesn't give her the literal endorsement, but that was probably as far as what message his audience can hear, and I trust that he knows his audience better than I know his audience. That is the message that they are willing to accept, and that the endorsement actually works counter to that. Because if he goes so far as to explicitly endorse, then he gets like, they're like, well, no. You should not endorse her because blah, 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 because she supports genocide, because she is a corporatist Dem stooge, because she was aligned with the Biden administration. Like, it turns into that. And it's like, are we really going to get hung up on like, do I think that people should have endorsed Kamala Harris against Donald Trump? Yes, because Donald Trump is that much of a threat. So obviously I do. But it's a means to an end. So if somebody told me, well, if I endorse, it actually makes the propensity and likelihood of my audience, it like lowers the likelihood that they're going to go vote for that candidate, then I would say do everything but endorse, then don't endorse at that point. But as a general rule, I think people should, right? But like, it just seems like he did and he still gets a bunch of shit. Like they want him to say like, they want the explicit endorsement when I think he's done everything he can up to that point. That's like going to be the most effective with his audience.
We see you, we hear you, but we have to eliminate some redundancies. And I think most working class individuals, regardless of the MAGA cult, kind of see that he is insincere. So he doesn't have that populist element. And he tries to make up for it by being like this gross little groiper, even though he has an Indian wife and Indian children. And therefore, even the super racists don't like him for that reason. So these are just like the two default positions that the Trump administration is like, you know, looking at right now, but I do think it's like possibly going to be Tucker Carlson. Now, going back to Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance.
Hasan's overarching point, in my opinion, is a liberal like Newsom isn't going to address the issues that have gotten us here. That will guarantee we further entrench authoritarianism via Vance, Tucker, whoever. I think that's correct. I happen to agree with that. I think that if you get Gavin Newsom as the Dem candidate for 2028, I think hopefully he wins and defeats Vance. But then who comes after that? I don't think he gets a second term. I think you get somebody worse than the MAGA movement, which it can always get worse. And I think you get that. And I think there's a massive backlash, and it like, you know, you think that Vance is bad. You think Trump is bad. Wait till like Tucker Carlson's on the ticket. I think that's going to be the response to Gavin Newsom. because he will be competent enough to oust like the next iteration of MAGA that was trying to like assume whether it be like, you know, if Trump doesn't run for that third term, God forbid the dude dies or whatever, he's an old guy. And it's Vance or whoever it is, right? Whoever captures it, whether it be Ted Cruz or whatever, the next person after that is going to be even worse. And I do, it's like the ratchet effect.
Gavin Newsom unfortunately has a lot of the California stink associated with him. I love California. I live here. And there's a lot of exaggerations about how devastating California is, like how terrible the conditions are here. People are all doing crime and doing drugs.
Oh, I barely saw this. Lisa is learning. Thank you so much for the resub. Tier 1. I really, really appreciate it.
Drugs and everyone's homeless on the street. But there is a real problem from the policy side of things with California. Gavin Newsom is, and he's demonstrated this already, beholden to corporate interests, and will pretty aggressively go out to bat for corporate interests in general.
Sometimes he's pushed back on a lot of special interest groups in California, though. They're pretty progressive state overall.
But the number
he sounds soulless saying that sometimes, but they're a pretty progressive state overall, right? Like, could get into those policies, like educate his audience on this if you want to make that case, right? If you just try to like very like casually say that like California is one of the most progressive states to an audience like this, do you think they're gonna fucking believe you? They're gonna think you're out to lunch. They're gonna think that you're crazy. You can't just say that, assert that, and not like subtly and think, oh yeah, that's gonna like this audience will accept that if I just say that. Like, what are you thinking? You have to justify that. You can't just say it and expect that that's gonna land well. Look, lol, LMFAO, no.
One problem facing all Americans, I think you and I will agree on, other than healthcare, is housing, right? Mm-hmm. And California has a huge issue with housing. And we have voted for...
Also, it's not mutually exclusive that you could be captured by some corporate interests and oppose others. Those are totally compatible.
Or a million different ballot initiatives at this point. You know.
Okay, but who doesn't believe that though? This audience clearly does not believe that.
Pay for shelter,
and Newsom is not like some progressive darling. I can tell you that right now.
For additional tax revenue so that we can go and like, you know, build new homes and things of that nature. And none of it ever gets done. There's a lot of institutional rot here as well. Not to get all abundist on this conversation, but like there is a little bit of truth to what the abundance guys say. And so that homelessness narrative will stick for the uneducated, but even for the educated, like the educated voters, they will also recognize, like people like myself recognize the setbacks that Gavin Newsom has presented to combat the housing market issue in the state of California.
Yeah, so I guess a few things that I want to respond to. I agree with you about Newsom's electability problems, and I think a lot of people would agree. I mean, I have a massive liberal audience, and even they're not fully behind any candidate right now, especially not fully behind Newsom 2 years ahead of the election. I think that now is our time to use the leverage we have, and I think that's what you're trying to do during the Jennifer Welch podcast. And like, I want to keep returning to that conversation that you had, because you said in the
of course you do, Adam.
Conversation at that point, it doesn't even matter. But you
Adam's here with a mission. Okay.
At this point, mean it was out of your hands, right?
Yeah.
Can you clarify? What do you mean it was out of your hands?
So just and I also
like again. So we're repeating. What do you mean it's out of your hands? Because Hasan was like, well, the thing is that the Democrats have not done an adequate job of pushing back against the authoritarianism that the GOP brings. Well, like just wall of text, and Adam like heard none of it or was just listening for an answer to his question. He didn't get it. And he's not even wrong that like Hasan is like filibustering and not being responsive here. But he's also like, to respond in this way, it just comes off like you're just so desperate for just these basic concessions and you're not willing to hear out like where he's coming from. And I think that even with somebody who is being as like, again, disrespectful in some ways, as Hasan is low-key being by not just like being straightforward with his answers, and kind of like not being entirely responsive to his questions and like filibustering or whatever. I don't think that the way to do it is to like just to return back to blah blah blah, like everyone can see what you're doing. It's so clear that you're just desperate for that, like you just want him to like say the thing, you know, put it in the bag, little bro. And the it in this case is to stop drawing these false equivalencies between Dems. Can you promise you're going to stop doing that? Even if you got Hasan to promise that in this conversation, he's not going to stop doing that when he thinks it's prudent.
Talked about like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris as well, and we can get into that too. What I mean by that is exactly what I said in the 2024 election, where it was like, you can't, as a singular individual, or even with like the entire might of the media behind you, outflank the actual campaign.
There we go.
So
asked and answered finally.
If Gavin Newsom is running as the Gavin Newsom that we know so far, you know, he'll say certain things like, oh, I refuse to take money from AIPAC. Great. But then when push comes to shove, like he will still be inconsistent on the issue of Israel. He won't like fully subscribe to you know, punishing Israeli leadership, or fully subscribe to like refusing any sort of arms sales to Israel. And outside of Israel, of course, you know, beholden to corporate interest when it comes to.
So he's saying like Gavin will, you know, swear off the positions that have become politically untenable because he's responding to public backlash and pressure. So maybe he'll swear off AIPAC money. But does that mean he's swearing off pro-Israel money? Absolutely not. He'll probably still take money from J Street, you know, and J Street has its own agenda that is still pro-Israel, just in a more strategic way than AIPAC, which is to just uncritically give it the state of Israel whatever the fuck they want. J Street at least has people that have brains. But ultimately, they're pushing for Zionist goals in ways that are more effective than AIPAC is. And what Hasan is saying is like, you know, Gavin Newsom signaling that like, hey, I'm going to swear off AIPAC money is good because it shows that he's responding to public pressure and backlash. But does that mean he's like where we want him to be? No, like that's only a start. He needs to go further. And you can't really expect him to go further so much. Like he's always going to be constrained by these corporate benefactors.
Like the real estate lobby, anti-Medicare for all. If he runs as that, okay, there's no amount.
Gavin pretended to be shocked about being asked about AIPAC this week and denied the genocide last week. Yep.
There's no amount of advocacy that I can engage.
Gavin Newsom just comes off to me like an uncanny valley ice chewing psychopath. Would I vote for him over JD Vance? Yeah. I'd vote for a cactus over JD Vance. Okay. But that doesn't mean he's a good candidate. That doesn't mean that I don't think he is disturbing. That doesn't mean that I don't think he's a soulless ghoul who will say and do anything he needs to do to get elected and will just pander and is just like a shell of a human being. Like he is just a void. He doesn't really think or believe anything outside of just doing the bidding of capitalists and staying in power. Like it's not clear to me like what his motivations are for being in office other than that. And he just so happens to be a little bit more aligned with Democrats and Republicans.
Agent that will make him look better. I can consistently talk about how much worse the Republican side is going to be.
You were asked if you would vote for him. And I'm not even saying you should have said yes in that moment, but you were asked, would you vote for him? And you said at that point, it doesn't even matter. Here's what I'm getting at here. Yeah. I think there was a very solid answer you could have given that didn't outrage the liberals online as much. And I know that a lot of people flung a lot of shit at you on Twitter. That's always what happens. But yeah. I think there was an answer where you could have been like, listen, I refuse to pre-commit to any candidate 2 years ahead of a primary. They have to earn my votes, and that's what I want to see. And I totally get you're on stream like 8 hours a day. You're not always going to say everything perfectly. But here's where a lot of liberals online are mad, and here's where we're all kind of talking past each other. I see a lot of people
like Adam's nice to be like, I get that you might be a sleepy little boy after hour 8 or whatever of the conversation, but I think Hasan definitely knew what he was saying and getting himself into when he gave that response.
Online saying all liberals want us to line up behind Gavin Newsom 2 years before a primary. And that's not even the argument.
Why is he better than JD Vance then? Because Gavin Newsom, for all of his flaws, would not appoint horrific Supreme Court judges that are going to rule horribly when it comes to women's rights, even more than they already have when it comes to voting rights, when it comes to like critical landmark cases. Gavin Newsom's not going to make appointments like that. Gavin Newsom would not try to overturn the democratic results of an election. Gavin Newsom is not going to clearly has respect for the rule of law, which is like, again, these are not like high bars to clear. I'm just saying that JD Vance can't even clear them. They're not like ringing endorsements for me to say this of Gavin Newsom. Like Gavin Newsom would at least attempt in good faith for the most part to respect and uphold the Constitution. And that is something that this administration, the MAGA movement, is not interested in doing.
that any of us are making. I think where a lot of liberals have problems with the way you speak about the Democratic Party is that you try to minimize the gap between the Democratic and Republican Party.
JD Vance is a product of the capitalists in power the exact same way Gavin is. Yeah, but Gavin's strategy of organizing and managing capital is just not as despotic as the way that JD Vance and the MAGA movement goes about doing it.
Party. So I can totally grant that you meant to say like, well, you were asked, you were asked, would you vote for
Grievous, thank you so much for subscribing with your Twitch Prime. I really appreciate it.
JD Vance or Gavin Newsom? You said I'd vote third party. At that point, it doesn't even matter. It feels like you're drawing a false equivalency. And then a few days later, you basically said Gavin Newsom will only be marginally better than whatever Republican candidate there is. Then you said Democrats have literally written you out of existence regarding trans people.
Wait, did you see the rest of that quote?
I watched the video, but yeah, I watched what's the rest of the quote?
Did you hear me say that marginal differences between each candidacy, like marginal differences between two parties, leads to drastically different outcomes for marginalized populations? Having said that, however, from the eye of like a voter, they don't make that distinction at all, especially if they are coming at it from a privileged position, if it doesn't like attack, if it doesn't harm them at all. And
oh wait, is this the thing? I think this is what it was. This looks like almost the exact same outfit that he's wearing. Let's see.
You're yelling at one of the few people that does give a fuck about trans people in general, okay? That's all you're doing. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would literally shoot you in the fucking head if it meant that they would be able to secure additional electoral wins. Shut the fuck up. You're yelling
this
at
is just true.
One of the...
This is literally just true. But this is not even their trigger because he's saying it about Democrats. But in reality, when you have a representative democracy, when you have politicians that have a vested interest in maintaining their like staying in office and wanting to continue staying in the position that they've been elected to, then yeah, their like principles all of a sudden become very, very negotiable, very flexible, and pragmatism and being, you know, which is another way usually of saying being unprincipled, to remain in power and to defeat your opposition, things end up being on the chopping block, and the most vulnerable minorities tend to be the first on the chopping block when it comes to these people like struggling, because they constantly want to scapegoat these minorities and these different issues is like, oh, this must be the reason why I'm losing the election. It couldn't be because I'm not delivering materially to my constituents. It couldn't be because I come off as a vacuous shell of a human being that doesn't seem to really stand for anything other than wanting to maintain power for power's sake. Must be the transes. So yeah, I'm gonna like kind of drop that or counter signal against it. It's like it ends up being what they do. But that is just the fact that like that is the way that a representative democracy, like that unsavory incentive structure just sort of exists for literally anybody. It's the same with Republicans. Republicans drop issues when they feel like it's no longer tenable for them to hold it and also maintain office or oppose it, like, and defeat Democrats in certain districts, in municipal races and statewide races and federal races. They will do the same thing. And honestly, given the conversations that I've had in the last, like, in debates that I've had with certain streamers or whatever, and certain liberal podcasts that I've watched where they start talking about how we have to be really pragmatic, so pragmatic to the point that I would entertain, you know, voting for a segregationist if it meant opposing MAGA, right? Like, if I could know that it would mean MAGA would be defeated, right, then I would do it. So what you are saying is I'm willing to drop rights and stop defending certain people and drop certain principles if it meant I could net electoral wins and defeat MAGA because they are the overall, you know, greater evil. Like, are they saying that those things are optimal, being charitable? No, they're not. Are they saying that they want to be? They're saying, no, I'm so committed to harm reduction that I will literally go so far as to vote for things as abhorrent as segregationists if I thought that meant, if I could know that it would guarantee defeating MAGA. We have to be careful because past a certain point, it's like, okay, the whole point is that, like, you're better than MAGA, right? So if you kind of are willing to drop everything to oppose them, then at what point do you just sort of resemble them and you're not really that much better than them at all? At least not in a meaningful sense, right? But I do think that, like, what those those sort of hypotheticals and thought experiments are attempting to do is communicate to people that they take it so seriously that they're willing to go that far, right? but it's supposed to be a means to an end. And honestly, I'm just so like, I question like a bit like this insistence that like, yeah, flip flop on issues, that'll be a really good idea. It's not. It's not a good idea. Not just because it's like immoral to me for certain things that like are just absolute non-negotiables in my opinion. It's immoral and unethical and wrong and something that you ought not do. I also don't think it's going to beget the outcome that you think it's going to.
Not only
there's not
that,
a marginal. So you're kind of conflating two things. When you say there's a marginal difference between the two parties, I think that signals to people that either way they vote, it doesn't really matter that much. That's how people take that. When you say trans people would be, you said like Democrats would shoot trans people.
I'm talking about Hutch. Yeah, I'm talking about Hutch. I'm not trying to be like to vague post or whatever. It's like, I don't want you guys to go off on a fucking tangent because the point is not to shit on Hutch or whatever. The point, it's not about Hutch. He's not the only person that I've heard make these arguments, right? If we're talking about being pragmatic and being strategic, then yeah, I'm willing to entertain this. But usually we don't disagree in principle. We disagree with like what actually constitutes being pragmatic, being strategic, and actually nets wins, actually meaningfully opposes MAGA while also standing up for your principles and not compromising to the point that you're just a fucking sellout and you don't believe anything either.
In the back of the head, that signals that Democrats aren't really that different than Republicans, when that's not true. There's not a marginal difference between Democrats and Republicans. There's a very meaningful difference. If it was like Obama versus McCain and you said there was a marginal difference,
I said
fine.
Democrats would, it's exaggeration.
Hutch is an angel. I don't know if that is, I can't tell if that's a joke or not. I've been so brain poisoned with Hutch is my boy that I really don't know when people, when they're serious and when they're joking.
Democrats would kill trans people if it meant securing additional electoral votes. And that's not an argument that like Democrats are going to run on a policy of killing trans people. It's a hyperbolic statement about Democrats cutting out trans people, which as you saw probably in this last week.
See, like now Adam's trying to turn it into like a merits-based argument when he's not contending with what Hasan said. What is Hasan saying? Like, let's distill it down to its essence, right? What is he trying to communicate? Do we think that he's saying that Democrats would literally kill people, trans people specifically, if it meant they would win electorally? No, that's not what is being communicated. He's not saying that Democrats are serial killers when it comes to trans people, or that they would become that. He's saying that they will throw you under the bus at the drop of a fucking hat if it meant that they knew that they could get a slight electoral advantage. That's how quickly they're willing to sell your rights up the fucking river, is what he's trying to say. Okay? But Adam is like, okay, so you said that. Like, let's take it basically literally and run from there or whatever, when that is like what he was saying is that you cannot you have to constantly be pressuring this party, these public servants, to not drop the fight for this, because it's always the first thing on the chopping block, rightly or wrongly.
In the aftermath of the fucking neo-Nazi MAGA dad, or not MAGA dad, the trans shooter that was a fucking huge neo-Nazi, who's apparently his son was also a neo-Nazi, who's in prison as well, which is, not very shocking. There were a lot of people floating around bad polls about, not bad necessarily from the polls are fine, but they were polls that made it seem as though the trans issue is something that we as Democrats should not actually advocate for. It was Laksha Jain. And I always go back to obviously the first week after the Kamala Harris election defeat, where a bunch of prominent Democrats who got yelled at, to be fair, by other Democrats in the caucus, but a bunch of prominent Democrats went on television and immediately were like, we lost because of the trans stuff. They put a lot of overemphasis in the Kamala Harris is going to
some liberals that watch this and were like, base, they said the fucking truth. They said what was all on our minds, even though I've yet to see the data really come in saying that like that was the difference between Harris winning and losing. And guess what? Kamala Harris didn't really talk about trans people like ever in this last campaign, and she still lost. So what does that tell you?
Bottom surgeries to Guatemalan transgender prisoners in immigrant detention facilities. My argument always is, if the Democrats actually put forth policies that people have to attack, like the Republicans have to attack, then the trans issue just becomes unserious and a relic of the culture war that people don't pay attention to. And in the absence of definable policies that you can associate with the Democrats.
What do you think about the idea that we should not publicly say we would vote Newsom in a Newsom versus Vance hypothetical, even though we would vote Newsom because we don't want the DNC to know? Here, like, the thing is that, like, there's two things in tension there. So you can refuse to engage with the hypothetical, but then it looks lame because it looks like you're dodging and refusing to engage with the hypothetical. But the flip side of that is these vote blue no matter who types, right? Which I'm largely sympathetic to that argument in most cases. I will look at your super chat in a second. Thank you so much. I'm largely sympathetic to. They have to admit that when you're asking people to answer these hypotheticals, to answer these questions, you are asking them to give up leverage. And sometimes they think that they don't want to commit to that, even though it is obviously entailed by vote blue no matter who. What you're saying is that my bar for who I will vote for, who I'll throw my weight behind, who I'm willing to help get elected to oppose the GOP, the only bar is just be better than the other guy. That's my only requirement, right? And it's honestly a rational calculation, but it's not inspiring, it's not sexy. And the thing is like the people that actually determine and win elections are like independents, median, and like and especially when it comes to like federal elections, the Electoral College, it's like this tiny, tiny population. We're talking about like just a couple of million votes here and there, like tens of thousands of votes in some areas or whatever. You're talking about like these tiny, tiny margins, and like they don't view these things in this way. So even though people like politics nerds, junkies that are following it on a day-to-day, yeah, it makes sense. Like especially when you see what this fucking admin is up to, what any Republican admin is up to, that you would vote for literally anybody who is willing to be better than them, pretty easily, right? But it's not inspiring to most people, and it's separate from what is actually effective. And basically, to maintain leverage and power, like Hasan is not trying to just give it away instantly. And what Adam is doing by asking him to say that Democrats are meaningfully better than Republicans, please say that. You don't have to commit to a candidate. You could have answered by saying, you know, I don't want to commit to anybody this far out. I want there to be a primary, blah, 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 blah. If you're also asking somebody to say, basically, even the worst Democrat is preferable to the quote unquote best Republican, you're pretty, it's clear what you're saying. Like eventually you will fall in line and vote for a Democrat, right? You'll vote blue no matter who. That's kind of where that leads to. So Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $10. Straighterade, I normally agree with you and I'm a raging leftist, but it's crazy to me you're focusing on this and not talking about how the Dow is over $50,000 disappointing. You're right. I can't believe I left that out of the conversation. I'm so sorry. Sorry for the oversight and apologies for all my shortcomings. Thank you so much for the $10 though.
They become very defined by what their enemy, the Republicans, define them as.
Yeah, so
that's also.
I don't actually I don't disagree with your analysis at the end there. I do think that if we had a more affirmative, unifying message, then people wouldn't care. Like Medicare for all would be really exciting for so many people. I heard you say this, and I actually agree there. But just because some Democrats went on TV after Kamala,
wow, that'd be really exciting, huh? For lots of people, if they did Medicare for all. But going back to what you said, it's like he doesn't give a fuck, dude.
Lost. And just because
Adam's like, that's not happening.
Democrats that are floating polls around on Twitter that are showing people don't like trans, that doesn't mean Democrats don't care about trans people or have written them out of existence. Like the difference between...
Okay, but here's what it means, Adam. Democrats, like other public servants in a representative democracy, only care about an issue insofar as their constituents really care about it, especially the ones that decide elections. So if the fight for trans people is dropped and it's made clear that, oh, I'm not going to suffer electoral consequences for not backing trans people, for not standing up for trans rights, you know, like this controversial issue that always becomes like a wedge issue and a sticking point, even if it's not anybody's like top priority. Oh, if I can drop that, I'm going to fucking do it. And they will. That's why you can never let the pressure up for these people to not drop your rights, because the second that you do, they really will let it go because they just want to win.
Democrats and Republicans on trans people is not marginal.
Like the Democrats, and again, any public servant, they only care about it insofar as they're pressured to care about it. So when you let up on the pressure, they're going to stop caring about it. You can never let up the fight. You have to be aggressive with it. They will stop fighting for it if you do.
Is not slight. It is very, very meaningful. If you grew up in the state of Indiana, where I grew up, and you tell a counselor that you are having thoughts about, you know, like gender dysphoria, or you want to change your name, they have to go tell your parents. But if you go across the state borders in the state of Illinois, someone who you probably think is like a moderate billionaire, J.B. Pritzker, he's turned it into a sanctuary state where you can get your.
No, I like JB's policies. Yeah, I'm very aware of this distinction.
Okay, but wait a minute. So J.B. Pritzker, Andy Bashir, even Governor Newsom.
Politicians listen to their constituents. Yes, this floor is made of floor. Thank you so much for those insightful comments, Soy Pill. Always a joy to have you in my stream chat. Really appreciate that.
Turn California into a sanctuary state. It is a very progressive state. So can you see how people are bothered when you then go on the stream, and I'm quoting you verbatim, you said Democrats have written you out of existence, Democrats don't give a fuck about you, and then you said later on, the marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. You're kind of drawing a false equivalency, and then that brings me back to the Jennifer Welch clip. I'm trying to give you the strongest liberal argument here as to why people are mad. It's not...
So doesn't give a fuck, man.
And by the way, I've heard this argument. I used to make...
The difference is that, like, he's at least somewhat engaged, even if he's not being entirely responsive. Adam Mockler is the definition of somebody who is listening not to actually understand where somebody's coming from, but because they're waiting for their turn to speak.
This argument myself.
Yeah,
which I'm a little bit sympathetic to, because Hasan is like not being responsive to his questions. Like, he will go on like these long tirades and like not address what Adam is saying, not just like get it out of the way and then get to the substantive part of the conversation.
You said at that point it doesn't even matter, and that kind of feeds into the broader apathy that you seem to be pushing towards. So there is a meaningful difference between Democrats and Republicans on trans issues, right? If you grew up in a Democrat or a Republican state, there's a meaningful difference between your quality of life. Can you agree with that?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so a meaningful difference. There's a big difference. Okay, so
no, there is.
I was like, yay, progress. You acknowledge reality. A thing that we already knew Hasan knew, which is that, yes, it's your life is going to be, if you're a trans individual, your life is a lot easier in a blue state than it is in a red state. Just facts.
Meaningful difference between living in a democratic state, hopefully one that isn't captured by Republican.
Adam has to wait for his moment to speak because otherwise he'll miss it. No, like, I've seen Adam be so much more forceful in different conversations with MAGA Republicans. And honestly, like, Hasan has the position that is untenable as far as, like, if you actually drill into the brass tacks, as far as just looking at the records between Democrats versus Republicans. All of the data is actually on Adam's side, but he's not being forceful enough, like, rhetorically. I don't understand, like, again, like, this sort of, like, he's being, like, overly conciliatory and, like, conceding things that I don't think he even needs to be conceding in the context of this conversation, honestly.
In state legislatures that will then, even under Democratic leadership within the White House, take advantage of the state legislature apparatus to still undermine trans existence and then take...
Didn't feel like Hasan was on tirades here. I think he was offering a ton. I'm saying tirades because if this were anyone else, if I were trying to have a back and forth with somebody and I was like asking them just very basic, like yes or no, straightforward questions, and they were just going on like a counterpoints tier, like rant about something that's like tangentially related, but not really substantively engaging with what I was saying, I would be losing my mind. But I also think I would have more patience and composure than like what Adam is choosing to do here, which is like, he just comes off like he doesn't care about like what anything else Hasan has to say. And that always looks bad. It always looks like, oh, so you're really just here to get like, to extract these little concessions and that's it. You don't really care what else I have to say.
That all the way up the courts of the Supreme Court. There's a meaningful distinction between having a liberal Supreme Court majority versus a Republican Supreme Court majority, a super majority even. These are all things that I fully understand and fully agree to and don't want to happen. When I talk about the Democratic Party's lack of interest in like actively fighting back and counter messaging against the Republican misinformation around trans people, what I'm talking about is Democrats running from a place of fear. What I want the Democrats to do is to, one, not compromise at all when it comes to putting forth a counter messaging operation to go back and fight back against the Republican Party when it comes to trans issues. But also, this isn't even just about trans people either. This goes back to even undocumented migrants and migrants in general, like Haitians eating cats and dogs, all the endless amounts of attacks, and the notion that like...
Straighterade, I am tired of the right saying to take Trump seriously, but not literally, not feeling like now having to do the same with Hasan. Maybe he ought to speak plainly and truly. The thing is like when we're talking about how you treat heads of state, you kind of do have to take them more literally than just seriously. Because they're accountable to the words that they say, and the things that they say with the exception of Trump, honestly, are usually prepared in advance. The things that they say in speeches, it's written by a speechwriter. The remarks that they make at press conferences, they're not speaking off the cuff. What their press secretaries do, they have like a big ass binder. And when they ask them questions, they're like flipping to where their binder is going to give them the prepared answer. So most politicians, like what they're saying has already been like managed and decided in advance, and they don't say things off the cuff, or when they do, it's like an answer that they've already largely rehearsed. But when it like trying to hold somebody who's not a public servant, somebody who's just like a creator, an influencer, even a big one at that, to the literal denotation of what they say, you're going to have a really hard time like having any sort of substantive conversation with them, because it's just not how language works. And it's not the domain that person's operating in. That's not the role that they occupy in society. It's like that view, that narrow view and like understanding of like communication and language, you will arrest conversation trying to do it that way. Just nobody operates that way. We have it for politicians for a specific reason, and we don't have it for people that aren't politicians for specific reasons as well.
Undocumented migrants constitute a national security threat. The way that the Republicans present it, it's pure hysteria. Something that I've told Democrats over and over again, urged Democrats over and over again, even when Joe Biden was president early on, down to the DNC, where I talked to them directly and told them to address over and over again, with the hopes that they would, at the very least, push back against this, so we wouldn't have seemingly a more like a bigger mandate, a bigger popular mandate for Donald Trump.
And then to Hasan, I would say, and why didn't they take your advice? Yeah, it's partially because they're corporate benefactors. Like some of the things that you're saying just challenge capital in a way that these politicians are not comfortable doing. I totally grant that. Another reason why they might not have taken it seriously is because how many people do you have behind you, Hasan Piker? Do you have tens of thousands of people that will withhold their vote if that politician doesn't make good on it? Or are you speaking from like vibes, right? So these politicians or whatever, like arguments are powerful. They can be persuasive, but there's definitely a pretty short ceiling with how persuasive they can be to a politician who is acting largely off of like their consultants, the people who they've paid to give them advice. Now, I'm not saying that that's good advice. I'm just telling you like who they're going to follow and listen to. And it's going to be their advisors. It's going to be people that are looking into all of the numbers and people that are focus grouping the strategies and looking at polls and obsessing over all of these things. And they're trying to maximize it. They're not going to simply take the word of a streamer or even a persuasive argument if they have consultants saying like, it sounds good, but it's a political dead end, or it's just not possible without alienating a bunch of people that we know for sure will withdraw their vote, withdraw their support if we do what that person's saying. So like if he wants it to have more teeth, right, he has to have those things behind him. And based off what I'm seeing from this chat, well, when it wasn't emote only, they're not so hot on voting, right? But the way that you exert political power is not solely by withholding it, it's by voting. If you don't vote, they have no reason to listen to you because you don't fucking vote. You're not a relying voting block. You have to show up to these elections and make it known that you have to listen to me because I'm actually a voting constituent of yours. And so that's important to you, right? So if you want my support, my material support, my actual vote, you have to do certain things.
Issues such as that. I think every moment that the Democrats waste, not on the offensive, on affirmative policies and affirmative policy vision that is easily definable, is a moment where the conversation revolves around culture war issues, specifically attacking trans people, and it ends up harming trans people that way. There is a big difference between a blue state and a red one in terms of trans existence. To deny that would be silly. I don't deny that at all.
Good. What about between like a Newsom, if Newsom got everything he wanted in America and JD Vance got everything he wanted in America, do you think there would be a meaningful difference for trans people?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I mean, we're
this
like
asked and answered. If Newsom has the reins versus JD Vance, who has a better or I guess a worse version for this country? Obviously, JD Vance is fucking worse. No one should be surprised by this. And if you're like, but you said a different thing on that podcast, like I have to assume you are playing dumb. There is no way the people that are like falling back on that like didn't already know that Hasan obviously thinks that.
Donald Trump's first action when he came into office, Like this might come as a surprise to people, maybe in your audience or people that have seen these clips, and assume that I don't think that there's any difference between a Democratic leadership or a Republican one. I will never work with Republicans. Well, I guess maybe Thomas Massey on like a very random issue. You know what I mean? A random issue that's like the Epstein files, something like that. But I don't agree with Republicans ideologically, and my criticisms of the Democratic Party revolve around their closeness to Republicans or their endless interest in conceding to Republicans on certain issues, because that concession doesn't actually end up causing them to win elections. The only thing it actually ends up doing...
The only thing that complicates that logic is that I don't think establishment Dems want to win. So if they don't want to win, why would they care if they lost because people didn't vote? It depends. It's like on a case-by-case basis. I don't even disagree with you, but it really depends on like the candidate. And then I could tell you like why I think that is going the way that it does. But like largely to the candidates that are like you guys have no idea how much money is like, you know, like Colin Allred's race, right? For Senate, trying to like unseat like Ted Cruz or whatever. Like he lost by like a huge margin. We knew he was like not going to win probably. I still encourage people to go like vote against Ted Cruz, obviously. But it's like the easy answer is that because they get money to be in these elections, obviously they're like trying to tee up for like other positions. Like they're incentivized to run and lose in these races because they can kind of be like stepping stone elections to them, for them to like win other races or have media careers. Like there's all sorts of unsavory incentives that exist for candidates to run in areas that they have like little to no chance. Tons of money is poured into it, usually, and like increasingly from out of states, and not even like within Texas and stuff like that. And it's still within their interest because it helps launch some sort of career anyway. So until that incentive is removed, you're going to keep seeing establishment candidates that run in these races and they're like barely even trying because they get money to do it.
Is those concessions actually normalize some of the Republican agenda items in the eyes of the base of the Democratic Party. And only until people realize how devastating the outcome of those policies are, do they turn around and go, oh, I have buyer's remorse now. Fell for it again award. I didn't realize that the party that said they were going to do mass deportations is actually doing mass deportations, or I didn't realize that those mass deportations were going to look so fucking violent and so disgusting that my neighbors were going to be in fear.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with a lot of that. And I don't want you to think I was just watching clips of you. I watched your entire stream.
I know.
Where it just felt like you were saying two different things at once. You take these really strong declarative statements or those positions about the Democratic Party, and like you quite literally said Democrats, or you said the marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. And then you go on to explain in a little bit more nuance that yes, growing up in a trans state or a red state would be better than a
trans state.
Growing up in a blue state would be better than a red state as a trans person. So you do clarify that in the video that I watched, but can you then see how Democrats, or at least liberals on Twitter, who are just like...
Hell of a caveat. Can you see why Democrats, like liberals on Twitter, I don't know if those are the same groups of people.
Seeing you repeatedly say this, Gavin Newsom will be marginally better than whatever the Democratic candidate is, but you then just said to me that you think he will be meaningfully better if he got into
marginal
the office.
Differences in terms of policy, in the way that they communicate it. Like Gavin Newsom, I don't know what he's going to run on in terms of...
Yes, the most important constituency, Twitter, people on Twitter.
Defending trans people, right? Like I don't know how big of a part of his advocacy this will be. I can only look to what he's trying to do, what he's trying to present himself as right now, right? Because we can look at his...
Why should anyone care about what these whiners say on Twitter? Because likes, because ratioing, because retweets.
His experience as a governor in California, but then if there is a significant,
like, I don't understand why Adam just like won't come out and say it. Like, I get why, right? Okay, he's like trying to handhold, he's trying to be like gentle with Hasan, but I just don't know that that's the way that you do this. You like, I'm not entirely convinced that you won't command more respect by just coming out and being like, listen, I know what you're trying to do, but I think it's fucking dangerous. I think it's inaccurate as fuck. I think you know that. And I'm not convinced that that strategy is even the best way to go about pressuring Democrats. And then you're actually talking about what the real substantive disagreement is here. You're not arguing over, again, the words that were said on this podcast that he could easily walk back or recontextualize or filibuster or not respond to or pretend he didn't say, or, oh, I said this thing and what I meant by that was this other thing entirely or whatever. Like, just get to the point. And I don't understand why they won't just do that. This would drive me crazy.
Difference that he's communicating now because
Adam comes off a little bit of a pushover, a little bit.
His ambitions higher office. It's only causing to assume that he is going to probably pivot, like many other Democrats, to this mythical, this center.
Is there millionaire capitalists both LARPing?
For the mythical moderate voter. Do you think that that's an unfair assessment? Let's just start there, first of all.
Oh, wait. Sorry, Hasan.
Significant difference that he's communicating now because he has ambitions higher office. It's only causing to assume that he is going to probably pivot, like many other Democrats, to this mythical, this center for the mythical moderate voter. Do you think that that's an unfair assessment? Let's just start there, first of all.
That he shouldn't pivot to the center?
No. That
I'm sorry about the lag. It's not my stream. Like Hasan's stream was just like this.
By the position between what kind of trans protections that he has signed into law when he was the governor, when he is the governor of California, versus how he's communicating now about certain aspects of
Contra was also having a conniption over Hasan saying he wouldn't vote for Newsom on Blue Sky. That sounds fucking hilarious.
Trans identity and trans issues is probably a pretty reliable way to comprehend whether or not he is going to pivot to the center on trans issues a little bit.
No, I don't think you
don't
can
think so?
conflate the way he talked. No, I don't think you can conflate the way he spoke to Charlie Kirk on the podcast with the way that he's actually ruled California. There is a very, very meaningful difference.
Okay. So here's what Adam just admitted. It's okay when a politician or a public servant lies for political expediency, but it's not okay when you, the voter, an influencer, a creator, somebody who puts this person in office, it's not okay for you to lie for political expediency or for you to extract a concession. That's only something that politicians get to do. You don't get to do that. That is literally what he is saying.
Between the way that he's ruled California versus the way that
no, I'm not joking. That is obviously what Adam is getting at. He's saying that he agrees you should push them left, but not like that. You don't get to be dishonest to the point of like drawing these false equivalencies or whatever. But Gavin Newsom, because he has a good record on trans people or whatever, like when you look into his legislative record, when he's signaling to Charlie Kirk, just ignore that. Don't take him literally. Don't put too much stock in that or whatever. You should look to his record and ignore what he's saying there, even though what he's signaling there is obviously to moderates, to independents or whatever. He's signaling like, hey, some of this trans shit, like, is out of hand. I don't even really agree with this, even though if they dug into the brass tacks, like, they have reason to doubt that because he probably has a good record when it comes to LGBTQ rights legislatively. But what he's signaling in that moment is something completely contrary to that.
Republicans would. And here's
no, I don't disagree with that. The reason why I'm asking that is
but here's
his signal isn't lying. They aren't contradictory. Hasan isn't lying. He's just going to vote third party. Do you honestly believe that Hasan's going to vote third party? Which third party? He says he knows that the Green Party shit is a fucking grift. He voted for Kamala Harris in the last election. He voted for Joe Biden in 2020. And in 2016, he probably voted for Hillary Clinton over Trump. I have no reason to think that given those things, he's going to not vote for the Democrat when it comes to 2028. I do think what it means is that he's not going to like push hard for them or whatever.
The problem, there's a category error happening here where
did he vote for Kamala? People keep saying this. Hasan said this, and unless you think he's lying, I can literally pull up where he said it because I saw it multiple times. Wait. Give me a second. I know it's in this debate somewhere because it was literally the first thing I ever reacted to when I streamed for the very first time. But you can't see it because I think it's like privated or something. Let's see. If I search Kamala. Ethan saying he endorsed Kamala. Let's see if it's here.
Playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil. You're
Just
playing
remember,
a formative
everybody
role
watching.
when you don't talk about the mass starvation of Gazans.
By the way, I
You are not-
advocated for Kamala to get elected. What do you do? I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh,
No, seriously.
oh, Ethan, congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and Trump would have been equally
I won't
bad?
change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's not
What
Joe
did I do?
Biden, it's
Well,
Kamala
not only did
Harris.
I go to the DNC, but I actually
It's
offered
not.
some pretty fucking valuable criticism to the Democratic
got
Party that they
kicked
didn't
out, by the
listen
way.
to, unfortunately.
Didn't they kick you out of the
Listen to
DNC?
that valuable criticism. They lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that?
Who did
Why
you-
the fuck
I don't know.
did you
Who'd you-
saying I voted for Jill Stein? I have
Who did you vote for?
countless hours shitting on Jill Stein. I've told people
said I
not
think
to
you
vote for
did.
Trump. I've said that
I
Donald
said-
Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein a grifter
Yeah, you
over
didn't
and over
endorse
and
her.
over again. But for some
Okay, so Green Party is the most viable third party option that exists. And they're not even a fucking viable option. They're a joke. They have no seats in Congress. They have no seats in the Senate. They run the same fucking candidate every single year since 2016. That's Jill fucking Stein. It's just a grift. He knows this. He's saying he's offended at the notion that either would even suggest that he voted for them. So no, okay, like he didn't vote for them. And if we're talking about like the Working People's Party, it's like it's getting so niche that like there's no way that Hasan voted for that group.
weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you, you kept
And you
lying
didn't
to
say
your
who
audience,
for.
and you kept lying to your audience, and you
I
kept
said I
making it
think.
seem as though I didn't even fucking vote, or I urged people not to vote. There's never been a moment
Who'd
where
you
I
vote
said do
for?
not vote.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's
you
people
don't
in your
have a
audience that
problem.
would.
You don't have a problem with that.
Why didn't you
the
endorse
fuck
her
do you
then?
keep saying I voted for Jill Stein, huh?
I said I think because you didn't
you
say who.
think?
He is offended at the notion that anybody would suggest that he didn't vote, that he didn't encourage people he discouraged his audience from voting. I have no reason to believe that he didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I do think that he voted for her. Just like in 2020 when he was playing Among Us with AOC and he endorsed Joe Biden, Dark Brandon, Joe Brandon, okay, Genocide Joe, whatever you want to call him. I think he did I think he largely falls in line. He just doesn't go so far as to do the endorsement. He doesn't suck off Democrats, okay? I have no reason to think though that 2028 it's not going to be the same. He's probably going to vote for a Dem again.
You keep saying that there's a marginal difference between the parties. And I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. You think there is a marginal policy difference between the parties because you think Democrats should be farther to the left and stand up for this stuff.
Mike from PA didn't vote for her, though. What do you have to say about that, commie? What do you think got me blocked from Mike from PA? Because I called him out for that shit. Because in front of Sam Cedar, the little fucking pussy is lying and clearly signaling to Sam Cedar that, oh yeah, I voted for Harris. Or like, I voted when I knew that he did not vote for Kamala Harris. And I knew that he didn't want to get chided by Sam Cedar because Sam Cedar was about to tear him a new one if he was about to admit that. So he gave the impression that he did, but I knew he fucking didn't. And I put that up and I said, look, I don't watch Mike from PA, but you're suggesting that you voted for Harris. I know you didn't vote for Harris, so why aren't you willing to stand on business and say that to Sam Cedar? Because you know it's the wrong thing to do. Because you know it's fucking stupid, and you know that you were about to get embarrassed by Sam Cedar if you admitted that, and that's why he didn't do it. Okay.
But when you say that, a lot of liberals think that you're arguing that there's a marginal.
And Sam knew he was. I think that Sam probably did know he was lying, and Sam went fucking gentle on him because it would look unhinged to be like, I guess, to go any other way and be like, oh, okay, he just like took him at his word. But
difference in outcomes. And you are conceding right here, there's not a marginal difference.
No,
in
there's not a
outcomes,
marginal
even
difference in
beyond the-
outcomes.
Okay, so yeah, I think that needs to be clarified more because that does kind of draw some apathy between voters. But going back to Gavin Newsom, no, he has quite literally changed the way California looks at trans people just because he gave an insufficient answer on Gavin Newsom's podcast.
see, I don't credit Gavin Newsom with that. I usually credit the activist groups that pushed these politicians to hold these positions and signed this into legislation. It's usually a hats off to the people that did the grassroots organizing to make it politically viable for these candidates to support these policies. And yeah, you give some credit to the candidate, but I don't conceive of it in that way.
Doesn't lead me to believe that he's going to entirely throw trans people under the bus. Let me just go through this. He signed
No, hold
SB
on.
107.
Not entirely,
Yeah.
but do you feel? And I'm not trying to debate you on this. I'm just asking you sincerely.
No, yeah.
Do you think that it is indicative that there is a?
It's not embarrassing. It is embarrassing. It is embarrassing when you're Mike from PA and you know how bad an upcoming Trump admin is going to be, and you are not making it abundantly clear that a person like that and a party like that has to be kept away from office at by all means necessary. So whatever you can do that's in your power to do it, you go and oppose that candidate being anywhere near a lever of power. So to me, it is necessary. You do need to vote for these people.
At least in the way that he's
Or
communicating.
you need to vote against MAGA Republicans, and you need to vote for candidates that have a chance of beating them.
A pivot to a more moderate position on trans issues because he calculates this as more electorally viable.
No. Was he asked about trans issues or trans sports in particular?
So it's embarrassing for Hasan too, because he didn't do that. So you didn't see the beginning of my stream where I already gave my thoughts on that. Go to YouTube. You can go back in the VOD and see where I talked about it.
The pieces that I've seen is mostly talking about trans sports and saying that trans sports is a bridge too far or something like that.
Yeah, and like that can totally be insufficient for your worldview, and you can say that that is not sufficiently progressive enough. But I think that to say that Gavin Newsom, because he said that to Charlie Kirk, that nullifies the way that he's actually ran in California. You're using that one comment to wait.
It doesn't.
Okay.
That was not what Hasan was saying. He was not saying that just because he said that on the podcast that means he suddenly doesn't have legislative accomplishments when it comes to this.
California. Making
let me
an
just lay this out.
assessment
Newsom
off
has
of.
signed a law. Sorry.
I'm making an assessment off of. I know Gavin Newsom, just like Andy Bashar, who I have given tremendous props to, more so than Gavin Newsom because he's doing it in fucking a Trump 35 state, right? Trump plus 35 state.
Yeah, he's holding the line
with a hostile state legislature too. So it's like it's infinitely more difficult. He actually shows the rest of the Democratic Party. I use him as an example to show the rest of the Democratic Party that you don't have to be compromising. And the way he's talked about trans people is actually wonderful. Where he says these are, Christian.
Oh God, he's saying Andy Bashir, the way he talks about trans people is good.
Love my neighbor, not to fight my neighbor. I remember when he stood up at that state legislature member where he was like, you have to apologize to these constituents. These are your constituents as well. Wait, hold on one second. Can you take it off of emote only mode? What's going on? Why do people keep saying robot? Why do people keep spamming robots? Is there an issue?
Is my mic better now too? Sorry.
No, I've been hearing you clearly this entire time, but I don't know what the fuck's going on. I took it off emote mode. Is it effing? Oh, it's just a small lag and people lose their fucking minds.
What do you want to bet that there's streamers who fucking hate Hasan who watch this and unironically either explicitly said or thought in their head he had to have done something about his internet in advance because it totally gave him the upper hand. Because it like reset the conversation every single time it fucking happened.
Over it? Is that what it is?
Liberals and leftists are agreeing, so the deep state's taking us down. They're like, we can't have agreement on a stream between the two factions.
It's stuttering on Hasan only. Huh. You've been lagging for like the last 5 minutes? No. Audio is an audio disaster, but it was only 8 seconds or so. It's fine now. Okay, sorry. They were just like spamming the robot emoji over and over again, so I thought there was like something.
That's so schizo. I know, but I don't know if you saw Missy at the beginning of my stream. There's a fucking clearly somebody who fucking hates Hasan in my YouTube chat, literally saying this man is like a psychopath who would put Ted Bundy to shame. Like that is the level of derangement that I see with this particular creator. For whatever reason, he evokes these sorts of strong feelings in people when they don't like him. So I just know that there are people who literally thought that or suspected it, but they didn't say. Maybe if they didn't say it, that means that there's still some social shame and stigma for floating that, because it would make no fucking sense to think that Hasan would intentionally manufacture an internet outage or whatever to disrupt the conversation so he could have the upper hand.
Devastating happening. Okay. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, I was saying Andy Bashar is glazing Andy Bashar for uncompromising on his values.
Business, bro.
Yes. That's especially within the confines of what he is capable of doing. I mean, that's very impressive. And I think it should be a lesson that other Democrats should follow as well. And some do, and some are cowards. But as far as the Gavin Newsom thing, I am aware. I think it's 49 LGBTQ plus bills that Gavin Newsom as governor has signed into law. I mean, as a mayor of San Francisco, his first nationally prominent act was literally to defend gay marriage in San Francisco. I'm very familiar with Gavin Newsom's background. He's my governor.
It's kind of horror movie stalker Haiti. I've been alarmed by it. Super negative and dark. It's also just stupid. If you hate this man, if you hate everything he stands for, if he frustrates you, you making him out to sound like a fucking psychopath or whatever when like he's like always gonna be, he's like a conventionally attractive dude who's always gonna be like, I'm just an idiot with a mic, like giving my political opinions on the internet. You're like gonna look so stupid to be able to try to like build him up to be this like super villainous character, because anybody who watches a stream for just like a little bit of time is gonna see like, oh, so you were lying when you said that. It's not true. He's not this like antisocial weirdo.
Right? I know a lot about Gavin Newsom's background. What I am fearful of and what I
like,
worry,
you don't need to make him out to be like, it reminds me of the like people that would like A-log Chris Chan and say Chris Chan is Hitler. You don't need to go that far to criticize somebody. If they're really that bad, it should be easy to substantively criticize them without going that fucking far and exaggerating beyond belief.
about
Yeah, you're just gonna make him seem cool, literally.
is the same exact pivot that we have seen from the same exact pivot that we've seen
And yeah, I do think a lot of people hate him because he's hot.
from many Democrats that signal that they're invested in selling out trans people, or at least certain aspects of trans identity, whether it be sports, a conversation that starts off with the most appropriate angle to tackle that Republicans spend hundreds of millions of dollars against and create controversy around, this being, trans sports, to very quickly moving the conversation over to gender confirmation surgery, and a litany of different anti-trans bills that basically lead to making it illegal to be trans in public.
Everybody's right. 3 minutes until ads rain down upon you. If you subscribe to me using your Twitch, is it Twitch Prime? Amazon Prime? I don't fucking know. If you subscribe to me, you can get an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes, and then you don't have to deal with annoying ads.
Public. The conversation.
I don't think Newsom would go that far.
No. I don't think Newsom is going to go that far either.
Yeah.
But my point is, any concession that you're making.
Hasan isn't cool. He tries too hard, but he is hot. Yeah, basically. I think Hasan is a fucking nerd. I think he's a fucking dork, but that's because I grew up watching him on TYT. So, oh my god, Matt MLT, what are you doing? Matt MLT, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs, tier 1 subs to my community. I really, really fucking appreciate it. And Drezok, thank you so much for gifting 2 tier 1 subs to my community, and everybody who is on the receiving end of their generosity and now has an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. Please go ahead and thank them in the chat. I really fucking appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
About trans existence in public, instead of just simply moving the conversation back to a territory that is appropriate, a territory
Internet
that is impertinent for every single
from
person
Hasan over here
in America, something that is more consequential for the average person, groceries, mobility, healthcare, things of that nature, is lost ground for no reason that then justifies the additional anti-trans bill come after that. Well, so you're opening the door to that conversation rather than stopping it. Fucking
You told me to get off Twitch and the gifts come. Curious. That was intentional. I obviously did not want you to be the recipient of one. But also, nobody told you to close down the Twitch stream. I just said open up the YouTube one as well. Duh.
My argument.
No, dude, I totally agree that Democrats should stand on business when it.
And look at that. Matt MLT was kind enough to gift the Soy Pill a tier 1 sub. Thank you, Matt. And Soy Pill, you should be thanking. Yeah, there you go. Say thanks.
Comes to transition. Am I lagging at all? Is it good?
No, I'm the one who's lagging apparently a little bit.
Yeah,
It's
so
crazy because it's not even
here's
fucking anymore.
what I think is happening. You can't like. Yeah, now it's lagging
This is so bad.
for me too. I can barely hear you. But here's where I think the difference is. You know, like the big dog, small dog meme, where you say something intense and then you kind of say something not as intense.
You mean
I
Motte
feel like
Bailey?
when you're on the podcast, when you're on your show, a lot of these statements are so Yeah, the Motte Bailey, of course. I feel like you're pulling a little bit of a Motte Bailey.
Like, how did Adam like go that long without realizing that that's what Hasan said? He like, there was like a solid like 20-second gap between Hasan being like, yeah, the Motte Bailey, and Adam responding.
Say something not as intense. For me too, I can barely hear you. But here's where I think the difference is. You know, like the big dog, small dog meme, where you say something intense and then you kind of say something not as intense.
You mean
I
Motte
feel like
Bailey?
when you're on the podcast, when you're on your show, a lot of these statements are so Yeah, the Motte Bailey, of course.
Like, how did
I
he
feel like you're
barely
pulling
hear
a little
that?
bit of a Motte Bailey right now for
No.
non-Gen Z
was
meme
buffering.
lingo. Like, you're on your show, and this isn't even meant to be like a confrontation or anything, just so you know. But like, I think
No,
this
I
is
understand.
genuinely where a lot
They're
of
saying it's
liberals have
bad. Wait,
friction.
let's hold off for a
Yeah, I
second.
think
Let's hold off for a second. Just wait it out.
Ben Riley Spider, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate it. You gonna make me read that out loud in Spanish? I can, but tell me if you actually want me to.
Sorry, it's gonna come back in a second. The lag comes and goes. To be honest, it's gone for me now. Is it good now? No, chat. Adam is not the one who brought up Motte Bailey. I did. Okay, they're saying you're engaging in debate pervertry. I'm the one who did it. Okay, I'm the one who said Motte Bailey.
Oh my god, are they actually
go
triggered
on.
over this?
Yeah, I don't want you to think this is some like confrontation where I'm trying to like pin you down or anything. But when you go on your show and your stream and these clips go viral in liberal circles, I think the friction comes from you saying stuff. And it's just important that I quote you verbatim. Like, Democrats have literally written you out of existence regarding trans people. Marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would shoot you if it meant they could secure votes. And then I come on here and you're like, wait a minute. I do acknowledge that Newsom would be meaningfully better on trans issues. I do acknowledge that J.B. Pritzker is meaningfully
Like again, he's like, yeah, he's like literally like picking his fucking teeth with a toothpick.
better. Blue states are meaningfully better. I do. And then your strongest argument as to why Democrats are throwing them under the bus are some polls that you see on Twitter, not from Democratic Party leaders, but from like Lakshaya Jain or whatever. Some people after the 2024 election going on TV and saying something to the effect of, oh, we lost because of trans people. That's how
He also talked about Gavin Newsom going on the Charlie, like inviting Charlie Kirk onto the first episode of his podcast and counter signaling against it.
obviously bullshit. Get those people out of here. And then Gavin Newsom on Charlie Kirk's podcast. That's your evidence that the Democratic Party is throwing marginalized people or leaving marginalized people behind. I don't see it. And I do agree we should
It's not just trans people either, by the way. This argument extends not just the trans people in
Oh,
general.
wait, you do want me to read it in the okay, this is probably not going to be very good. But, shoot, where is it? Hold on. For $10. I'm reading this or whatever. It's not gonna be very good, probably. Existen datos empíricos que respalden la afirmación de que Hasan está suprimiendo el voto, porque esto me parece un debate de vibraciones. A los votantes de verdad no les importa a quién vota Hasan. Hope that was worth your $10. My terrible Spanish.
It extends to different backgrounds as well, including but not limited to immigrants.
These are two different arguments you're making, though.
No, because the reason why is because of what you've
Fake Latina. I've been exposed, you guys.
Also seen that comes usually fairly closely after the end of that clip, which is the assessment that corresponds to my broader outlook, my viewpoint. Which is that there is no reason to make these sorts of concessions whatsoever. It's like these are people who are infinitely more influential within the Democratic Party's ecosystem than someone like myself. Okay, every single time I talk, it starts fucking going down. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Sorry.
Vibraciones. With Spanish, it's like it's literally just phonetic. You just read it out exactly as something looks. That's how it's pronounced if you know the Spanish alphabet, which I do. But I'm also bad under pressure and like on the spot, and so I was always going to struggle with that.
What the fuck, dude? I hate the fucking ISPs. It's insane. Okay, I think it's back. They're saying we're good. Okay. Would you agree that I have a more nuanced approach to this issue than the way that clips present my perspective? Because even when we had the conversation, even when we had the conversation with Jennifer Welsh, like Jennifer Welsh and I had that conversation, there was an additional, 2 minutes of back and forth that we had where I was talking about how I
watched it, yeah.
Yeah, harm reduction narratives are exactly what a lot of establishment Democrats lean on in an effort to moderate their positions for the mythical moderate voter. and this is like their primary vehicle for
Hasan just completely avoided the question with that lag. LOL. All right, Soy Pill, do you think that this is intentional from Hasan? Is this the internet strat?
driving voters to go out and vote, and it's been an abject failure every single time. It's it leads to bad policies in general, and it's bad politics in general as well. Because you and I both agree that we want
J-Ray N7, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It was the lighting. Seems more suspect every stream. LOL. Okay, fuck you guys, okay? Ben Riley intentionally sent in the hardest paragraph I could have had to possibly read in Spanish, okay?
a fighting Democratic Party, one that fights uncompromisingly for not just individual marginalized identities, but fights for the entirety of the working class in a holistic way. And
absolutely,
when they don't present themselves as such, and they've been pretty bad at it. I mean, I think I saw you even criticize Hakeem Jeffries as well, or Chuck Schumer at least, like recently, saying like they must resign.
Yeah, our approval rating sucks.
Yeah,
wait, you're Mexican? I want all my money back. Sorry, you're not getting these $5 back. Thank you so much though for it. I mean, it's what we do, right? We steal jobs, steal money, steal your place in this country. We're going to outbreed you, obviously.
There's a reason for that, and there's a reason for why there is like, I think only a 77% approval rating for Democrats within the party, right? Like we have a historically high disapproval rating right now for the Democratic Party. I think is like 21%, which is unprecedented for when a Republican is in office, a Republican that is as devastating as the Trump administration has been. That is a
Can you read out loud the poem "The Chaos" by Gerald Knowles tonight? If you pay me to read out loud the poem, I'm not going to do a random poetry reading for free. But yeah, if you like paid me like a fucking, and through Streamlabs, not through the super chat. If you paid me like $30 or whatever, I probably would.
Fucking massive alarm bell. And I feel like instead of recognizing that,
if I super chat Italian, will you read it? Yeah, I'll read Italian for you very, very terribly. And you could waste your money doing that. Yeah.
We're still following along the third way neoliberalism of the past, all the way from Bill Clinton to even to a certain degree Barack Obama as well, where we just keep looking for a more moderate approach.
And that's absolute bullshit. We should not do that. It's absolute bullshit.
Okay.
But sorry, I want to keep going back to the Jennifer Walsh thing really quickly. So do you think that Democrats have literally written trans people out of existence? Or is that just hyperbole? Because if it's hyperbole,
of course, no, it's hyperbole. Like Democrats are
okay.
Because the Democratic Party is a big tent party, but the Democratic Party also is, and this is just how
it's been an hour and he's still on the same question. I mean, yeah, like I don't know if Adam really only thought this was the only thing that would be fruitful to discuss. But given that he clearly prepped for this conversation, for him to only have these like few extractions to get out of him or whatever, it's like honestly short-sighted on his part.
How it is for the Democrats in general.
Can I finish my thought really quickly? Can I finish this thought I was having really quickly? Sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
You said a minute ago, like, hey, don't I have... Sorry, no. I just want to finish this very, very quickly. You said a minute ago, like, hey, don't I have a more nuanced view than you would have thought that I had?
If you're being serious, go fuck yourself. And YouTube chat, you're spelled Y-O-U-R. About what? I probably, whatever you think I was being serious about, I probably was fucking joking.
And it's like, sure, but you're also just like saying two completely different things. You're giving a completely different argument. You've said, I'd vote third party because at that point it doesn't matter. And then you switch that to, at that point it's out of my hands. You've basically said like all of these statements are hyperbole.
That was the argument that I was making.
But when you are repeatedly hyperbolizing the Democratic Party as being basically the same as the Republican Party, that creates a level of voter apathy. And I think that is why liberals on Twitter are very mad at you. I mean, of course, there's going to be like the crazy fucks who are always going to say some random shit. But I mean, like, I think that's the legit criticism that people have of the way that you approach this, is the way that you draw this false...
And Riley, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Hey, you read Spanish better than I speak English, so well done. I still can't roll my R's. Anyway, most data I've seen shows streamer endorsements and anti-endorsements don't matter to the median voter. Thank you so much for the $10. Where is this data? I would like to see this data. To me, it's just like, as a general rule, like, yeah, I think people should endorse, but you can make an argument to me that they're like on a case-by-case basis, like there can be edge cases where if it was found that I didn't think an endorsement was the most effective thing to do for that community, it would actually dissuade them from voting, then I would say don't do it.
Equivalency between the two parties. And
Okay.
then like when you get confronted on it or when someone asks you about it, you're like, well, it's just hyperbole. It's like, no, like we shouldn't hyperbolize about trans people like getting shot by, I know that that's not a serious thing you mean, of course. I'm just saying we shouldn't like hyperbolize about how one party treats trans people versus another when there is a meaningful difference. And then when we're talking about the marginality between parties, you've said a bunch of times there's a marginal difference. You said Newsom would be marginally better than whatever the Republican is. But then when we talk about it, you say, no, there would be a meaningfully different outcome.
Yeah, the funny thing is like Democrats have meaningful differences between Republicans, but when it comes to like their campaigns and what messaging they choose to prioritize, there are some issues, I'm not saying holistically, where they seek to make the difference between themselves and Republicans like obsolete, if not just very, very small, instead of forcefully and proudly opposing the MAGA and Republican agenda. Like they do themselves no favors with certain issues.
Marginal
people on
differences
the
between
ground.
both parties
So-
lead to meaningful differences for the marginalized identities. That is something that I have consistently, that's something that I've talked about for the past 10 years. This is something that I acknowledge. I don't think that there
Yeah.
is no difference between two parties,
Of course
except
not.
for certain issues. There are issues where there are no differences, or at least there is like broad consensus politics, right? And if you want to explore that, that's actually the biggest part of my argument. The consensus that, for example, healthcare is going to remain privatized, and that with the exception of a couple Democrats
Oh my God, more
on the
lag
edges,
strats.
right? But the party is broadly seen as a party that also wants to maintain private healthcare, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Well, the Democrats want to maintain private healthcare. Yeah.
The lagging just makes it like all that much more uncomfortable because there is again just like this sort of like Hasan knows what Adam's doing. Adam knows what Hasan's doing. Both of them know that the other is like playing a game. Okay. Camera Hub wants to update apparently. And yet they don't address it. And then this lagging on top of it, it's just unbearable.
Yeah. Okay. Oh shit. Now oh god damn it. I'm effing now. Hold on one second. Oh
Hasan
god.
taking the Lord's
I'll
name
vote
in vain.
for any fucking. I will vote for any Republican that fucking fixes my ISP. Any Republican that shatters the oligopoly of ISPs in major markets like California. I'm
Again, how many people like deranged people want to be like, oh my God, mask off. He reveals it.
voting
he said
for.
that.
Fuck it.
Oh my God, he admitted
That's a joke,
it.
by the way. Don't take that seriously. I know this is a
I was
serious.
writing that down so I could quote it. I was
Yeah.
writing that down so I could quote it back at you later. And
Yeah,
try to
yeah,
confirm
yeah.
it. No.
That's,
I'm in
I'll
all
never-
seriousness.
I'll-
I'm not trying.
Hasan was like the only person in this call laughing at his own joke until Adam saw that he was laughing and he like laughed a little bit.
I'll
trying to be
never
like-
advocate for Republicans. I'll never vote for a Republican.
I know.
I fucking despise Republicans.
But he won't do everything in his power, according to these libs, to help the Democrats, therefore an enemy.
So
I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm like here to like confront you on these quotes. Or
no,
anything.
it's fine.
I think this
no,
is
I
where
think this
genuinely
is a
people
good
are angry.
conversation. This is a good
Like, why say that, Adam? You are, but that's fine. But why? I don't understand, like, why lie about that? It is very clear that that's what you're doing, but that's fine. Thank you so much. I don't even know how I say your username, Kajiga, for the $5. Prove your mexanity by singing this hit. No, I'm not doing this. Yeah, fiesta salsa. I'm gonna say it in the most like gringo way, okay? Fiesta salsa quinceañera baila santa and ritmo ponte, and so like I'll say it like that just to trigger people. But thank you for the $5.
conversation. Okay. So we were talking about like between the Republican Party wants to deregulate healthcare marketplaces even further at the behest of healthcare companies. Correct, right?
Yes.
And the Democratic Party's solution, at least post Barack Obama, has been at least to offer subsidies to the population, subsidies that end up still not tackling like the for-profit healthcare structure that exists, but tries to keep that system alive. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but just because Democrats are insufficient doesn't mean there's a marginal difference, and doesn't mean there's a marginal difference in outcome. Like we agree on this
from the perspective, you see where I'm going with this from the perspective of the everyday working class individual. It's the difference between someone who is going to get their healthcare denied, right? Because they deregulated it. There's no more protections for people with.
Like Hasan is obviously trying to broaden the conversation to not just be let's grade Democrats on the curve that is comparing them to the Republican Party, because obviously they will win every single time. But if you just if you only want to keep it, if we actually are interested in a conversation that's comprehensive and we go beyond that, there are paradigms that exist beyond the two-party duopoly. You can actually talk about alternatives to both of these systems entirely. And then Adam from there can say, okay, like we can weigh the merits of that, but you don't have the political viability. How do you intend to get that off the ground? And then that's where an actual conversation will happen. Of course, spoilers, this will not happen. They will not actually talk about that.
With any sort of health complications, right? Like let's say they're completely destroying that on the Republican side. And the Democrats are saying, no. We need to keep the current system, and we need to give the healthcare companies more subsidies so that at least like it's easier to pay for. Like you can still keep your coverage even with a pre-existing condition, but the healthcare premiums are going to continue to go up. From my perspective, harm reduction of that sort actually reflects the consensus between two parties, because the real two different planks here is private healthcare versus socialized healthcare. And the Democratic Party, unfortunately, unlike the Republican Party, is always judged by its weakest link. Because in order to advocate for more government in a country like the United States of America, where there's no confidence in the government and in the post-Reagan era, unfortunately for the Democrats, they will always be judged by whoever is a part of the rotating villain structure that...
Wait, hold on. Sorry. Diego Gonzalez Vasquez, thank you so much for the $5 Canadians for the Babbel subscription. What is Babbel again? Is Babbel like paid Duolingo or something like that? Thank you so much, though. Really appreciate it.
Ends up undermining the policy agenda that Democrats are running on. And from the perspective of the average person,
like
from the perspective
Stone,
of the average American individual, they don't actually look at it and go, well, the Democrats are trying their very hardest to make sure that at least my healthcare is affordable. Some might, right? But most don't. Most look at it and go, okay, neither party is doing anything for me. What the fuck is this? So that is why I say, from the perspective of, for example, healthcare,
Okay, but like what Adam could say to this is like, when you're going on these podcasts and you're giving these opinions, are you doing it from this perspective of this sort of like median voter, like you're saying? Because you are not the median voter. You're further to the left than the average median voter. You are more informed than the average median voter. You know more about this stuff. You're steeped in it day in, day out. So if what you say on these shows is a reflection of you sort of ventriloquizing this imagined mythical median voter, like, what is the reason for doing that? Like, what are you trying to accomplish with that? Like, do you think that like where you're coming from is like speaking for the working class, like the working person, the median voter, the independent voter? Do you think like you're more in touch? Like you could ask these questions and that will be more fruitful than trying to like than just pursuing any other line of questioning in response to this.
This bipartisan consensus on private healthcare as opposed to socialized healthcare is a major one. The conversation should not be...
You said 5 Canadians, LOL. You know, I don't know what sort of monopoly money they have up in Canada, okay? All I know is that their money is like blue and red and yellow and rainbow colors, like a game. I don't know what it's called. I just know that.
Kept within the confines of what can we do within the private healthcare system?
Doesn't it smell probably fucking reeks. It probably smells like, again, musty, like monopoly money.
The conversation should expand to socialized healthcare versus privatized healthcare. And as long as the Democrats don't do that, the differences between them are marginal.
In policy, but not outcome.
Yes. Yeah,
okay,
because
that's a really important.
Yeah, because
that's a really important distinction.
I can celebrate Barack Obama's accomplishments of like adding pre-existing condition coverage to healthcare or allowing people to stay under their parents'
It is
insurance
so
program
misleading
for
when you
26 years
repeatedly say
old,
there's-
or getting, millions, tens of millions of people healthcare through Medicare funding, even though the Republicans basically stopped that in red states for a very long time, and it led to tens of thousands of people dying. But at the end of the day, from where I'm standing, from the way I approach the subject matter.
This is why I hate the way the clip was clipped. The interesting question, in my opinion, is what he asked next. Do you think the Democrats take advantage of the fact that you will always vote for them? Did he ask that? See, this is why I should have watched the I kind of want to after this I'll go back to the I've Had It episode and watch the context surrounding that exchange to see what they talk about slightly before and slightly after.
The difference is Democrats are offering
whimsy with our currency problem. No problem at all. I'm just jealous.
Let's say 100,000 people a year are dying. If 100,000 less people would die every single year if we had socialized medicine, and there was no issues between access to coverage at the point of purchase, right? Because it's free.
Dude, Adam looks like he could not give less of a fuck about the Medicare for All conversation, because I just think that he thinks it's like a pipe dream and never going to happen. And honestly, given the influence of corporate money in our elections, he's probably not wrong with that assessment for the time being. But how do you ever move past that?
Is 200,000 people die with the Republican agenda, but with the Democratic Party's agenda, 100,000 less people die. So the difference is still, from where I'm standing, 100,000 people that should get access to healthcare, but they're not getting access to healthcare.
Just because it's insufficient doesn't mean it's marginal an outcome, though. We agree on this. We totally agree on the difference between policy and outcome.
Adam's not going to engage with anything he just said. He's just saying that, okay, again, you are comparing it relative to Republicans, and what Republicans want to do is repeal and basically not replace the ACA, which would be bad. Yeah. And there's good things to praise about the ACA, like covering people with pre-existing conditions. But what if I told you there's a not so secret third option called Medicare for All, or single payer, where we could just nationalize this and remove the profit incentive from it entirely, and it would function a lot better and have better outcomes. So we would be closer to what developed countries have, which is that people get access to healthcare and it's free at the point of purchase. Adam is not interested in that conversation whatsoever. And I mean, to be fair, they're not really, it's not clear to me what the exact topic was that they had agreed to discuss, but he's just returning back to it's not marginal. It's a big difference.
I could even concede that Democrats and Republicans in the capitalistic system, I get what you're going at. They're both upholding the same liberal thing, but
there's also plenty of capitalist countries.
This part makes Hasan look so stupid. I mean, you probably think that Hasan embarrassed himself this entire thing, right?
That already have these programs. I mean, virtually every single one of them does.
I still don't think you should say that there's a meaningful difference between the parties without saying you mean policy, because that could just, from my point of view, as a young 23-year-old dude, there's a lot of voter apathy in my generation.
I actually don't think it's even mutually exclusive. In one sense, I think something could be marginal in one context, and then in another, relative to what else you're comparing it to, it could be a bigger difference. If you're going to say this policy, just the statement alone, this policy that politician A has, when compared to politician B, will save 100 more people, right? But if the context of that statement is, but both of them have killed, support a policy that has still killed 100,000 people, then even though it is objectively the case that 100 less people dead is still preferable to 100 more people dead, with that context, it feels quite marginal. If you're just isolating it to 100 more, yes or no or whatever, it doesn't seem quite as marginal. It just depends on what the context is and what the denominator is, really.
Influence a lot of young people, and I have friends that I went to high school with that have texted me before the 2024 election saying there's no difference between the parties, both parties are the same. And we've obviously illustrated throughout this conversation, no, both parties are absolutely not the same.
Well, if they're watching me and not just watching the clips, they would know that there are differences, there are marginal differences in policy that yield massive differences in outcome. Having said that, however, another area where there's no difference, almost no difference whatsoever, is foreign policy.
Wait, another area where there's no difference.
Because there is one. So there is one. There is
23 is young as hell. How old is Hasan? 37. Somebody said he's 34 to me yesterday, because I asked the same thing.
There's There is a difference on healthcare, though. You said there was almost no difference. So we already established that there's a difference on trans issues. There's a difference on healthcare.
Yeah.
Meaningful outcomes on healthcare. Let's talk about foreign policy for a second.
But wait, before we move on to foreign policy, by the way, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't correctly word that, but I'm going to get to the foreign policy thing in a second. You understand where I'm coming from, though, right? Like, because from the perspective of people that are not, from the perspective of the
Yeah, he says he's 23.
Average American, the difference between being able to pay, $1,000 a month premiums and then having your service coverage denied at the aftermath of like a significant medical complication and not have.
The Soy Pill, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. You put, Jesus Christ. The reason Adam isn't moving off of it is because Hasan is talking about the better world we all want to live in the context of the general, where you are comparing Republicans and Democrats. Thank you so much for the $10 Soy Pill. Yeah, obviously. But again, everybody knew from that, I'll ask you this. When you saw that clip of Hasan saying, oh, by that point, if it's Newsom and Vance in 2028, I don't know, by that point, I'd be so depressed I'm voting third party. Did you really take him at his word? Did you really think that Hasan meant that? Or did you know what we all know, which is that, yeah, he's posturing because he wants to signal that he doesn't want Newsom to be the 2028 pick? If you're just going off, again, the literal denotation of the literal words that Hasan said, sure, and you take him at his word. If you know anything else about this person, which I assume you do, there was no reason to think that he was doing anything but lying his ass off in that clip.
Having that at all for tens of thousands of people is still it's still a
giving you a live and learn preview. Yeah.
Devastating outcome, as opposed to the alternative, which is that they pay a significantly lower share in taxes and have that healthcare be financed by the government in a single payer style system. That's a massive difference, right?
I think he would act the same as he did last election and drive voter apathy.
Right? One that the Democrats are not presenting.
The thing is what could be effective for his audience, which is obviously what he's first and foremost concerned with, could be something that's highly effective to them and then drives voter apathy, generally speaking, elsewhere, or vice versa. A message that is actually more motivating to people that don't really watch him, though, ends up decreasing voter apathy or whatever, but or increasing voter apathy amongst his audience. But should people who don't watch him, if they come across that message, it makes them more likely to vote. And I think he's always going to prioritize in-group signaling to his audience, and he is trying to make his message suitable for general audiences beyond who actually watches him.
As a unified vision.
Democrats are insufficient on healthcare. Yeah, I agree. But there's not a meaningful difference. Okay, so we went through trans issues. There's not a marginal difference there. There is a meaningful difference. We just talked about healthcare. I think that there is a meaningful difference between the parties, would you say, regarding outcomes?
No, what I'm saying is in terms of socialized medicine. So you don't
think there's a meaningful difference between outcomes between the Democratic and Republican Party on healthcare?
Between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, there is consensus on maintaining private healthcare. Would you agree?
There's a mortality gap. Yeah, but there's a mortality gap of 30,000 people that would have died over
the liberal mind prison. He's well, yeah, they're both capitalists, but and then he goes from there. But that's obviously going to be a huge sticking point for Hasan and his community. It's that's a major thing that they need to not have consensus on. I don't want them to have consensus on it being for profit.
Past decade.
Yes,
my uncle,
absolutely.
When he was 22 years old, got diagnosed with this rare form of cancer. The ACA saved his life. That's meaningful. This is meaningful to Americans. Is it insufficient? Absolutely. Should we spend as much time as we can pulling Democrats to a more, public option version of healthcare? Absolutely. We can do this as much as we want. But
if we're looking at numbers, though, what we're still getting back to is the very meaningful difference between socialized medicine and privatized healthcare. And the reality of the matter is that while the mortality gap exists between the Democrats' subsidizing the healthcare system, even though maintaining its private structure.
Do you know what the numbers would exactly look like? So
I don't.
We have the
I actually
mortality
don't
gap
know what
between
the.
Democrats.
I don't
So
know
how
off the
can you
top of
say
my
it's
head.
marginal
I don't know
then?
off the top of my
So
head what the socialized medicine.
Let's say it is
gap would look
100,000
like.
people. Do you think 30,000 of those people are marginal? Let's say it is an.
This is like an insane. And like I looked up what he was getting this stat from. It was, hold on, I think I have it. I have it saved in like a Google Doc that I made. Where is it? Like, this is not the best way that you like point to like the importance of the ACA or whatever. Just saying like, oh, over 10 years, it saved 30,000 people's lives. Like, that actually does not sound that impressive, to be honest. Like, the more important thing would be to establish how it expanded coverage, how it made it more affordable, how the government subsidizing people's healthcare helps it be more affordable. I made it so people, like, less people had to be plunged into medical debt over treatable illnesses and diagnoses. But like the mortality thing, it was not that we had like, you know, en masse tons of people dying in this fucking streets or anything like that. It was that they had a hard time getting any coverage, or like being part of a risk pool, because they were being denied coverage on that basis. Where is this? It was this, I think. Medicaid expansion saved tens of thousands of lives, study finds. This is May 7th of 2025. As Congress eyes sweeping cuts to Medicaid, the healthcare program for low-income adults that serves about 20% of people living in the U.S., a new study has a sharp conclusion. Cuts to Medicaid will cost lives. The study, published in the National Bureau of Economic Research, this was like the closest thing that I found that mapped onto what Adam Mockler was saying, and he said the ACA over 10 years saved 30,000 people's lives. On May 5th, tracked nearly 40 million people who gained Medicaid through state-based expansions under the ACA between 2010 and 2022. It was found that during that time, Medicaid expansions increased enrollment and reduced members' risks of death by 2.5%. People who enrolled in Medicaid because they gained eligibility saw a 20% reduction in the risk of death when compared to people in states who could not access Medicaid, the study found. In short, Medicaid expansion saved about 27,400 lives between 2010 and 2022, according to the study by Dartmouth economics professor Angela Weiss and University of Chicago econ professor Bruce D. Meyer. It might seem obvious that expanding access to health insurance will improve people's health, but academics have actually had a difficult time proving this, Weiss said. This study really does a lot to advance our understanding of the magnitude of this relationship between health insurance and this really important health outcome, she says. Medicaid expansion saves lives because it allows people to see doctors and access preventative care and gets recommendations from doctors about how to improve their lifestyles, she says. The study is one of the largest to date, showing the health impacts on expanding Medicaid. It also found that gaining access to Medicaid reduces the chance of deaths across demographics. Its conclusion is especially relevant as Congress seeks to cut $600 to $800 million from the Medicaid program over the next decade. Though around 70 million Americans are enrolled in Medicaid, the numbers vary tremendously by state. That's because the ACA, also known as Obamacare, allowed states to expand Medicaid to more people, offering some funding for them to do so. 41 states, including conservative ones like Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana, have expanded Medicaid in the years since the 2010 passage of the ACA, but 12 states have trigger laws in place that would automatically end the Medicaid expansion or that would require significant changes to the program should there be reductions to the amount of money the federal government provides. Like, I just don't know that, like, again, there are so many better ways to, like, say that the ACA was necessary or whatever than that argument. I wouldn't go with that argument, to be honest.
Extra 100,000 people that would have died. Do you think those 30,000 people are marginal or meaningful?
No, you
Are you going to watch the struggle session between your orbiter, Pisco, and Hutch? Not unless I was paid handsomely, because that's just not the type of content I like to do.
Understand the argument I'm making, right? I'm saying that 100,000 more people would survive if they didn't have their medical care covered, or if they didn't have their medical care denied. There are people right now in the United States of America that choose to forego diabetes medication and die because they just simply can't pay for it. Like, that's not that's I think you and I both agree that that's completely unacceptable, right?
Absolutely. I think that the US healthcare system is pretty awful.
From my perspective, and from my
but he, like, what's implicit in that is, but what are we supposed to do about it? But what do you expect Dems to do about that?
perspective, that is a meaningful difference, is what I'm saying, especially when compared to the consensus that is represented.
Saw Pisco in chat saying good convo, but don't know if you meant in totality or cheering on Adam. That sounds like a meme. Is that true?
As far as maintaining a private healthcare system. So it's even a much larger number, is my point.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So I think that
Because
regarding
I will always
The better argument to say that Medicaid expansion saved that many lives. ACA without the Medicaid expansion would be very, very weak healthcare policy. Well, the ACA was intentionally designed to hide and conceal the role of the government, which is why so many fucking people, even Republican recipients, do not understand that the government is literally subsidizing their healthcare. They don't get this. They literally don't know. And it was designed that way. Brilliant, right? Don't you just love market-based solutions?
Say the Republicans are worse than the Democrats, regardless of like the hyperbole moments or whatever that people clip to present a false narrative that I very quickly will explain after the clip ends usually, which is unfortunately outside of my hands because, you know, we do live in a clip culture. It's people want to argue past one another, but
you seem to minimize how different the parties are a lot, though, like a lot. And it's harmful,
yeah,
dude.
Because,
like I said,
because
it creates voter apathy.
the perspective that I'm coming at is,
if you think Hasan was lying on the pod, then, I mean, do you disagree? I think it was very, very clear from anybody watching that clip that if you know anything about this guy, he was lying. Or that he's like posturing to get concessions, you know? Where's your comment? Then why would he not endorse Kamala last election? Because it's a branding thing. That's how these people see it. It's a branding exercise. And he also knows his audience, and he knows that if he does that, he will alienate a large portion of his audience, and he's not interested in putting up the doing like the prerequisite work to I suppose train them to be receptive to that message, nor do I think he's interested in doing that. I think he is interested in, you know, opposing Donald Trump, but he also has these values that he wants to push for, and sometimes they come in tension with each other, and personal brand of his like wins out over it.
Is the fact that a Democratic Party that still maintains that same consensus on maintaining private health care.
Goalpost shifts. Hasan didn't vote for Kamala. Okay, he did, but why didn't he endorse her? Honestly, he could have endorsed. Let's pretend he endorsed like 2 weeks before the election. The goalpost would shift yet again. Well, why didn't he endorse her way earlier? How come he didn't do more? Like, it's going to always be that. But that's the same thing that's going on with politicians, right? Like, in a lot of ways, we are never going to be satisfied with what politicians do, right? You're always going to, as soon as you extract a concession, you're going to move on to the next concession that you think you can extract. So the same dynamic exists, whether it be from viewers to creators, or creators to, and like voters to politicians, right? Like, oh, if you just give me this one thing, I'll be happy. And it's like, okay, good. And then you keep pushing for more shit.
It's still meaningfully better.
But it ultimately doesn't matter. Like, in the grand scheme of things, if we're saving 100,000 lives and the Democrats are saying, no, we're only going to save 30,000 lives, then there's still 70,000 lives that are lost in the process.
That doesn't matter to you? What do you mean that doesn't matter?
I think we're talking past one another.
What he's saying is that you're basically at that point, it's still trending down, obviously, and that you're worried about him not giving credit to like the fact that the banisters on the Titanic were polished as it was sinking, is what he's saying.
So
he's saying that, like, okay, from a mathematical equation with their blinders on and just zeroing in on, isn't 30,000 less people alive better than 30,000 people dead? He's like, well, obviously, but that's not the only paradigm that we exist in. There are alternatives outside of that. And if what you really, really want is stable long-term harm reduction, you would actually be more aggressive in pushing for Medicare for all or a single payer and expanding this entirely and going beyond the ACA because the ACA is inadequate. But Adam is like, but there's only the ACA. And this is what the Republicans are doing. Like, he's just like operating in that mode.
Larger number of people that are dying in the uniparty consensus.
Okay. I absolutely agree. There is a far larger number of people that are dying in the uniparty consensus. And due to that, the healthcare system needs to be reformed. It is currently insufficient. But I can grant that and both say the 30,000 people that have saved their lives are meaningful, as we've agreed. So I think that we
don't have a disagreement on, like, that's the reason why I was also an advocate for the Democratic Party shutting down Congress when the Republicans were ironically trying to do the harm reduction narratives on their side, when they were like, well, every day that Congress is shut down, where we're not conceding to your very reasonable demands about funding healthcare and adding the additional COVID subsidies back, you're allowing tens of thousands of, or if not millions of public workers to be furloughed and possibly die. Like, the point I'm trying to make is,
I wanted Hasan to endorse Kamala, but I don't have as much outrage as some libs, especially because he shit-talked Trump and Jill Stein more than Harris leading up to the vote. then you agree with Adam because Adam is like, I don't even think you needed to endorse Kamala Harris in this conversation.
In a much broader vision that is both politically beneficial, electorally beneficial, the Democrats refusing to take seriously because of the donations that they get from healthcare companies that want to maintain, that have a financial interest in maintaining a private healthcare system. The Democrats are writing off the additional 70,000 people, and they're getting away with this argument by presenting it as a lesser evil argument because it's true. Lesser evil argument is the lesser evil argument. The harm reduction theory is correct, but because of the harm reduction theory being correct, the Democrats lean on to that rather than actually advocate for a bold vision. And at times they even lose the election, but it seemingly doesn't matter, right?
I think what we should do before the 2028 primaries is push our party as much as possible to reject the type of special interest groups that have led to this over the past decade, have led to the Democratic Party kind of feeding into this. But yeah.
So apparently Hasan polled his audience. I assume this was election day based on the screenshot. If you were an eligible voter, who did you vote for? 26,000 people voted. 77% said Kamala Harris. 6%, 2,000 said Donald Trump. And then 17% or 5,000 said other. And then from there, I guess the other question that people would want to know is like, but how many people didn't vote at all because of what he said? Or like because of his coverage or watching him?
So I don't mean to keep hammering down on that point, but I do want to go to four.
It's actually really bad for a left-wing audience. Jesus fucking Christ. I actually don't know. Like, I don't know. I would need to see like numbers relative to other audiences.
Foreign policy, because I think we can illustrate that so can you just say if you agree, yes or no here? So the Democratic Party has meaningfully different outcomes when it comes to trans people. Yes, right? The Democratic Party has meaningfully different outcomes when it comes.
Pull your audience right. My audience is tiny. It's useless. I'm talking about like I want to know like Brian Tyler Cohen's, David Pakman, like people at scale that are like comparable to Hasan's. Mine's not gonna get like be a useful sample size at all.
To healthcare.
The Democratic Party, marginal or not, in terms of their different approach to both. Well, healthcare is even more marginal, but the Democratic Party's approach to these issues, from the perspective of the people that are receiving it, from the perspective of the people that are looking at it, from the way that they angle the conversation, the way that they move to a centrist position on a lot of these key positions, is marginally different, but marginal differences yield significant outcomes for the people.
So the average person views the policies as marginally different, even though they're the ones who are receiving the outcomes. Like the person who either gets insulin
100%. Do you think that the average American is making a reasonable, a rational decision when they're voting?
Not the average American, but the Americans that are affected. Like if you need insulin and you get rejected due to a Republican Party, that's meaningful. There's meaningful outcomes there.
Yeah, and yet they still make irrational choices all the time. I mean, I think I didn't think you'd disagree with me on that. Yeah. How many people would like?
I bet Adam is thinking, yeah, but you contribute to them making irrational choices because you're not intellectually honest with your audience by minimizing the differences that exist between Democrats and Republicans on issues where they meaningfully depart.
Immediate undocumented family members voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
They are insanely irrational in their decision making. That's why I always say you have to have a definable agenda that makes you that makes you viable at the elections. There's two different problems here.
People are going to be irrational actors no matter what, though. People are going to be irrational actors no matter what.
That's why you got to fucking bludgeon them in the head. That's why you got to bludgeon them in the head in the same way that Republicans unfortunately do very well.
I mean, he probably agrees with that. He's like, exactly. You got to bludgeon them in the head that they need to fucking vote for Democrats and keep MAGA away from elected office and keep Republicans. Like he has like a chance to like agree with him and like use it against him.
And they have less structural hurdles than the Democrats do, obviously, in this situation, but they bludgeon people in the head by saying, make America great again. Here's what those values mean. And then they just like add a bunch of nonsense into it. They engage in hyperbole. They regularly will be definable by their policies. Build the wall. It's like very simple. It's very simple stuff that they actively harp on. And the Democrats are constantly running on a defensive posture. And my argument is, the reason why I think they're running on a defensive posture is because they can lean into the harm reduction narratives. Because the harm reduction narrative is a correct approach. It is correct in theory, but given that most voters are making irrational decisions, unless they're literally fucking bludgeoned in the head with it over and over again to spell out those party differences, they're not going to make a rational choice. And many of them are not even going to vote at all. My community, on the other hand, by the way, overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris, but that's besides the point. I mean, virtually every single person in my community voted for Kamala Harris, contrary to what people say.
If it's 2020,
well, virtually all that answered your polls, right? If we extrapolate that out to your audience, I'd be probably willing to grant that.
And we're running on like harm reduction narratives in the general, I will be very, very disappointed. I hope that we have a really, I'm excited.
Okay, you'll be disappointed, so you understand what I'm saying.
But like what Hasan can say is like, yeah, but no matter how disappointed you'll be, your only standard is better than a Republican, right? So you'll still vote for them, right? You would probably vote for Mitt Romney over Trump, right? And he could say like, that's what I don't like. Like, it might be true that like, yeah, or like it just is objectively the case. Mitt Romney is less dangerous than Donald Trump, right? Or like George Bush, maybe. George Bush is less dangerous than Donald Trump. But like at that point, what are we doing? And I don't like the ratchet effect. Like he could go into that, but Hasan's not taking it there either.
All right, then don't you feel like it would be out of your hands as far as like what you can do? Because at that point, I can.
Out of my hands, what I can do,
to my audience. At that point, I can lie to my audience and be like, "No, you guys don't understand." Kamala Harris, when she says we're going to have the most lethal military, what she actually means is that she's going to be anti-war as opposed to Donald Trump. No one's going to fucking listen to me.
You say to your audience, listen. We had an ideological primary, and if Gavin Newsom is the nominee,
what does that mean? Ideological primary?
This obviously did not go our way. We will continue to pressure his administration. But
I can't tell you like how many voters. And this is totally anecdotal. Dem voters specifically report that the way that they decide their vote in the fucking primary is not based off what they personally want, but they send the candidate to the general that they think has the highest chance of electability. And at that point, it's not really coming down to ideology. It's coming down to electability. The issue is that I think Democrats really suck at determining what actually like constitutes true electability or not. So why they're wasting their fucking primary vote like that, I'm sure I don't know. Just vote for who you want in the fucking primary.
The difference between voting for Gavin Newsom and a JD Vance or voting third party and abstaining and lowering the threshold for JD Vance to win is the difference between quite literally 15 million people dying due to USAID cuts, which Gavin Newsom would restore. It's the difference between like a mother in Sudan having a malaria vaccine for their infant son versus malaria vaccine not being there and the son dying. There's multiple studies and models show.
I've never seen this point land well with anyone, literally no one. That didn't already like care about it.
That 12 to 14 million people will die by 2030 due to the cuts of USAID. And I think that the onus is on us in 2028, whether it's Newsom or another candidate, to be at the end of the day, be like, yeah, we have to suck it up and we have to not only just reduce harm marginally.
I hope that Gavin Newsom never runs on even if he's going to restore USAID, I hope he doesn't try to run on restoring USAID, because I feel like that will lead to a significant
defeat. He should not run on restoring USAID.
No. Even if he's going to do it, I'm not even saying that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
I'm saying he should not be. He should not be running around being like, I'm going to restore USAID. That's why you should vote for me.
No, that's totally fine. But this matters. There's
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you on that either.
So what do you mean? It's
maybe it'll come across as a shock for people, but
what do you mean it's out of your?
The thing is like with the USAID stat, and Hasan's not drawing this as attention, but it's actually a flaw in Adam's argumentation. Because if you're saying that the reason why you should care about the 14 million preventable deaths from USAID, again, underscoring preventable, there's not really like a rights deprivation going on there that's like leading into that. It's an optional, it's like a humanitarian thing that we do. And we're talking about people not getting access to like vaccines, and by 2030, this could lead to like 14 million preventable deaths. It's not that anybody's being like killed via weapons and stuff like that. It's like the failure to intervene is what's leading to it, right? But we don't say on like a smaller scale that people that are refusing to round up their purchases to the nearest dollar amount to donate to cancer research have blood on their hands, because if everybody in America was just doing that anytime they had the opportunity that they were presented to, when they're at a store or a retailer purchasing a service or buying goods or whatever, that, oh, did you know that like by this point we could have advanced cancer research funding to this point, and we could have prevented like potentially 30 million people in like from dying if you had just done that. But obviously, like, we don't view that the same way as people being like consciously killed, because it's just not. There's a difference between, again, like actively depriving somebody of like a right versus not funding optional programs that lead to excess mortality. And I think intuitively people understand there's a significant difference between those two things. And so Hasan could say, okay, if you're concerned about the 14 million that are dead because of a program that was illegally defunded, right? Then, but they're not overtly killed. It's just because we didn't intervene and render aid. Why aren't you more outspoken about Medicaid? You didn't seem to care when I told you that, like, we could actually be saving hundreds of thousands of more lives with Medicare for all, because literally everybody would be covered and it would be free at the point of service. And like over 10 years, you have better outcomes. It leads to, you have better health outcomes for Americans, and it leads to overall less excess mortality. Like, why didn't you find that convincing? It's the same basis. It's the same argument. But Hasan won't call that out. So
hands at that point. I don't think it's out of our hands at that point.
What is out of my hands is that no matter what if people ask me about, you know, why Kamala Harris was not coming out and releasing a statement about the significant differences that she presented as opposed to the Biden administration's Gaza policy. Because I think we agree that, like, she did not separate from Joe Biden in a meaningful way at all, right? Like,
yeah,
she didn't, and that's a big part of why she lost. So, so one of my biggest points of contention, especially leaving the DNC where I got basically blackpilled, I was like, I could not believe like how much people were celebrating it and how much people thought like, oh, we got this in the bag. When the situation on the ground showed a very different reality, at least from my perspective. When Kamala Harris refused to sever ties with Biden, and I know that would have been a complicated process regardless, and there would be a lot of drama surrounding it, but I think with expert messaging, that would have been very beneficial for Kamala Harris, similar to like Mark Carney versus, you know, Justin Trudeau, like cutting the dead weight, basically taking out an unpopular figure and then rising from the ashes and presenting a bold new vision. Even within 107 days, she could have, you know, tried to do.
Soy Pill is saying, I wanted him to tell his audience to vote for her. So if I told you, Soy Pill, in a hypothetical scenario, that Hasan going so far as to explicitly endorse her actually leads to less people in his audience voting for her, which you can doubt, but like, would you still say then that he should endorse her regardless? Because of other people beyond his audience that could see that endorsement and maybe it means something to them? Or at that point, would you say, well, no, then in his case, he should not endorse if I knew it was less effective for getting his audience mobilized to go to the polls?
This, when they didn't do that, and they tried to win by, you know, hugging and kissing.
In this hypothetical where his audience decided to vote less because he told them to vote, then yes, this is absurd to me. No, he told them to vote, but he endorses her specifically. He said he repeatedly said it's important to go vote. He said go vote down ballot. As far as like what I saw Hasan fans saying he did in just Stokes' chat yesterday, he said to like vote against Trump and that he was like anti-third party. It's kind of one of those like, it obviously leads one to think that like the only candidate that he really could be talking about is Kamala Harris. So he didn't go so far as to explicitly endorse her, but literally everything else he was saying would lead somebody to that conclusion anyway.
Liz Cheney, and tried to win by like going after this mythical moderate voter in the exact ways that Matt Iglesias and Jonathan Chait and all these other people presented as a...
If Hasan fans would not vote because he endorsed her, that's a problem that he's cultivated in an R-word community. Yeah, but it's a separate argument entirely. Like, if you want to argue that, like, oh, but his audience is stupid or whatever, like, the way that he does it, I feel like, okay, fine, but it's like, like, at that point, then, if you think the community is that stupid or, like, what do you do with that?
Positive. Like, a lot of these commentaries...
Like, his audience just seems to be full of, like, random, like, normies in a lot of ways.
Folk that...
Like, people that consume this sort of, like, polititainment, you know? I assume they're just, like, college students and stuff.
That the Democrats do listen to for some reason. I don't know why. When they ran around with this pivot to the center and kept repeating it, and media kept...
But like, if we're on the subject of like R-worded people, stupid people or whatever, you ever interacted with a median voter? You ever interacted with this thing called the general American public? Like, they're also that dumb, you know? If that's your view, I assume that you think that, right?
Consulting class kept repeating that this was like the appropriate thing to do.
Like, elections are won and lost based off of appealing to that lowest common denominator, truly.
When I had two options, I could have just been like,
and you could like flip that. Like, anybody who gets bent out of shape, that Hasan did everything to push his audience to vote for her, except to literally endorse her. You could also make the argument that like that's somebody who's getting bent out of shape for no reason.
well, guys, you have to understand Kamala Harris is actually going to be much better than Donald Trump, which I did bring up with regular frequency, especially as it pertains to what Donald Trump was presenting, mass deportations and what that would look like. And there are many, many videos where I, presented how terrifying a vision Donald Trump was spelling for the future of the country versus what Kamala Harris was presenting, which conceded, because this was another holdover from the Biden administration, conceded that undocumented migrants were actually a national security interest, a national security issue, that they were actually leading to crime, and that the only solution was a compromise position.
Wait, what is this? Response: Hasan spent over an hour trying to dissuade Faze Banks voting for Trump right before the election. Let's see. What is this? What does this look like?
Super hyped. I don't think that she's necessarily qualified to be the president. She
You don't think she's qualified to be a president?
I don't.
I don't even like Kamala Harris, by the way, but I do think that she's definitely qualified to be president, especially in terms of who she's running up against. I don't think Donald Trump was qualified to be president. I think that someone who was the Attorney General of California
Donald Trump is just Kamala Harris in general. I'm not like super hyped. I don't think that she's necessarily qualified to be the president. She didn't.
You don't think she's qualified to be a president?
I don't.
Oh,
I don't
that short. It's that short. Interesting. Yeah, Hasan sounds like Adam in this, conceding stuff that like maybe he thinks is true, maybe he doesn't, but wants him to like not vote for Trump.
That wasn't mass deportations, but instead was like, deportation of some. That was completely unnecessary because the main point that the Republicans drove home was built around a lie that undocumented migrants are responsible for a higher share of per capita crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are. That's never been the truth.
Are you not okay with some deportations if someone's actually committing crimes? Because the stats say that undocumented immigrants commit.
Okay, why? Wait, why would you want these people deported? If somebody commits a crime here, why wouldn't you want them to be tried in the U.S. and face a sentence here? I don't understand this.
Crimes that
if you deport them, you have no idea if they're going to actually be held to account in a court of law in the country that they're deported to.
Lower rates than native-born citizens. They commit crimes at very low rates. But if somebody does commit a crime and they're caught here, are you okay with deportation? Say it's not ICE.
It's entirely dependent on what the crime is, but I'm always going to be an advocate to make sure that like justice is served instead of like just immediately trying to deport someone. I would much rather have them sit in the prison system especially if they've done a heinous crime, because there's no
why clog your justice system with people who are here illegally and not citizens? I don't know exactly what you mean, but all I'm saying is that if somebody commits a crime here in the interior of the United States, their citizenship status is irrelevant to me, really. I think that they should face accountability in a court of law within the United States where the crime was committed, and justice should be served on those grounds. It doesn't make sense to me to deport them, which is already a very expensive process, when you should just have the courts like adjudicate it and go from there.
There's no assurance that that person is actually going to stay in prison when they are sent to a different country. So
I actually don't even fault you for not endorsing Kamala in 2024. I mean, I personally think she was way, way better, and I'm sure that we can talk. Like,
this was like a stunning concession from Adam. I was surprised that he gave it. Like, him saying that like, oh, I don't even blame you for like not endorsing Harris. Like, maybe it's one of those like let bygones be bygones, and like privately or whatever, he like doesn't like that. And like behind closed doors, he would be like, what the fuck? What, like, why didn't he do it? He was angry, but
Be an advocate to make sure that like justice is served instead of like just immediately trying to deport someone. I would much rather have them sit in the prison system if they've done, especially if they've done a heinous crime, because there's no assurance that that person is actually going to stay in prison when they are sent to a different country. So
I actually
would-
don't even fault you for not endorsing Kamala.
like Adam like totally pivoted from that. Like he totally dropped like his line of questioning with the immigration thing.
In 2024. I mean, I personally think she was way, way better. And I'm sure that, I mean, we can talk about the impacts that Trump has had and we'd agree. But I mean, yeah, if she's going to run in such a risk averse way, I can understand that.
Everybody was just like, dodge.
I just, yeah, I think before we move on to the forward-looking message, of
like
the Democratic
my
Party,
argument, my argument is Kamala Harris didn't present that vision appropriately, and that's why she lost. Like she should have sat there and been like, "What do you guys think mass deportation is going to look like?" This is verbatim, bar for bar, what I told both Democrat consultants and also party members, including Ro Khanna and many others, both privately and publicly. I was like, explain to people what fucking mass deportations are going to look like. You guys.
And like, I don't even think that Adam needed to concede that. I don't know if he was so desperate to like get out of that the line of questioning with respect to immigration or what. I don't think that Adam needed to say that. I don't even know if he really thinks that. He probably doesn't.
Guys are running scared. I know you see the polls that say 66% of the public want mass deportations. They don't know what that looks like. It's up to you to explain to them what that looks like. And when they don't do that and they cede ground unnecessarily on this argument, they end up causing a spectacular defeat where Donald Trump does come in and actually does start the process of mass deportations. That was my argument. And that's precisely what I mean when I say it's out of my hands at that point, because no matter how much I yelled both at the Democrats, no matter how much I advocated for every single day about how devastating a vision Donald Trump would look like if he actually won.
See, like Adam is taking his time to tell Hasan it's important for him to not draw false equivalencies between Democrats and Republicans and to be more intellectually honest with his audience with respect to their legislative records and accomplishments, not to minimize these things, like make sure that it's clear to his audience what these differences are between the two parties, where they meaningfully depart, and why it's important to keep Republicans out of office. So that tells me like you think it's important, right? That he use his platform responsibly, that he not mislead people, that he can make his criticisms, but like you can make the criticisms without drawing the false equivalencies or whatever. That makes sense to me. Like, but I think what he needs to address is like how he feels about these Democrats not listening to Hasan and how much Hasan kind of conditions how willing he is to be outspoken about his support for them if they don't. Because obviously what Hasan is communicating here, he was like, I tried to get them to listen to me, but when they didn't listen to me, when they didn't signal in the way that I wanted them to, well, they're not going to get my support. And then from there, it's a question of like, is it that important to have Hasan on the team to try to get Hasan's audience for him to act in conformity with how Adam wants him to, and to kind of be more outspoken about supporting Democrats over Republicans and pushing for them, endorsing them, right? Like, if it's that important, shouldn't you be taking it to the candidate also? Like, maybe he is behind closed doors, like telling them, you need to do more to reach out and make inroads with creators like Hasan Piker and other people that are this, further left online in the independent media space, because there's a lot of young people that watch. It could be highly influential. This is an important voting block. Like, that's how consequential it could be if it comes down to margins. Like, these people, a lot of them, could be located in swing states. Like I wonder if Adam is doing that, or if it's all one-sided and it's like he doesn't tell candidates behind the scenes or on camera, like, you need to do more to make inroads with these creators and try to get their votes. And he's exclusively going to the creators and saying, you need to do more to support them.
Democrats still chose what they chose to do. That's what I mean when I say it's out of my hands. I don't know exactly how Gavin Newsom is going to run. We don't know yet. It's too far out. But my assumption when I say it's out of my hands is that Gavin Newsom represents the same old business as usual politics that Kamala Harris ran on, that Democrats have run on in the past, with the notable exceptions of Joe Biden and also Barack Obama. Both ran on a fairly both ran an objectively progressive policy agenda. They
So
didn't
at that
legislate
point-
that way, but they did, objectively run on a much bolder policy vision than they actually ended up fulfilling. But my point is, if you don't do that, if you don't run a bold policy agenda focused vision, you are going to lose to the Democrats. And I fear that that's what Gavin Newsom is going to do. And that's why I meant, like, it's out of my hands at that point. There's nothing I can do to salvage the reputation of the party, because I've been there. I've been there in 2016.
I think this is a straw man from Hasan, because I feel like every single time he says this and he like discharges the responsibility to like, I don't even disagree with him that like obviously the Democratic establishment, the DNC, the candidate themselves and their campaign are far more responsible than any individual person. But I think Adam needs to make it clear that how much is your behavior really based off of like what the candidate is signaling or doing? Like, is it an outcome or is it kind of a constant? Like, can people always expect that you're always going to be agitating against the system, always really tepid in your support because you're constantly trying to push them further left, further left, further left? Or will there ever be a point where you're outspoken and excited because of something that they did?
I was there in 2020.
Like, how determined is it?
Luckily, it worked out. And I was there in 2024, and it didn't work out again against Donald Trump. That's my argument.
Yeah, so I agree that Kamala Harris definitely
Hasan is being kind of weaselly here. Yeah, for sure. And I'm surprised Adam's not like seizing on it more. He's kind of called it out at different points, like, oh, I feel like you're saying this one thing, but then the other, you're doing the Motte Bailey, the big dog, little dog thing. But he's like not directly confronted him, and I just don't get why. Clearly, you guys disagree. Just say it.
He should have taken more affirmative stances. One of my big problems with her is that she was super risk averse. I think that as a former prosecutor, there was a trope that she was just very meticulous with every single thing she does. And I think that's representative of a broader Democratic Party that is just very risk averse. And while they're risk averse, they'll also finger wag and shame you over and over for not voting for this candidate in that way. I mean, the Democratic Party definitely has me disillusioned. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it is out of your hands at that point. I mean, the messaging maybe, like the messaging apparatus of the Democratic Party, if Newsom and Vance are the nominee, is not out of your hands. But there's still an entire administration that you can pressure and push if Newsom were to win in your direction. It's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
out
I'm
of
going
your
to keep
hands.
doing that
And
regardless.
You also said, but it's not what you said. It says at that point it doesn't even matter, and I can understand.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you're,
What I
you meant something
I
different,
meant,
but-
and if you listen to what the conversation I was
Let
having
this Adam.
afterwards, is what I meant is like it's impossible, and this is a thing that I brought up over and over again with Kamala Harris in 2024, is that
I like Adam and I follow each other, but like I'm not intimately familiar with his content at all. I don't watch anything on his channel. I don't really watch his debates. I don't watch his clips. He doesn't really even pop up in my feed that much. So I don't even have any reason to doubt that all of these criticisms that he has of Democrats, he genuinely holds. But I wonder how much of his platform is dedicated to making those criticisms. And obviously, I think given that MAGA is in power right now, the majority of your fucking criticism should be aimed far more at the current admin, and a lot less of it dedicated to like criticizing Democrats, or to the extent that you're criticizing Democrats, it should be for not more forcefully opposing MAGA. But like he'll say this stuff, but if he spends like almost no time on his platform talking about it, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but it's just like a thing he holds in his heart. And similarly to Hasan, like if Hasan believes all of these things, but then spends no time talking about it, then like it almost becomes moot that he personally believes that. It's the same way Tim Pool does his whole like, I'm a classical liberal or whatever. And he's like, he has his like little safe positions of like, I'm actually pro-choice. I was actually at Occupy Wall Street. I'm okay with some sort of like, like single payer thing. Like he has these like random, like lefty type positions that he nominally holds, but he spends no time talking about it.
there's nothing I can do to outflank the party. And one example I'll give you, I think you'll agree with. Kamala Harris got $1 billion, right? Massive war chest. She comes in hot. She comes out with this, I thought it was going to be a visionary agenda. They choose Tim Walz. They're coming out of the DNC. I'm a little shook in my confidence in the party. And they dump $30 million to the television market in Pennsylvania. And the polls didn't even move a little bit. that was a major sign of alarm, major sign for concern for me. At the time, I said, this implies that people are hearing the message, but they're not identifying with it. They don't like it. They don't like what Kamala Harris is presenting, because at that point, no matter how much money you spend, no matter how much you tell people that you're going to be...
And those two issues are not unrelated, actually. The fact that, again, they're pumping $30 million. I'll take him at his word on this, right? They're pumping $30 million into advertising in Pennsylvania, and you're not seeing the needle moved. You're not seeing it actually have any sort of meaningful impact when you poll voters, when you see, like, has her name recognition increased? Do people have more favorable views of her after we flooded the airwaves in Pennsylvania with these ads that are micro-targeted to these specific areas? Like, is it actually paying off? And if the answer is no, the fact that they have so much money and they have $30 million to begin with to even flood into the Philadelphia airwaves, those are not unrelated, because it means that her message is not resonating, but her message may never be able to really go outside the confines of what her corporate benefactors really would be willing for her to push for. So they're really saying, like, we want to win, but we want to win on our terms, and we want to win within these corporate constraints. But past a certain point, if that much money is not enabling you to actually reach voters, it's like useless that you have this entire war chest, that you have $2 billion or whatever, because all of that money came with so many restrictions on what you were able to campaign on, what you were able to say without alienating those donors, that it became more of a handicap than an actual aid.
Better. That you're going to be better than the Republicans, and here is why. They were not responding positively to it. And that should have been a really important point for Kamala Harris to pivot away, go back to the drawing board, and potentially come out with a more bold vision for change. They didn't do that. And that was that's precisely what I mean when I say it's important.
If you do "What is a woman" in my YouTube chat right now, you're getting banned. Stop it. It's totally off topic.
Possible for me to outflank $1 billion of ad spend, Taylor Swift endorsements, Beyonce endorsements. I'm not saying I'm a small bean and I'm just like utterly irrelevant. Of course.
No, we're not. I'm
seeing randos in YouTube chat doing someone asked, "What is a woman? Can you define woman for me?" If you ask that question again, if you answer it, I'm banning you both.
I think you can change the results of the election. That's not even what I claim.
That's what a lot of people...
There's no woman. We're all Charlie Kirk. We're all carrying the flame.
People yell at me over. They make it seem like I was this, like, for me to outflank $1 billion of ad spend, Taylor Swift.
Which would you say is more unhinged, Twitch or YouTube chat? It's not even a question. YouTube chat's more unhinged.
Endorsements, Beyonce endorsements. I'm not saying I'm a small bean and I'm just like utterly irrelevant. Of course.
We're not. I don't even think you can change the results of the election. That's not even what I claim.
That's what a lot of people yell at me over. They make it seem like I was the singular kingmaker or something.
That's really dumb. And any liberals saying that,
like, that is a straw man. Who is saying this? But if he is the kingmaker, then you have to indict Democrats for not working harder to get his vote, right?
Dumb. Any liberals saying that you need to line up behind Gavin Newsom, what the hell? It's 2 years out. Why do you think so many liberals were mad at that Jennifer Welch clip? Like, what's your steal, man, if I could ask?
What do I think about it?
Like, no, why do you think so many liberals on Twitter
It's the same. It's the same reason why everyone said the Bernie bros were the reason why Hillary Clinton lost. It's the same reason why people still say third-party voters are the reason why Kamala Harris lost, even though...
we're multiple years out from 2028, but you already see people teeing up to blame the left for any hypothetical future loss that the Democrats have in 2028.
If all third-party voters, and I'm sure you know, voted for Kamala Harris, she still wouldn't have won the election. It's people looking for an alternative. It's not that their vision of what the Democratic Party should be doing is incorrect entirely. It must be something else.
Libs celebrated Kirk's death. You should be ashamed. Oh, you're that kind of person. YouTube chat. Okay, then I'm just gonna fucking ban you. No one loves you. Go away. Go find another stream.
Oh, so they're just looking to blame someone else, and I'm fine being that guy. If they want to blame...
I honestly disagree. I think a lot of the liberals I talk to, and a lot of the people in my audience, don't think what you just said. I've got a massive liberal audience online.
Yeah,
I didn't ask them about this. I don't know, but I genuinely think a lot of the criticism I saw on Twitter goes back to the conversation that I was kind of trying to, like, not pin you down, but I was kind of trying to return to it over and over, is the way that you word these things on your stream. I genuinely think liberals take problem with that. I mean, yeah, some people will be looking for a scapegoat and will say that third-party voters like cost Hillary the election or cost Kamala the election. I mean, it's not, I don't think it's true in the case of Kamala, but I think that no one expects you to change the results of the election. Or maybe not no one. No reasonable person expects you to change the results of the election. No reasonable person expects you to jump up and down and start throating Gavin Newsom 2 years before we even have our candidates there. Like, no
These people exist, but at least Adam is saying they're not reasonable. I don't disagree.
reasonable person is going to say, if you would have said, I refuse to pre-commit to any candidate and I want to use my leverage and I want to make sure that we have an ideological battle and I want to come out on top, I'm not going to commit to anyone.
I am uncommitted. The liberals would have been totally fine if you had said, I, Hasan Piker, am uncommitted in the moment. Yep, that'll end well. That'll end well with the libs that are yelling at him, right?
I think you could have minimized the amount of liberal damage, and you did explain after why you didn't vote for Kamala and how it was
the clip was way
no Discord or ban, boo, no, not for someone like that.
Before the clip ended, way before
but you're
that.
saying something different too now. You're saying it's out of your hands, but you did word it, and you're live a lot every single day, so you can't word everything perfectly. But you literally said at that point it doesn't even matter. One day prior, you said like Newsom is marginally better. When liberals see all of this in totality, it's like, wow, this guy doesn't think that the Democrats are even different, and this guy has a lot of apathy towards who wins. It came off as apathetic, and like, I mean, I think there's a common criticism online.
Do you feel like some people want to feel like I'm apathetic? Do you feel like, well, one, there's two different reasons for, there's two different things I want to mention here. One, the plurality doesn't vote, and therefore the plurality is apathetic, right? My audience, as I've demonstrated already, is not apathetic, and they are voting for the Democratic Party when push comes to shove.
I think the plurality would be less apathetic if we could illustrate more. I think the plurality is apathetic because people say there's a marginal difference between the parties.
Okay.
If we could illustrate,
so he's like so close to saying like you are driving that apathy. You are not just demonstrating it. You are actively contributing to it because of the false things that you say or insinuations that you make and the false equivalencies. Like he should just call him out for that.
Wait, so okay, this is a good point. So you think it's people like myself and others that are creating this apathy and not the multi-billion-dollar messaging infrastructure of the Democratic Party that is making it seem as though the differences are either completely irrelevant for them or inconsequential.
No, I think it'd be both. It can be both, and two things can be true at once.
So
the Democratic Party is definitely insufficient. No.
But that was the point I was making. I was saying like
incredibly
you can't outflank.
Insufficient. Okay, sorry, keep going.
Sorry. Well, that is precisely my point, which is that I can't outflank the party. If the party is constantly communicating that like they're going to be moderate, they're going to have only marginal differences, but like they're going to be the adult in the room, and that's what they're communicating. My reflection on that.
Motherfuckers are doing Jeffrey Epstein D harm reduction voting in chat right now, Aaron. Well, there's a liberal in chat by the name of Soy Pill, so are we really surprised? It was always going to lead there.
As being devastating is not going to actually change people's minds that were going to previously vote for the Democratic Party and don't. And that's precisely the reason why virtually everyone in this community voted for Kamala Harris.
Do you really think the types of people who watch content like Hasan are apathetic voters? I really don't know. I don't know much about his community, to be honest. I don't get that sense, to be honest, now. I get the sense that like but like they might have a hostility at least to like federal elections and like the presidency, but like down ballot they seem less hostile.
Regardless of the setbacks that she regardless of her election hangups. And that's the reason why I don't necessarily care what
oh my fucking God, you're a liberal. What the fuck? I'm a conservative. I'm a conservative streamer.
Liberals say on the internet, like if they want to yell at me, it's fine. But one of the things that they consistently mention is like, oh, he's popular because he's shitting on the Democrats. And that is the problem. Like you're basically recognizing that the Democratic Party is an incredibly unpopular brand. And we have to fix that if you want the Democrats to actually consistently and reliably win elections.
Like I can't believe again Hasan didn't ask him like what would Democrats have to do to lose your vote? Like is there anything that they could do? And he could just start like piling on all this stuff like, what if they did this? Would they lose your vote then? What if they did that? Would they lose your vote then?
Which I care more a lot.
And like all of the things that he's going to throw out, they probably have no chance of doing. So Adam could probably safely say he would not at that point support them if they were like became a fucking pro-segregationist party or whatever the fuck, and MAGA like remained the same party that they were. But he would probably still get yelled at by libs online.
A lot more about the policy agenda than I do about like, Democrats as a brand, as a party winning, right?
Sure.
I think Hasan would consider that debate purgatory, maybe. I mean, like, there's different things that Hasan has said in this that he seems very like conflict averse almost, but he's not. He's not conflict averse. He's like just debate averse, if that makes sense. Like anything that seems to get into the realm of like, I don't want to say like debate bro stuff, because like asking people to answer hypothetical questions I don't view to be inherently debate purgatory or whatever that means.
So that is the issue, and these guys don't understand that that's the issue, and constantly recycling harm reduction narratives over and over again doesn't actually make people.
Straighterade, are you a conservative? Yes. Up and coming conservative streamer.
On the outside, the plurality of voters that do have that apathy take a different look at the Democratic Party. It just makes Democrats look like smug elitist assholes who are entitled to your vote. And for them,
I think it can be both and. It can be both and. The Democratic Party definitely needs to message better and draw the difference better. But
okay. I thought he was conceding to that. I was like, damn. I mean, like, if I had to like explain and describe like the Democratic Party, it's like, yeah. And this goes without saying, I obviously find them preferable to Republicans. That's one, a very low bar to clear, but objectively true, for one. And for two, that they have expanded the tent. They have narrow casted to college educated, like, how do I say this? Like the people that they have brought into their coalition, right? Their bread and butter base are people that typically have like a college education, comfortable. They're like increasingly losing working class voters, and they're narrowcasting to these people, and everybody else who votes for them and is not really part of that cohort, they just manage expectations. And the Republicans are this like this fixture that are like not going away, that they are constantly kind of afraid to challenge.
I also think that the way that you speak about it, I'm not blaming it all on you, by the way, not even blaming it mostly on you. I think that the way people speak about it as if the parties are the same does create that type of
Ben Riley Spider, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. I think they answered though. If they said the only rule is stop Republicans, and as long as Dems are not equal to GOP, then Dems can't quote unquote lose their vote. Oh, I know it's implicit in what they're saying, but that's the logical conclusion of what Adam is arguing. And Hasan could take it there and make him articulate that. And it sounds really, really bad, but it's just true. But if Adam feels that way, he should be comfortable owning that. But I feel like he wouldn't be comfortable owning that because he knows it would be optically disastrous to say, there really is nothing the Democrats could do to lose my vote unless they were worse than MAGA, which is saying like my only standard is that you be better than MAGA. But if that's your view, then just be comfortable with it.
apathy as well. When they're not the same, we've walked through this entire stream how there are meaningful differences.
You do recognize. I talk about the differences. If people that were watching the clips actually came and tuned into my to my live broadcast, or even watched any of the YouTube videos or whatever, they would know that that's not all I say.
No,
right?
I watched multiple full-length videos, and you really blur the lines. And I'm not gonna, when your audience, you do in the video, you said two things back to back. You said Democrats have literally written you out of existence. Later on, you say Democrats would essentially shoot you. It's fine to use hyperbole, but then you're
bringing up two clips. Those
are two different clips. No. It's in the same video though. It's the same video.
I know, but I already explained to you that. But there's additional things I say in between those two clips.
Between
oh my God, I'm with this, like trying to get him on this. I'll have to go back because I got distracted by the Contrapoint tweet. This thought experiment where it says post-block, I don't know what it says, where the DNC chooses a candidate based on a negotiation with progressive commentators is fiction. I'm engaging with the grim reality of the American electorate. Look who they just put into office again. No one's waiting on my permission to run. Somebody else put, so you're conceding to the worst possible candidate 2 years in advance instead of conveying to your massive audience that we deserve better options. You're a genius. Then Contrapoints puts, this attitude of, well, I'll vote to stop MAGA, but only if I don't have to compromise any of my values, demonstrates a lack of urgency about the situation that I simply cannot relate to. We deserve better. Okay, maybe after we stop the fascist takeover, I'll have emotional space for that. See, the thing is like these two things are not unrelated. Obviously, the people that are saying we deserve better is saying that, like, you need, if you want to actually defeat MAGA in 2028, we need to not be compromising and just pledging, like, whoever is willing to do it or whatever. We need a candidate that's actually going to be a fucking fighter and proudly, loudly, and unabashedly, unapologetically oppose MAGA. Actually hold them to account for the shit that they've done in the last 4 years if we don't want this to get out of control. Somebody put, this attitude is why Democrats keep losing, though. Somebody put, or then Contrapoints, but did Bill Clinton, Obama, and Biden campaign on progressive ideals while Hillary Clinton and Kamala campaigned on centrist pandering? I don't think that's the distinguishing factor. The thing is that Bill Clinton, Obama, and Biden had defined themselves, and it was going to be very hard for their opposition to label them as something other than what they were and the lane that they had carved out for themselves, because voters knew largely who they were. Obama comes onto the scene and is able to usurp, and take the Democratic nominee for president as a fucking junior senator from Illinois as early on into his political career as he did, because he immediately established himself as being the anti-war candidate. And Hillary Clinton could not establish herself as such because she had supported the Iraq war and supported the Afghanistan war. So it was going to be really, really hard for her to try to convince Democratic voters that this person was not somebody who was, younger, more bold, more ambitious than she was, because she is saddled with the baggage of her voting record. And Hillary and Kamala struggle where, like, AOC and Bernie don't, because Bernie believes all of this, like, and AOC are socially progressive in the ways that, and more so, honestly, in some ways, than Hillary and Kamala are. But he was never vulnerable to those attacks because he's been saying the same things for several years. He has defined his own identity. So it's going to be very hard to undermine that with campaign ads or not let the candidates define it for themselves. Harris and Hillary, like, Harris's campaign and leading up to 2024, it was just an apology tour of what she campaigned on in 2020 when she tried to capture the nomination then. It was her disavowing all of that. It was her not willing to make it clear that she was more distinct from Biden and distance herself from a very unpopular admin as he was on his way out. And so it was very easy for her to be tarred and feathered with whatever it was, whatever attacks Republicans were, like, levying against her. Same goes for Hillary. Like, the flip-flopping or whatever, it makes people not trust you. They just see you as a snake. They don't see it as like, oh, they're updating their position and it's rational. They just see you as unprincipled, pandering, willing to say and do whatever you need to do to get votes. It's seen as unserious. Like, AOC, Bernie, like, they don't struggle with that. Bill Clinton, Obama, Biden don't struggle with that because they have political identities for themselves, and they didn't just, like, it wasn't abundantly clear that, like, when they were pandering.
These two strong declarative statements, you for a second say, yeah, sure, being a trans person in a blue state is probably better than a red state. And then you go back to saying the next statement.
The idea that and there are a million examples I can show you if you want to see it, but the idea that I don't actually.
Can you please do a Wii Sports stream? Do I look athletic, for one? For two, how am I supposed to do a Wii Sports stream on desktop computer?
Maintain the validity of the harm reduction argument. I just don't.
Okay, let's go back a little bit.
You do. In the video, you said two things back to back. You said
Wii emulator, Jador Wii Sports. I will keep this under consideration. Okay.
Democrats have literally written you out of existence. Later on, you say Democrats would essentially shoot you. It's fine to use hyperbole, but then you're
bringing up two clips. Those
are two different clips. No. It's in the same video though. It's the same video.
I know, but I already explained to you that. But there's additional things I say in between those two clips.
Between these two
Adam's like not gonna let him get out of this, finally being more forceful.
Strong declarative statements, you for a second say, yeah, sure, being a trans person in a blue state is probably better than a red state. And then you go back to saying the next statement.
The idea that and there are a million examples I can show you if you want to see it, but the idea that I don't actually maintain the validity of the harm reduction argument, I just don't present it as the number one solution. I recognize that there is a difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. The clips that people oftentimes will recirculate will be on issue-specific things like
The dock outputs HDMI, so capture. My eyes are already glazing over at these words, you guys. My things, it's set up. I'm live streaming. That's a miracle. You're asking me to touch things, the most sensitive, like HDMI capture cards. No.
Israel, Palestine, like the continuation of genocide, right? Like both off of the genocide that unfolded when Joe Biden was president and Kamala Harris was vice president, and also the way that Kamala Harris communicated about what she would do differently from Joe Biden, which was unfortunately nothing, right? Like there are certain aspects of
like him saying that, like we just pick and choose. It's so clear that everybody here is picking and choosing when they decide to take the person that they're criticizing or, you know, focusing on at their word when it's convenient, and when it's not, suddenly they are willing to bring in context or try to like translate what somebody means.
About the genocide that unfolded when Joe Biden was president and Kamala Harris was vice president, and also the way that Kamala Harris communicated about what she would do differently from Joe Biden, which was unfortunately nothing, right? Like
we knew that she was going to be different from Biden. I didn't even doubt that. I thought based off of the things that she was like, but she's not doing herself any favors, is what he's saying, right? By going on there, being asked on The View, like, you know, how would you distinguish yourself from Biden? She's like, well, I can't really think of anything. But just because she said that doesn't, my determination of that doesn't solely hinge on what she literally says. There's other context, there's other things that she said that contradict and undermine that.
There are certain aspects of
I still haven't done the Rhythm Heaven stream.
You know, we have a difference of opinion, or we have a different approach between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party that's just like not translating to the population at all. And there's good reason for them to actually, there's good reason for the average person to not think that there's any major difference between the two parties. As far as genocide is still genocide. One is being conducted in a way where Trump is also saying additional unhinged shit. The other one is being conducted where Joe Biden keeps saying, oh, we have red lines, and then Benjamin Netanyahu keeps crossing them, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think the Democrats need to stand the fuck up. And I think that this is an issue where Democrats definitely need to be meaningfully better than Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just like because it's electorally beneficial. It's also unconscionable in general. And that was the reason why I said that given both Kamala Harris's lack of interest in like communicating a different vision for what will happen with her leadership between, you know, United States and Israel.
I just saw this comment at the Soy Pill dog. You are not like this cute little ooh-woo small bean it girl. You're a legit brainless subhuman freak that is actively against the progressive movement. I'm like, I have only been like watching out of the corner of my eye the fucking arguments that is happening between Soy Pill versus my entire community, and I don't know how did it end up there. Like, I knew it was contentious, but I look away and then I come back and I'm like seeing like, you fucking subhuman freak, you don't have a brain.
And given her tendency to lean into Joe Biden's agenda on migration,
people were looking for
the
a
right-wing bill.
Do you not think that leftists have Dem PTSD? They do. They absolutely do. They're afraid to love again.
Sure. The right-wing bill that they passed, that they packaged as a bipartisan bill that was like almost single-handedly written by that fucking Oklahoma senator that basically...
Oh my God. Is that true, Riddle Thought? Does Hasan tell Adam to stop calling shitheads like Nick Fuentes just a young dude like me when he's on CNN? Did he do that?
Basically offered money to build the wall. Like all of these things that they went back on, people are stupid, but they're not that stupid, right? If you say you're like anti-build the wall for years and years, and then you're like right before the election on October...
He says shit like that all the time. Jesus Christ.
6, 2023, you unveil a
Maybe we gotta do more like Adam Mockler react content. We gotta watch these CNN appearances. Somebody should be keeping an eye on him if that's the case.
that has money to build the wall, people are going to look at that and go, oh, so
I can't take Soy Pill seriously with the propeller hat. I think that's the point of the propeller hat.
Republicans were right all along, that immigrants do
Like if you're like screaming at somebody in a propeller hat, it's like an instant L, you know, has that effect. It makes you look like overly serious.
constitute a national security threat. And you guys were just fucking lying to us. And all you end up doing in that situation is you don't get the moderates to come to your side to go, well, there's a reasonable immigration agenda here, and the Democrats are the only party that's going to advance this reasonable immigration agenda. No, most people in the Democratic Party say, oh shit, I guess undocumented migrants are doing the rapes and the decapitations or whatever the fuck the Trump administration is saying.
I think
maybe they were
Kamala
right.
was pretty clear that that's not true, though. I mean, Kamala drew the line. I don't think she played into Trump's anti-immigration criminal rhetoric as much as he did.
But the concession is within the legislation. The concession, you don't come forward with well, first of all, she had plenty of fucking I'm going to be strong on the border videos.
Wait, were you okay with strengthening the border from Biden era? Or did you want to continue Biden era policies? Because right now,
I thought the
Biden era policy sucked, but not for the reason that he thinks.
Biden era policies were horrendous because the first 100 days of immigration that he ran on, he did not accomplish at all. If you go back to 2021, I believe it's in the month of February where I said, if the Biden administration, when the images came out of Customs and Border Patrol whipping the Haitian migrants,
She said build the wall at the DNC. LOL. I don't remember that. I do remember that she said things like we need to strengthen the border and stuff like that. She was pushing that bipartisan border bill like there was no fucking tomorrow. Like she was getting a fucking kickback every time she said something about it. She also was like, we need to have the most lethal military, even though she's like not reading the room that like, dude, this is clear. There's like, where is this energy for intervention? Like it doesn't exist. Fucking psycho comment from her. Okay. This is from the AP. Biden's first 100 days where he stands on key promises. So this was 2021. As he rounds out his first 100 days in office, President Joe Biden's focus on reining in the coronavirus during the early months of his admin seems to have paid off. He can check off nearly all his campaign promises centered on the pandemic. Biden has delivered on a number of his biggest campaign pledges focused on climate change and the economy as well, but some issues have proved to be tougher for the admin, including immigration, where Biden is grappling with how to enact promised reforms in the face of a steep increase in unaccompanied minors seeking to cross the border. On some of his promises, Biden is waiting for Congress to act. Where Biden stands on some of his key promises, and then immigration specifically, raise refugee cap to 125,000, up from the 15,000 set by President Donald Trump. I wonder if it's like zero now. Nowhere close. The White House first said it would stick to Trump's 15,000 cap due to quote-unquote humanitarian concerns. After facing backlash from Democrats, it shifted gears and said Biden would increase the historically low cap on refugees set by Trump, but probably not all the way to the 62,500 that Biden previously had planned. And the numbers that actually admitted this year are likely to be closer to 15,000. Then surge humanitarian resources to the border and encourage public-private partnerships to deal with an increase in migration there. And then it says, yes, but is it enough? The DHS has deployed the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, to help deal with the major increase of border arrivals, and Biden signed an executive order asking officials to prepare plans for using humanitarian resources there. He has yet to establish any new public-private partnerships, the largest, but again, he needs Congress. He needed Congress for that. The largest number of unaccompanied children ever at the border created massive overcrowding at Customs and Border Protection facilities and set off a mad scramble for temporary space at convention centers, military bases, and other large venues. Then he promised to reform the U.S. asylum system. Incomplete, Biden signed an executive order in February directing his officials to craft a strategy for migration, including refugees and asylum seekers. Biden had promised to unveil a new quote-unquote humane asylum system, but he and his aides have been mum on timing and offered no specifics. He's eliminated some Trump-era policies, like a requirement that new asylum seekers wait in Mexico, but he has kept a Trump-era policy that allows Customs and Border Patrol to expel migrants who enter the country without authorization to avoid the spread of COVID-19. And Biden has yet to articulate a plan to manage asylum flows beyond proposing that billions of dollars be spent to address root causes in Central America. He promised to deliver a comprehensive immigration reform bill to Congress within his first 100 days. That was done. And travel restrictions on people from a number of Muslim-majority countries, done. Reverse Trump-era order, expanding criteria for deporting immigrants and return to Obama-era principle of prioritizing deportations of immigrant. See, these suck, though. So, like, this Obama era principle or whatever. This is really like Clinton era principles, which is IRA, which actually expanded the number of undocumented people because of these, like, to get into it or whatever would take a little bit more time than I'm willing to dedicate right now. But IRA intended to be like tough on immigration and had these like caps. Like if you were here in the country and you were undocumented or here illegally, quote unquote, then you had to return back to the country that you were from, and you were banned from the United States for like up to 10 years, depending on how much you had overstayed here in the United States before you could even try to come back to the United States. But then that led to a bunch of, that made the undocumented population in the United States explode. Public health risk, done. Stop funding and building the border wall, done. Reverse Trump's public charge rule, discouraging immigrants from using public benefits, done. Promise to restore the Obama-era principle of deporting foreigners who are seen as posing a national security threat or have committed crimes in addition to the crime of illegal entry. And again, this is also part of IRA, like the legislation that Clinton pushed for meant that there were a lot more crimes that made you eligible or for like automatic deportation that included like misdemeanors. It used to be just like a few crimes meant that if you committed them here, you were going to be like kicked out on your fucking, like, deported immediately. Then it made like stuff like shoplifting and stuff like that reasons for you to be deported. Done. Freeze deportations for 100 days. Attempted but blocked in court. Promise to streamline and improve the naturalization process for green card holders. In progress, Biden signed an executive order in February ordering a plan to improve the naturalization process, and the DHS has since revoked some Trump-era rules, sought public input into naturalization barriers, and reverted to a 2008 version of the U.S. civics test for applicants considered more accessible than the Trump-era revamp. Promised to end family separation and create a task force to reunite families separated at the border. This was in progress. This later, like, Biden kind of, like, undercut their ability to, like, pay out reparations to these families and locate them, but whole other thing. Biden signed executive orders ending the policy and establishing a task force focused on reuniting families. The task force is making slow progress as it pores over thousands of records. Order review of temporary protected status. No review has been ordered, but Biden's Department of Homeland Security has granted temporary protective status for Venezuelans and Burmese, extended it to Syrians, and extended a related program for Liberians. Convene a regional meeting. Proposed resettlement solution. Not yet. Protect those often described as dreamers, young immigrants brought to the U.S. illegally by their parents and their families by reinstating DACA, the Obama-era policy defending them from deportation. Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas said in March his agency was issuing a rule to, quote, preserve and fortify DACA, but the policy faces a Texas court challenge that could invalidate protections for those often described as, quote unquote, dreamers. Like, he did make a lot of progress, or like he did make a lot of promises or whatever that ultimately he struggled to fulfill. But like a lot of it had to do with like, he would initiate like the executive order, but like he needs Congress, right? He needs Congress to do half the shit.
To the Texas border. You remember they had the reins on horseback? And I said, the Biden administration promised a comprehensive first 100 days of dealing with the humanitarian crisis at the border. And they had a lot of really good policies in there. And
yeah, but he did that because like in the first 100 days, he promised that the comprehensive bill would be sent to Congress. He can't unilaterally do that. So he did do that. But then from there, he needs to get into the brass tacks of what issues he had with that specific bill.
Those policies were supposed to revolve around expeditious processing of migrants that are coming in and offering them temporary protected status, going through expeditiously on their asylum applications, and making sure that they are relocated. Okay, appropriate.
Oh, wait, yeah, there was like, if she was pushing for the bipartisan border bill, then she was pushing for funding for the border wall, because that was in that border bill, and she was like, when I make it into office or whatever, I'm gonna push Congress to pass it, and then I'm gonna sign it into law. So yeah,
all around the country.
Very fucking cringe.
They got so scared that the Republicans started instantly hitting the immigrants are coming in to do rapes lines over and over again, that they completely backed away from it. And they thought, as long as we don't address it, it'll go away. And then Greg Abbott came out, Ron DeSantis came out, and they did.
I mean, I don't think that the position was they thought it would go away. They just thought that, we can, not that it'll go away, but it'll fall out of the media cycle.
The whole human trafficking scheme, if you remember,
Oh, I know. She said on the fucking CNN town hall, he was like, oh, so you're reversing your position on Trump's border wall? And she was like, I'm not afraid of wherever, like, a good idea wherever it comes from. Why does it have to be partisan? Fucking cringe. But somebody had claimed that she said it at the DNC. But what they're really pointing to is that she was like proudly saying that she supported that bipartisan border bill, and that bipartisan border bill had provisions in it that expanded funding for the wall. So she didn't explicitly say build the wall or anything like that, but by pushing for that, you're co-signing it.
Took undocumented migrants that had crossed the border to legally apply for asylum.
Oh, I know that Anderson Cooper grilled her on this or whatever. That's why this link is like already purple for me, because I've shown it before.
And then they shipped them to Long Island and all these other places with the express purpose of ruining the immigration process that was already underfunded.
How dare she push for a common sense bipartisan bill that would have helped out the border? What? That was not common sense. That was like it was a giveaway to Republicans to bait them into voting for it, and they didn't vote for it, and they were going to point to that and be like, see, they'd rather run on a problem instead of find a solution to this. And yeah, all that did was make them ask for mass deportations, please, on top of it. And you've moved the conversation on immigration so far to the right that they're asking for that program on top of it. They did not give you that. And for what exactly? For what win? What tangible goal did that lead to? Soy Pill is memeing. Is he memeing? I've heard liberals defend this bill, so I'm not sure.
The time I said Joe Biden needs to punish Greg Abbott. He needs to throw Greg Abbott in prison for human trafficking. He needs to do the same thing for Ron DeSantis. He needs to play hardball. They didn't do that. No one was held accountable. And all it did was create a $12 billion budget shortfall in places like New York City that the federal government did not give immediate aid to, that they could not give immediate aid to, because they purposely bricked the immigration system that exists. Because these guys are supposed to be processed in Texas. The courts have adequate funds to have these guys be processed in the state of Texas, right? And they didn't do that. They didn't do any of that. And that's the reason why over the course of the 3 years, Joe Biden went from having a popular agenda on immigration, winning the popular vote, on a much more progressive agenda on combating immigration with a more humanitarian framework, moving towards amnesty, which again has always been broadly popular as opposed to mass deportation. And he didn't do that. And then they conceded on the right-wing attitude, on the white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment. And
Shipped to Long Island. Now that's cruel and unusual punishment. Always has been.
That's the reason why they lost the election.
Yeah, I think that Biden's immigration policy left a huge vacuum for Donald Trump to then come in with the most far-right immigration policy possible. I don't think they...
Like, what are you saying there? Are you saying that, like, again, Biden wasn't far right enough on immigration?
They tried to act like all immigrants were criminals or tried to demonize them in the same way. But yeah, they absolutely messed up. And that kind of brings me to like a more affirmative message for the Democratic Party and how we need to not only run on things that excite people, run on things that actually turn people out.
It wasn't just Biden, by the way. Democrats completely conceded on the issue of immigration. You don't agree? Like as a national party. As a national party.
I think that the Democrats are kind of just moving where most Americans are. They're just basically saying we should have a stronger border. We should make sure that people can come here legally in a safe way. We should make sure that people can come contribute to this country. But I think they're trying to end the abuse of the asylum process we saw under Biden. I don't agree that have they conceded fully to Republicans? Is that what you're asking me? No, Democrats have not conceded fully to Republicans.
No, not fully. Have they conceded the Republicans on the false notion that immigrants constitute a national security threat? You think?
I haven't seen that. No. Wait.
You don't think that the October 6, 2023 bill was a concession to the faulty notion, the
one written by Langford?
Yeah. The one that...
Can you name one mainstream Democrat who's called immigrants a national security threat?
No, of course not. But
that's not what he was saying. He wasn't saying that their rhetoric looks like that or whatever. He's saying that if you end up doing these grand bargains on immigration with the fucking Republicans, this current iteration of the Republican Party, then you are legitimizing things that you need not be legitimizing with respect to immigration.
that bill was packaged as
and the abuse of the asylum process. I really, really wish that Hasan had gone into that. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
a reasonable and just approach to the problem of criminal migration, like migration that was, and also then there's like the Lake and Riley Act and all this other stuff that came along after
bill,
Donald Trump.
I think that bill increased funding for asylum judges so that asylum seekers could be processed.
And that bill increased ICE funding. That bill increased funding for the border wall. That bill was fucking terrible.
The
bill was absolutely not perfect, but after 2 years of Biden, were we even in the majority when they were trying to pass this bill?
Biden went in and acted as though this was a bipartisan bill with little to no, and this is according not to me, but to numerous other advocacy organizations that said that this bill, unlike any other Democratic Party bill that was ever passed on immigration, that was ever advocated.
Why was the bill terrible, Aaron? See, this makes me think that you're not memeing with the previous comment. I think that Matt MLT had you wrong when you asked me questions like that.
To pass on immigration had little to none in terms of what you're talking about in terms of the courts. There was some
Matt MLT
funding for the courts, but the bulk of the courts was going to.
It looks like Kamala ran on a stronger pathway to citizenship too.
The bulk of the funding. Hold on. The bulk of the funding went to the apprehension, the ICE facilities, Department of Homeland Security, and funds that were.
Adam is making an excuse for centrist trash Dems actions. Yeah, that's kind of why he's like the golden boy at Midas Touch.
About combating immigrant crime. Like that was the main focus of it. And the Democrats still had some residual fears about that, which is precisely the reason why a bunch of Democrats not only have voted to fund ICE, both under the Biden administration or give additional funds to ICE, but then also on top of that, voted for the Lake and Riley Act, which was heinous. I think you and I both agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So and the reason why they found themselves with their pants down now when the issue has completely swapped to our side, my side, maybe not even the Democratic Party side necessarily, the way that they were communicating around it, because you still had Chris Murphy and I believe January or February talking about how, well, Joe Biden.
Isn't Adam like 19 years old? He's 23.
Biden actually deported more migrants than Donald Trump did, but he didn't do it in such violent ways as though that's like somehow supposed to be better. Because all of that is a concession that like migrants need to be removed from the boundaries of the state. Like there's no need to make a concession like that because you and I both agree that migrants are our neighbors. The difference between an undocumented person and a documented person is paperwork. That for 23 years prior to the existence of the Department of Homeland Security.
Does Adam agree with him on that? I don't know, based off some of the things he's been saying in this.
Were there deportations? Of course there were every now and then. Having said that, they were conducted by the INS. It wasn't like this militant organization known as ICE that was specifically doing interior removals because it was a civil offense. It was a paperwork violation. And that's what I want to get back to. I want to bring the clock back to a time where we had a more reasonable approach because this is a nation comprised of entirely immigrants with the exception of the indigenous population and black people.
If you could choose how the Democratic candidate in 2028, even throughout the primary, messages on immigration, how do you think they should do it for the vast majority of American people who think that Biden was weak on the border? And this is just what people think. I mean, I think that Biden had a lot.
This is just what people think.
Of errors, and I think a lot of American people.
And when they think that, you have to accommodate them to the point of passing legislation that, undermines due process, restricts asylum claims. Like, he was
incredibly weak on the border. That obviously led a pathway to Donald Trump, Kamala Harris.
Like when he says weak on the border, like there's a version of that statement that I agree with in the sense that, yeah, it's a humanitarian disaster for the people that are there. They don't have the resources to process these claims. They obviously need more judges. They need more facilities. They should they don't need to be housing these people. The majority of them can be given a fucking basically an ankle monitor. It's like $4 per person, and they can go and be given a day in immigration court. And there's over a 90% over 90% chance that person will come to their day in immigration court because they want to be here legally. So because it's easier to work and be tracked and all of that. Like, to the extent that like Biden failed on that, it's because he wasn't able to pass comprehensive reform through Congress, not because he wasn't like strict enough with it or intense enough.
I don't even think she conceded as much as you're saying. I mean, her platform looks
counter
to me
message.
like it was
counter message.
it was-
No,
That's crazy. That is what the bill did.
no. At no point do you cede ground
Kamala Harris
to the
was running on a
Republicans.
pathway to citizenship.
Yeah, so was Joe Biden, and then he didn't actually do that at all. That's my
Didn't
point.
Biden try to? Yeah, he did, but he couldn't get it through Congress.
Right, like the amnesty framing is good, but that wasn't not only was that not the primary vehicle of her immigration agenda, the primary vehicle of her immigration agenda was the bipartisan bill that was actually more reasonable, and that Donald Trump was actually trying to undermine that because he wanted to use immigration as like a talking point, right? Like that was the communication
Kamala
strategy.
didn't run on Langford's bill. Kamala did not run on
Yes,
Langford's
she
bill.
did.
No, it was
Kamala ran on a pathway to citizenship, and I believe they did talk about how mass deportations would be bad. Definitely not sufficiently enough.
No, they ran border ads like talking about how she prosecutes transnational gangs. Like they were very clearly communicating that they were going to take a much harder approach because they were afraid. They were running scared, and they were afraid of the.
So how is
That's
your
all. Like Adam saw something in a message. He's been like looking at his phone a lot for this portion of the conversation.
you're the
6%
Democratic
of Americans
candidate,
saying that they want mass deportation. They saw that poll and they freaked the fuck out.
if you're the Democratic candidate in 2028, how do you message around this so that people in America don't think you're weak and soft on the border like Biden was? Not saying you are. I'm just saying so people don't get the idea that it's going to be another Biden.
Yeah, there's also like Kamala Harris did blame Donald Trump over and over again for killing Langford's bill, by the way, like including in debates. You know that, right?
I think that she's trying to illustrate the point that Trump doesn't care about immigration.
Yeah.
Okay.
but
By pushing for what, Adam? By how is she doing that?
what does that say to the average person? That doesn't say that
Trump
Kamala
doesn't
Harris
care
is
about
not
immigration,
running.
that Trump and the Republicans are not going to responsibly deal with this issue in a long-term way, that they're likely just going to use this as a political cudgel and then do mass deportations that are violent.
Adam, I think, look, I'm not your enemy, but I do think you're debating a little bit here. I think the whole point.
Oh, I mean, this entire thing's a fucking debate. Hold on. How does he not remember this? Or like, I don't know if he's like genuinely doesn't remember or he's pretending not to. If I put like Kamala Harris DNC speech. Because this bipartisan border bill was in reference to a lot of that was written by Langford. Where's the fucking transcript? Is there really no transcript for this? Hold on. Okay, here. If I put border. This, okay.
After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law. I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border.
I still can't believe she did this. Why? Again, Jill is just like trying to do anything to get elected.
And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service.
Okay, I can't keep watching this, but Adam must not remember this. Pretty big moment in her campaign.
Point is that was a failed strategy, and Donald Trump ended up winning on immigration because
I agree.
Kamala Harris was presenting herself as accepting of the right-wing framing that the Lankford bill was good, and that the Lankford bill was also presented as like a very militant approach to immigration because they were afraid. They were afraid that they saw those polls that says 66% of people want mass deportation. It never should have gotten to that point. It never should have gotten to that point at all, right? Like no one in America should have ever said 66% of us believe in mass deportation. We're a nation of immigrants. It got to that point, and guess what? Even then, the polls also still showed that given the option between mass deportation and mass amnesty, Americans have never historically chosen mass deportation over mass amnesty. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. But what's your affirmative message?
But you would have known that if you watched me.
No, here's what I know, though. I know that people were scared and we had no choice but to pass this fucking to try to pass this bill.
Or even if you watch my Ro Khanna video or my Ro Khanna conversation, because I brought it up to Democrats over and over again. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is I have a broad vision for a better.
Are you an open borders kind of person? Yep. But guess what? I have no power, and no one in the Democratic Party or any independent is pro open borders. I mean, I could find some like libertarian who would fucking agree with me. But yeah, obviously, I think people have a right to freedom of movement. I think it should be largely easy to do.
Future. And I try to communicate that to the Democrats to the best of my ability. If they don't want to fucking listen, it's out of my hands. And that goes.
Do you think that I oppose the bipartisan border bill on the position that it's not open borders, therefore it's right wing? I'm not even like using that as my mode of analysis for my determination that it was a terrible bill or that it was too conservative and that it ceded way too much to Republicans.
Back to the same point. I want to have a conversation with Gavin Newsom. I want to communicate to Gavin Newsom what these spectacular failures look like. But if he's too busy yucking it up with fucking Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, talking about how his son is a major Charlie Kirk fan, talking to Ben Shapiro and apologizing to Ben Shapiro on Israel not being a genocide, or apologizing to Ben Shapiro about what his like social media team said about
I don't
ICE.
run Gavin Newsom's podcast strategy. I don't know. But
But his podcast strategy is deliberate because he wants to, he thinks, faulty or not, that if he communicates a certain
Thought you were a conservative Straighterade trader. If you're a true conservative, you support open borders. This is not a meme.
attitude to as many people as possible, that he positions himself as a
Ogre Boy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We're watching something that you guys have probably already watched, which is watching Hasan and Adam Mockler talk about Gavin Newsom, the future of the Democratic Party. This is exciting stuff. I'm going to shout out Ogre Boy because everybody should go follow him. Thank you so much.
moderate figure is going to be tough on crime, who's actually going to be conciliatory to Republican figureheads, that's how he's going to win the fucking election. And I have no other way to approach what his advocacy is going to look like, what his policy agenda is going to look like this far out. But my assessment is, judging by his pivot to the center attitude with his policies,
broken and needed to be fixed. Soy Pill, I agree, but how do you want to fix it? Are you talking about making it more punitive, or are you talking about actually expanding the administration necessary to actually process this influx of people that was attempting to come into the country, which is fine.
That he's presenting on the podcast that he's doing so that he can win the elections, or that
you can agree with that position and then not support Republican administration legislation.
to become the presidential candidate.
they did expand. I'm asking you how you think the asylum process needed to be overhauled. Like, do you support more punitive measures or whatever? Because you're just increasing the amount of undocumented people that are going to be in this country if you think that.
Judging off of that, there's not anything I could do. It's out of my hands if he runs in the same way that Kamala Harris did.
I think that's why we pressure them hardcore in the primary. But I do want to ask, so you're running Newsom's campaign. I guess we don't have to use Newsom as a stand-in. But
No,
you're
we
running
can
the
use
Democratic.
Newsom as a stand-in.
Okay,
There's good stuff. There's good stuff in Newsom.
Okay, so you're running it. How do you model the immigration platform so that you don't scare off people and that you also have an affirmative, exciting message that's pro?
Yeah, we're a nation of migrants. Donald Trump and the Republican
More judges and something more strict than I am in fear. What do you mean?
reactionary forces are constantly pitting neighbor against neighbor. These people are the backbone of the American economy, and they've been here.
Are you saying that like asylum seekers are like lying on their thing to get into the country and do something, or what?
For 10 plus years, they've worked tirelessly to make sure that you have fucking tomatoes and tomatoes in your salad and guacamole on your Chipotle
So far, this is the Democratic
Chipotle
Party's
burritos.
stance.
What?
So far, that's the Democratic Party's stance entirely.
No, hold on. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to fucking concede on Lankford bills or say that like ICE is supposed to exist in the way that it does at all. There is a clear difference between someone like myself and the way that Gavin Newsom has communicated thus far, or the way that like the National Democratic Party is currently being perceived, right? The reason why we think they're being weak is because they are too conciliatory. They say, oh, people.
I mean, I'm not saying they're lying, but compare the fact that you could come in and essentially say, I'm scared for my life versus Kilmar Brigger Garcia, who had evidence of gang violence against him. And you consider this to be, so you're not saying they're lying, but you're saying what? It incentivizes lying, or that it's too easy for people to lie, or what is the claim here?
Want to abolish ICE. It now has like plurality, and yet the major Democrats are refusing to say that, and they're saying no, ICE actually wants body cameras. Technically, from a harm reduction standpoint, body cameras are better than no body cameras, right? Even though Jonathan Ross was filming himself when he shot Renee Good, technically
they need to be in fear. Yeah, if you want to come into this country, you better be in fear. You better be starving. Couldn't just want to come here and live here and work.
Body cameras could potentially bring about some semblance of accountability. That's harm reduction. But the difference shouldn't be between body cameras versus no body cameras. The difference is abolish ICE versus keep ICE at the current level of funding versus take ICE's funding away, then inevitably abolish it and go back to the...
Just wanting to come here isn't a valid asylum claim. Although I agree with you, it's by definition something else. But you're alleging that these people are like en masse, like, or you're suggesting that it's set up in such a way that it highly incentivizes lying and dishonesty, and that people are taking advantage of it, therefore they are lying on this or whatever. But like, where's your evidence of that?
Previous structure that existed.
Like, it's one thing to say that the standards are too low or something like that, but you have to make the case pretty much that you think that not only are they too low, but it's being taken advantage of, and en masse you're seeing people lie and make bogus asylum pleas or whatever, and then on top of it they're contributing to like an increase in criminality that people have need to be scared of or something.
Where the Department of Homeland Security wasn't this massive Palantir-backed Israel-style surveillance apparatus, but instead was there was a more just process that actually yielded American prosperity for decades and decades, when people knew that they could come here and work fucking hard and become an American citizen, because that's what's beautiful about the United States of America. No matter where you come from, you can't live in Turkey and become Turkish. You can't live in England and become English. But if you live in the United States of America, you can become American. You know who said that? Ronald Reagan. That's who fucking said that. And that's what I would say. I would be like, listen, that's the beauty of America. And the Republican Party of today...
Like, is Adam hearing any of this?
has become this hate-mongering behemoth at the behest of the billionaire pedophilic cabal. We're no longer entertaining these false notions that pit neighbor against neighbor, and we're going with a bold and radical vision that says you work hard and you get more of an earning. You get a bigger percentage of the pie that you have actually created. We're gonna work. We're gonna work at the behest of the working class. We're no longer gonna care about the billionaire pedophiles. We're gonna fucking arrest them. We're gonna apprehend them if they're doing crimes. We're gonna bring about accountability. That's the way I would go about it.
I also think that after ICE is abolished, which I totally agree, we should be running on all of this. But after ICE is abolished, I think
He agrees that they should be running on abolished ICE after he just made the comments that he did about immigration. Like, how do you rectify those positions, Adam? What? Like, okay. I mean, based, but like, what? Based on what you were just saying? Like, yeah. Like, you don't agree that like Biden had like open border policies that needed to be addressed, and we need to like, you know, really have a serious conversation about the failings of the Biden admin. And then anyway, after we abolish ICE, like what? What? Ben Riley, thank you so much for the $5. What are the true immutable prescriptive values the Democratic Party is fighting for? Run on that. Yeah, I mean, at this point in the conversation, what they should be talking about is like values and what they stand for, not like, will you support this candidate? Will you support that candidate? 2 years out. It's useless.
the Democrats need to run on something like a new law that has criminal penalties for any government actors that just recklessly
You reconcile, not rectify. Yeah, what did I say? It's 3:36 in the morning. You know what I fucking mean.
knowingly or purposefully violate Americans' rights. That's a framework that we're working on because a lot of it's inside the Civil Rights Division, which Trump has totally corrupted and which people have resigned from like multiple times since Renee Good was shot. So I do think that Democrats need to run on a more affirmative immigration message. That's what I've been working on as well. I've been appealing a lot to my family who moved from Syria in the early 80s and saying that, look, they became incredibly successful, have hired dozens of families, or hired dozens of people, fed dozens of families. They have, helped build a great community. And
Abolish ICE is the same thing as open borders. It's not. And I know that you're saying that by making that quippy little comment, Chatter. But I'm saying that given what Adam was saying surrounding his issues with Biden's immigration policy, he obviously gave the impression that he felt that Biden's policies were too lax, that there was massive abuse from people wanting to come into this country for God knows what reason or whatever, and that needed to be overhauled. There needed to be increase. We need to secure our border. We need to do these things or whatever. So for him to say, oh yeah, we should abolish ICE or whatever, the people that make those comments are typically in support of increasing interior deportation measures
in Indiana. But I agree that Democrats need to run like that.
Okay,
I mean, we don't disagree.
But okay, so the last question I have for you is, it seems like you want to be done with this conversation. I totally understand. No. Okay, because Kamala Harris also vowed to sign the border bill that Trump derailed, as she spoke about on her DNC speech as well, where because they were presenting it as like Trump is a derailer. Trump is actually not serious about tackling the immigrant crime narrative, and that they were going to be serious, unlike Donald Trump, which again I kept saying over and over again that was a major mistake. But if, let's say, Gavin Newsom runs scared in a similar fashion.
To be clear, I think the border bill was fine, but given how ICE is being used, I've completely flipped on that. I think it needs to go run to the court. You know that it was possible to make that determination before this year, right? Soy Pill? Glad that you're here. Glad that you made it there. But I'm telling you, there have been people calling for the abolition of ICE for a long time. It's not a new position at all, but it's good. It's good that more and more libs or whatever, waking up to it.
You feel like
that was always the point of ICE.
Do you feel like we will be able to overcome voter apathy, or should we rely on?
It wasn't just oh, they've gotten out of hand now. It was kind of always created to be like that.
On how scared people are with how devastating Trump has been, and hope that whoever the Democratic Party presents is going to eke out a marginal victory.
No, wait, should we rely on harm reduction narratives is what you're asking?
Well, my point, the thing that
not the narratives. He's saying, is this the way forward? How do we get out of this paradigm? But the answer is, in this two-party duopoly, you probably don't get out of the harm reduction narrative for a long time.
The thing that I'm trying to present to you is that if Gavin Newsom, the way that he's communicated so far on his podcast and whatnot, if he actually...
There was literally a different, more right-wing bill that was proposed. That's not true. Just because there was a more right-wing bill does not mean that the bill that they were supporting was not the furthest right-wing bill that had a serious chance of passing. That makes sense.
If that materializes into his presidential candidacy, and he puts a bid out there for himself, as a guy who is going to run scared or going to be more moderate than the way that the Democrats have been presented so far. They're too woke, all this stuff, and goes along with that. And then he ends up losing 2J.
Okay, really quick. Let's do this TLDR. This is the ACLU, February 8th, 2024. Senate rejects deal threatening protections for asylum seekers. This plan would significantly and permanently restrict the ability of families and individuals to seek safety in the U.S., and it may come back. The Senate voted on Wednesday against a bill that would have been the first major overhaul of asylum and immigration law in a generation. It would have been a disastrous retreat from the basic principles of fairness. As our elected leaders continue to debate immigration reforms, they must instead advance humane and sensible solutions that help manage the border without compromising our nation's values and the safety of people fleeing danger. Although branded as a compromised bipartisan quote-unquote border security package, this bill would have been a major rewrite of our nation's long-standing asylum laws. To make matters worse, these changes were attached to a supplemental funding bill that also included a massive investment in failed and punitive immigration enforcement policies, such as funding to finish former President Trump's border wall, an expansion of nationwide immigration detention, and a significant increase in surveillance targeting immigrant families. Although ostensibly dead, Senate Republicans are reportedly trying to push for another vote on this immigration package as an amendment to foreign aid, plus additional extremist policies that would remove protections from unaccompanied children. Soberus, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1. I really, really appreciate it. And it says, 1, it would have shut down the U.S.-Mexico border to asylum seekers. At its core lay a new rule that would have fundamentally blocked asylum for the vast majority of people who come to our southern border seeking protection. Under this new rule, once an average of 5,000 people arrive at the border daily over a 7-day period, or 8,500 people on a single day, no one would be eligible to apply for asylum between ports of entry. Furthermore, the government would have gained the power to enforce this quote-unquote no asylum rule when there is an average of 4,000 people per day over a 7-day period. This was poised to become an operational nightmare, and there's no need for speculation regarding the horrible consequences if the government implemented this rule. We need only look back to the chaotic and violent days under the Trump-era Title 42 policy, which similarly closed our asylum system under the guise of public health. During that period, over 13,480 people were raped, murdered, kidnapped, tortured, and or extorted while waiting for the border to reopen. As history has taught us, this new rule would not have stopped people from seeking safety in the U.S., but people who would have undoubtedly been sent back to danger as a result. 2, this plan would have fundamentally changed our country's core protections for people seeking safety. Even when people were allowed to apply for asylum, they would have been subject to a mind-boggling and dangerous fast-track deportation process with punishing timelines for those who could not meet new restrictive screening tests. If passed, the vast majority of asylum seekers would no longer be able to seek court review of their cases, representing a major shift from our asylum and legal system. This would have denied them one of the most essential due process safeguards in a system riddled with errors. Independent judicial review has been a life-saving protection, with courts consistently finding that asylum officers wrongly denied people protection. But I thought they were lying. I thought they were just saying, I feel unsafe in getting into the country. Asylum officers currently conduct their case screenings and interviews with the understanding that their work will be checked by an immigration judge. Eliminating that legal review would have meant sacrificing basic fairness in cases where life or death is at stake. 3, an unprecedented increase in funding for punitive immigration policies would have been a waste of taxpayer dollars. The other major story about this bill is the money. It was a shockingly punitive pro-detention bill that revived the construction of Trump's failed border wall and included an unprecedented $3.2 billion for immigration detention, more than even allocated or requested under the previous admin. The bill also included over $1 billion for surveillance technology that would subject individuals and families to a 24-hour suspicionless surveillance. This amounted to $4.5 billion directed towards harmful and punitive immigration enforcement measures that would have impacted all immigrant families throughout the U.S. Most of that funding would have lined the pockets of the for-profit prison industry, which stands to get billions more in taxpayer dollars, and without the oversight and accountability. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like, as soon as you introduce like, oh yeah, we have billions or whatever for this, all of those private contractors that we work with immediately increase their fucking prices, and like, you don't even get as much bang for your buck because they know this. It just ends up being a giveaway to private corporations. In addition to the unimaginable harm inflicted on immigrant families, the bill would have permanently undermined our moral standing in the world and ensured the return of people to danger and even death. There is no denying the need for real changes at our southern border. However, wow, ACLU comes out against open borders. What? However, none of these callous and extremist policies were ever going to quote-unquote fix the border. They wouldn't have created a fairer immigration system or helped cities, states, and communities support and welcome new immigrants. What's more, they wouldn't have even deterred people from seeking protection or opportunities here in the U.S., as their proponents suggested. This bill would have essentially altered who we are as a country without improving the situation at the border from any perspective. With thanks to Senators Markey, Menendez, Padilla, Sanders, and Warren, all of whom voted against this deal, this harmful legislation will no longer move forward. But our work here isn't done yet. Now it's time for all of our elected leaders to take this failed vote as an opportunity to finally get immigration reform right and ensure we pass sensible and humane solutions to address the challenges at the border. Couldn't agree more.
J.D. Vance, do you feel like that will be because of people like yourself and myself who had differences in opinion with Gavin Newsom, who still tried their very best to communicate that like J.D. Vance is going to be, you know, even more devastating and somehow more Palantir backed than this current administration? Or do you think it'll be in the hands of the Democratic Party at that point?
I agree with you. I've agreed with you this entire time. It's in the hands of the Democratic Party. It's in the hands of, honestly, us to have a good ideological battle and make sure that whoever wins the primary is somebody who is not going to run or concede to Republicans. My entire thesis this time has not been that, or my thesis the entire time has not been that it's us that does this. I think that it's on the Democratic Party. Absolutely.
Okay. I think a lot of people that
Concession. Okay, interesting.
yell at me don't want to come to terms with that reality, because that's my argument. I'm like,
listen, it's not your fault if the Democratic Party loses. It's not your fault if Gavin Newsom wins the primary. My entire point earlier in the steel man I was trying to make for the liberal movement is just responsible platforming and speaking about the Democratic Party in a way that doesn't minimize the gap. And I disagree with you that that's just based on clips that have been spread out there. I watched a decent amount of your content. It just felt like there was a repeated minimization, but
yeah. There is sorry, I'm getting blasted. I just look, simply put, my community, myself, like we work hard to get Democrats elected. It's the only feasible option for people who are on our side of the ideological spectrum. There's no third party viability. And also, I've never, contrary to what people think, I've never actually supported Jill Stein. For the record, I told people that I won't endorse Kamala Harris. Having said that, if there's one person I would urge people not to vote for, it's Donald Trump. And I also did communicate to people that Jill Stein is, a little bit of the closest I would ever arrive at like someone being an op, right? Someone who is just materialized every 4 years. A lot of people got mad at me for that. That's just my assessment, and I stand on that.
Yeah.
Having said that, the reason why I did not go out on an affirmative campaigning for the reason why I didn't affirmatively campaign for Kamala Harris over and over again is because of the things that I just already explained to you, and I think you seemingly agree with that, and that's precisely where I'm at as far as like where the blame lies. I think at the heart of the Democratic Party, there's still this attitude that like Democrats are entitled to the votes of marginalized people. Democrats are entitled to the votes of the working class, because after all, the Republicans are far, far worse for labor rights than the Democrats are. And this is true, right? But why don't people recognize that? Why do they still go back to culture war narratives? That is what I want to solve. And I know what the reason for that is. And I think a lot of people don't want to recognize that. A lot of people that say, no, you're wrong. And the Democrats keep losing because
it wanted to, one, make the bipartisan border bill, make detention centers less overcrowded and stop catch and release like a fish. 2, expedite asylum. In the ways that we just discussed. 3, grant more pathways to legal citizenship. But like doesn't change the fact that it also had those provisions. And those are like non-starters to me. 4, better drug screening. Were there things in it I don't like? Border wall crap, yes. Surveillance, yes. But to call this the most draconian, horrible thing ever is just silly to me. Okay. Okay. Agree to disagree. It was like only the second most draconian, horrible bill. There we go.
Because you're just not voting hard enough for them. Don't want to recognize that Democrats are judged.
Like, was it literally calling for death camps? No, it wasn't. So therefore, it wasn't the worst thing that they could have come up with, right?
Judged by their weakest members as a national party. They are judged by the Joe Manchins. They're judged by the Kirsten Sinemas. They're judged by Mark Kelly sometimes when he's being weak on union.
Hasan, I do not think that the average person in America knows who Mark Kelly is. And to the extent that they do, they probably have a positive thoughts on him, because the most notable thing that he's done recently has been like Kim and Slotkin saying like, yeah, don't follow laws that ask you to, or don't follow orders that ask you to break the law. So most people find that favorable.
Related issues. They're not, and it's totally understandable that they're judged by the weakest figures in the party, because those weakest figures in the party are the ones who actually complete.
Is that Soy Pill saying the bill was good? He seemed to think it was better than no bill, and that it was not the worst. And it was not fair to say it was the worst, most draconian bill ever. But he said he supported it, basically. I got the impression that he supported it, and that it just wasn't perfect or whatever.
Destroy the.
But like, my argument is not, oh, I didn't like it because it wasn't perfect. I didn't like it because I thought it had provisions in it that were unconstitutional.
Comprehensive policy agenda of the Democrats. And because I will constantly shift the blame back to people in positions of power, whether it be the Democratic Party or the National Party.
Better than nothing, but anything bipartisan is going to have something dog shit in it if you got Republicans to agree to it. Yeah, but the thing is like, it was like a total giveaway to Republicans to try to bait them into voting for it. They knew they weren't going to fucking vote for it because Trump wanted to, again, run on a problem instead of a solution, because then Biden will have been seen as fixing the quote unquote crisis at the border, right? So they were never going to sign on to it. But what you've done is like, you've shifted the Overton window so far right on that if you try to drag it back to a more sensible place, it's going to look horrible. It's going to be impossible.
Or their capabilities to whip these votes that are necessary to go forward with a comprehensive vision that they advocated for. Understandably, when that legislation doesn't happen, people look at it and go, okay, so you're not on my side. Like, you're just not on my side. You don't care about these issues. That's the real reason. And that's why there's such a massive disconnect between a lot of consultants and the public in general. I see it all the time with the consultants that I read, with the writers that I read, where they constantly talk about like, why don't the labor movement understand that the Democrats are far better? Joe Biden walked the picket line, right? I mean, Joe Biden walked the picket line for the UAW. That's massive. That's unheard of. There's no president I don't think any American president has ever walked an active picket line, right? How
is that shifting the Overton window if the opposition is saying mass deportation now because you're conceding to that framing instead of offering an alternative for one? You're also conceding to material demands in this legislation for political expediency. And then when you actually have the numbers in Congress, in the House, or in the executive branch, because if a Dem wins or whatever, if you want to drag it back to the actual center, which is just like being in conformity with the Constitution, what you're doing is allowing the Republicans to come in and say, how come they're walking back all of these provisions that they were willing to proudly support and vote for in that bipartisan border bill that Kamala Harris is getting up on the DNC stage saying that she would have been proud to sign into law. But now that they have power, they're trying to drag it back and reduce border security. They're going back on all of these things that they were begging us to help pass or whatever, even though we were saying it was insufficient as far as security. Why do Democrats want to compromise on your security? That's exactly how it'll be framed, because you've dragged it so far to the right that people go to expect that, and Republicans are obviously going to capitalize on that, which is why they should not give a fucking inch with respect to some of these things like violations of due process or whatever that were baked into this, or giving away money to the fucking to fund the fucking border wall, which is not going to help meaningfully curtail illegal immigration. This is an administrative issue first and foremost. It's not an issue related to criminality, and they need to expand the practical, boring, bureaucratic administrative states and not contribute to the fear-mongering surrounding immigrants.
Huge deal. And yet the labor union, or the rank and filers in many of these labor unions, still ended up voting for Donald Trump. Why is that the case?
And the thing is like, you are never going to outflank the Republicans on this. The guy, Donald Trump, who has been saying for 10 years, we need to build the fucking wall. We need to keep these people out. They're rapists, they're criminals, and some I assume are good people, but they're coming for your jobs, and they're going to storm your house and R-word your wife. Like, you're never going to be able to... The type of person that that message was compelling to, like, you're not going to be able to do a light version of mass deportations or a light version of a bipartisan border bill that gets that person on board. They're going to go with Donald Trump every single time. Why would you go like with the half-ass plan instead of just the person that's willing to go all the way? How do you convince that person? Not by conceding to them. What you do is you try to present an alternative, because a lot of this is taken off of the lie and belief that immigrants are dangerous, that they're a net drain on our economy, that they can't be assimilated into this country, that they're like to be scaled, that they're responsible for every single issue from fucking inflation to the spread of COVID to criminality. Like, all of these things are, it's complete lies. I don't even think most people realize that overstaying your visa, like being in this country illegally, it's a level of criminality on par with a speeding ticket. It's literally a misdemeanor in most instances, barring some felony charges related to like crossing into the country, like not at legal ports of entry. But that's not how the majority of people that are here undocumented or illegally, quote unquote, that's not how they got into the country. It's an administrative thing.
Don't you want to find out why?
Yeah, because obviously the average person didn't understand what was happening.
No, it's not the reason. That's not the only reason, rather. Because harm reduction doesn't...
And if that person is like, can't be convinced of that, of like data, once you show them that, yeah, immigrants are not scary, they're people just like you that, lost the geographic lottery, unlike you, they were born, they're fleeing destabilized countries like political persecution and violent situations. Are coming to this country to work, to start a new life for themselves. They're just moving. If that person like can't be convinced by that, they probably were never going to vote for you. And that's someone to be, that person is like my ideological enemy and to be opposed, not collaborated with.
Fucking work I
agree with you on that, though. Yeah, I've agreed with that.
And
I've agreed.
The average person, you know what the average rank and filer thinks? They think at the end of the day, they stopped the rail
Should she have run on asylum claims? No.
strike. And
it's too in the weeds. Like, if it takes that long to explain or whatever, like, no, I don't think that she, like, I think just literally sticking to, like, again, pathway to legal citizenship, talking about expanding the boring bureaucratic administrative processes, not increasing like punitive measures and stuff like that, which is way more fucking expensive and completely unnecessary for people that are not fucking criminals, is the way to go. I don't think getting into like the brass tacks and nitty gritty of like, we need to overhaul this or that or whatever is like really what people is even going to come for people, honestly.
Fucking consistently kept explaining to rank and file union members that are in my chat, labor organizers in my chat, that the Biden administration quietly actually made the railway companies concede on some of the demands that were being made by the unions, but they didn't care because they stopped a fundamental vehicle of change for the labor unions when they openly went out and said, you can't strike. You can't do a railroad.
I agree with you that harm reduction isn't a sufficient way to sell our policies. I've said that a few times. I definitely think...
I was about to say, this is like, how many times has Adam said this over the course of this conversation?
Need something more affirmative. Have you been following the Tallarico versus Crockett primary in Texas at all?
Yeah. I mean, that one's a doozy.
Dude, this one's really blackpilling me on the way that like the way that people listen. I really respect Jasmine Crockett as a candidate or as a person. I think she's a firebrand who stuck at the Trump and was a great representative of that district. But the way that people are attacking anyone online who endorses Tallarico,
I would take her over a fucking Republican. But lately, no, I didn't like her response to the Trump like CBS thing.
Is really just not cool. I've seen my friends get called like white supremacists.
Yeah, this is the James, not James Gandolfini. This is the meme of the first time when we're at the gallows, and I'm like, first time? That's
do you say James Gandolfini?
Yeah, this is the James, not James Gandolfini. This is the meme of the first time when we're at the gallows, and I'm like, first time? This is what Franco, it is. Look, I've been doing this since 2016. Yes.
No, I don't like the identity politics like weaponization either. But I don't even think that just happens from liberals. I see it happening on both sides. You know what's interesting? The way that I saw Tallarico people being attacked by Crockett supporters, I've seen it happen from lefties to liberals, liberals to lefties. I just think that online Twitter conversations are absolute trash. But yeah, Tallarico's platform is really solid. I think he would be really good in the Senate. And I don't like the way that this primary is being conducted.
No, I don't either. But unfortunately, that's been a primary method that Democrats, especially establishment Democrats, have deployed against the left with regular frequency. And
most of my establishment audience is very pro Tallarico. I don't think like
Most recent Live and Learn guest canceled Adam over this. Wait, what is this? Oh my God. This dude is he's amazing. This dude is like a Biden dead under. He literally said that the Democrats should not, Biden should not have stepped aside, even if it meant that he would have lost even harder and worse than Harris did. He should have stayed in the race. Adam Mockler says it's quote unquote not cool that his friends have been called white supremacists for supporting James Tallarico. Yep, that's going to be a red flag for me. And I don't think this person is saying it's a red flag that those people were calling his friends white supremacists.
I really respect Jasmine Crockett as a candidate or as a person. I think she's a firebrand.
Go chat who he looks like. Oh, who's the Sons of Anarchy guy? I'm not showing the Stranger Things teacher. He doesn't look like the Stranger Things teacher. Give me the name of the Sons of Anarchy guy, and I will pull that person up.
Who's stuck at the Trump and was a great representative of that district. But the way that people are attacking anyone online who endorses Tallarico is really just not cool.
This has 500 likes. This is amazing. What are your thoughts on Palestine? Oh my God. Let's see. Someone put, it's not cool to be called racist simply because you don't support her candidacy. What y'all are saying is there is no valid reason for anyone to not support her, and if they do not, then it must be because of racism / misogyny / MAGA plant / etc. The winner of a general has to appeal to large numbers of white and Hispanic Democrats, but also to some white and Hispanic independents and moderate Republicans. This discourse of if you don't support her, it's because you're racist right here is almost a 100% turnoff for those voters. I'm not asking you to agree. I'm asserting that this is the mathematical truth, and only folks with a contra narrative are her campaign surrogates on social media. Even though, again, I lived in Texas for like 23 years of my life. I was born and raised there. I'm not really convinced that like if Jasmine Crockett advances to the general, like I'll tell you my intuition. And my intuition is that if Jasmine Crockett seems like the type that could do fantastic in a primary, but then horrible in the general. But I really don't know, because sometimes polarizing candidates end up doing really, really well, surprisingly. Like, how many times has there been a candidate like Tallarico? Like, a lot of times. How many times has there been a candidate like Jasmine Crockett? Like, not many. So I'm not necessarily convinced that if she went to the general, she would lose, like, really, really terribly. Especially because her base of support is, like, really fanatic. Seriously. Like, the people that like her or whatever, like, she has won races because on very, very slim margins, because a lot of people were willing to be organized out there canvassing, door knocking, and voting for her. So I like Tallarico more for multiple reasons. Tallarico has his faults. He's taking money from Miriam Adelson. This dude who's like, I'm a Christian or whatever, like pretty sure it's for like gambling deregulation is why he's taking money. So like, yeah, he's sworn off the AIPAC money, but he's still taking money from like Zionist donation or like Zionist funders. But yeah. When did I say you were racist? Epic. Okay. Mr. Jose, how did you feel about her saying black people are done picking cotton because that's what the Latino migrants are for? She said Latinos, maybe that's just what you heard. Drop the video so we can review together. Unless you're saying black folks should be doing that, let me know. Oh, this was not nearly as like controversial as people thought it was, in my opinion.
So I had
like, do I think it's good messaging? No, but I knew what point she was getting at.
to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation. I know that's right. So I had to go around the country.
Like, I felt like so much, like, again, so much of this was like the backlash to this particular clip was like kind of pearl clutchy, not gonna lie. Like, again, I realize people are triggered over like what she's saying. It's like people are reading it as like, you know, oh, is she saying that like Mexicans need to like pick cotton or whatever? She was like making an argument that I hear a lot of liberals make, honestly, as far as trying to make the pitch that people should be more pro-immigration because, oh, these people do jobs that Americans don't want to do. She's talking to what seems to be an obviously primarily black audience, and she's saying, in case you haven't noticed, Americans and Black Americans specifically are not interested in working in the fields that migrant workers and immigrants are interested in working in. That's just a reality. So you don't need to be scared of these people. They can be your neighbors, and they're willing to do these jobs that we can't even seem to pay enough American workers to do. That is like true. No, it's pretty weird. I mean, like, I guess the reason why I don't have so much of a hang up on this is like, I feel like people get freaked out over use of like certain language or whatever surrounding this stuff or whatever. Like, they think she's being too forward about it. Like, I'm not saying that, again, like this focus group tested well or whatever. I just like know what she's saying, and I just don't think it's a big it's a good idea. Like, if you could ask me, if she asked me like, should I say this, I'd probably say you probably shouldn't say that because it's gonna trigger the reaction that it did. But I wouldn't be saying it on the basis that like it offends me because I know what she's saying, and I think it's a largely uncontroversial message with some controversial language in it. I ain't even in Texas, so my opinion doesn't matter. I mean, I think it's fine to have opinions on the Texas Senate race and stuff like that, even if you don't live in Texas.
I mean, I'm
No,
sure
but
some
there's
people-
a lot
Oh, wait, I need to look up. Okay, so this guy. So this is what he looks like. Fuck, Soy Pill, I have to find your thing. So Soy Pill's convinced that this guy looks like this dude. Stranger Things teacher. This guy. Like, okay. Randy Havens. Okay, but I think that you actually struggled with this one. Yeah. So this guy is in, no, this is the same guy. No. This is what's the name of the fucking Sons of Anarchy guy? From this picture for a second, I was like, oh, it's that guy or whatever. And then I fucking realized it. No. He doesn't look like that guy as much as he looks like the other one.
there are a lot of people that
there's like random creators or whatever.
Yeah, there are a lot of random creators on the internet that will deploy those cynical lines of attack. And not only that, but when asked, okay, well, where were you for Ilhan Omar when she was being unjustifiably smeared all up and down the timeline? Where were you for Cori Bush? Where were you for Jamal Bowman? Where are you now for Summer Lee when she needs, help every now and then? They're noticeably absent from that conversation.
Okay, it was Theo Rossi is the guy's name. He looks so much closer to this guy. It's not even a question. Like, come on. How can you actually think that he looks more like the fucking teacher, this guy, than this dude? This is necessary to pin down. Yes, it is. Like, come on. I don't know how you see like this teacher like it, like this seems if you don't know that this person exists, the teacher from Stranger Things seems like his doppelganger, but once you know that this person exists, it's like, oh, never mind.
Because there is an ideological slant there. There is an ideological slant there where they think these guys are actually different than the establishment Democrats. It's actually not on the basis of a defense against
I have face blindness from autism. Oh, okay, sure.
white supremacy at all. It's almost always about potentially where they're getting their bag from. That's what I think, at least. Or
yeah, I mean, I want to say on that note, like, I see that you've been talking a lot about Chorus on your timeline too. I know a lot of Chorus creators who are very pro Tallarico, so I don't think they're being paid to be pro Crockett. I think
no. I don't think Chorus has like a whip over all of their creators at all. I don't think they're like, you have to go out and like attack Hasan.
I think there's
or
a lot of
whatever.
unfair attacks against Chorus. I get it. I'm not even a part of Chorus. I've never taken money from them. I was like on one.
Wow, I agree. That's why Brian Tyler Cohen should probably release all of those creators from the NDAs that he has them sign in their contracts, and there should just be transparency and disclosure between the creators and their audiences. And then there would be so much less confusion.
Meeting when they launch, but I think that it's a pretty solid group that is not funded by Israelis. I don't know. There's a lot of really pro Palestine people in the group.
I don't know who's in the group. That's kind of part of the, well, we don't know exactly who's in the group, and we don't know who's.
Some people have openly talked about it and have said that there's like, there's people.
Okay, some of them, yeah, but they have, it's as per their contract. If they want to disclose that to the public, they have to go through Chorus first. So there's no one who's disclosing it that hasn't gotten the okay from Chorus beforehand. That's disclosing it to their major audiences, and that still doesn't mean that everybody knows like who's in it or whatever.
Have said openly that they're part of Chorus and have also called Joe Biden Genocide Joe. I see a lot of people in my comments always asking me like, are you taking Chorus money? Is that why you...
Let me in the chat for 5 minutes before I sleep. Yeah. Follow the Discord like pinned to my Twitch chat and you can do that. And like go into the waiting room, I'll drag you in.
Like you're such a liberal or whatever. And it's like, no, I mean, I don't think, I think there's a lot of really unfair attacks of Chorus when it's just,
I think Chorus is a good answer to, like the daily.
Okay, Soy Pill, you're live.
I'm in too many Discords. This sucks. Okay, so what do you think the problem with the asylum crisis was? Or am I loading it too much by calling it that?
You're already telling on yourself. What's your issue with it first?
It impacted the systems. It was costing a lot of money. Migrants were dying because they were either having to wait in Mexico or they were getting, there were all the camps like in Mexico due to the Remain in Mexico policy was causing all the like violence and turmoil because they could not get through the system all at once. The border cities were being overwhelmed with arriving migrants and they did not have the resources locally to assess this, and then there was just a huge backlog of people. So it's like,
right.
Okay, given all of this, and by the way, just to make sure we have the same position, I could probably be convinced to be open borders. I mean, it works in the EU once they're all already in the system. I don't really care if they are lying about, fleeing violence. I mean, one, we caused the violence due to American imperialism and destabilizing those countries.
Okay, you said that, but you seem to suggest like it was being abused. And so I take that to be like a negative thing, right?
Well, the negative thing is that we don't have the capacity to deal with it, right? So it's like, okay, what do we do? So like, what was Kamala Harris supposed to do to counter message the mass deportation message and say, hey, this is how we're going to fix the asylum crisis? Which, can we agree that the asylum crisis, insofar as it was causing a strain on the system, it was hurting migrants, and it was costing a lot of money, and that needed to be changed?
Yeah, but the language surrounding calling it a crisis, they call like when they say like there's a border crisis, the insinuation is not that it's a crisis for those people that are like fleeing persecution and attempting to find refuge in this country or asylum. It's it's framed and like language that suggests that there's a crisis for Americans and that like our safety is under threat, when I agree someone's safety is under threat, but it's those people trying to come to the United States and fleeing persecution, not Americans, really.
I think if you're saying they didn't properly address Americans are, being beaten to death with hammers.
Wait. No. Hold on. You said, do you think it's a crisis? And I'm saying, yeah, but it's a humanitarian crisis for those people, not for Americans. Like, do you agree that language, if you say it's a crisis, it's suggesting that it's a crisis for Americans, not for those people?
No, not necessarily. I mean, if you have the choice between who is it a humanitarian crisis for, but the point was that our border system was fucked and it was impacted. And I think that was really where most of the language was directed. I agree. They probably, if it were up to me, they would focus on the fact that, hey, this is hurting the people trying to come over. In fact, they did talk about this when I mean, the famous Kamala do not come speech. It's like, hey, this is a dangerous track. We don't even know if we could accept you. We have too many people here, not here like in the country. Because Ogre Boy, I know you're like, oh, you think we're out of space? It's like, no, but you know, we're out of space at the border. Like we didn't have enough.
Stop! You're not. Stop fucking proxy debating Ogre Boy through me. You're not talking to him. You're talking to me.
Okay, I just want to let everyone in the chat know that I love you very much. All right.
Right.
I love all you little chatters.
He loves everybody. He loves every single leftist. And you're a communist, right?
Things about you in my DM to Aaron.
You love everybody, and you want to seize the means of production, stateless, classless, moneyless society, open borders. Yes.
That is my ideal.
Then
one
we
day
don't
we'll get
disagree.
there. Well,
we just disagree on how to get there.
Well, yeah, my way of how to get there is going to be very different. But again, so I guess my question is just like, what should Kamala Harris have done to avoid what you said was shifting the Overton window?
The same thing that Biden did that fucking got him elected in 2020, which is you offer an alternative, not concede to the framing and then offer to be a lighter version of what Republicans are doing, because you are like implicit in that is a suggestion that, oh, immigrants have been a security threat this entire time. You're right. We've been weak. It wasn't until the Republicans got us to admit that we had to, stop being these like liberal humanitarian pussies surrounding this issue. And now we can all admit that we needed to have like more draconian laws or whatever. Like, oops, sorry. Like they didn't think that wasn't the position that got Biden to the White House. And I realize I'm not saying it's not scary to like, at a time where there's like a nationalist nativist sentiment going on. People are whipped up into a fucking frenzy over like immigrants and they're being scapegoated, that it doesn't feel counterintuitive and like the wrong thing to do to come out and be kind of unapologetically defend like immigrants or whatever. But I truly think that is like the only way to effectively counter message.
What's the policy that he should have proposed?
Comprehensive immigration reform, pathway to citizenship, mass amnesty, like all of that stuff.
Okay, so and if that is impossible to pass due to the current makeup of everything, just whatever, just keep saying it.
You think that's what I'm going to say? What do you think I'm going to say next?
I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah, if it can't be perfect, then give up. Do you think that's what I'm going to say?
No, I don't think you're going to say that. No. You're not stupid. I'm asking you, then what? Because that's where I don't know what comes next after that. If it were up to me, yeah, I'd want a bunch of amnesty. I'd want more DACA-like stuff. But it's like, okay, clearly we can't get this, so what are we supposed to do? And it looks like the best thing we can get is some fucking bipartisan bill that you and I agree is not good in a lot of aspects, but like
kick the can down the road. You know that half of the stuff in this is only going to exacerbate this problem that Republicans will then use to win elections later, because they will point to the excesses of this problem, but they will never say it's the result of these policies that they pushed for, that Democrats helped push for as well.
Wait. Reason the the Republicans were able to signal so well on this because there was a real problem with the impacting of our border system.
I know, but all of the policies that they are saying is a result of those draconian policies. And really, it starts with IRA, like the legislation that was passed under Bill Clinton. That was really when you saw the undocumented population exploded in the United States.
I see. So you're saying
because like it was more punitive, and then people ended up being incentivized to remain in the United States undocumented, whereas before there was a 50-50 chance that if you were undocumented, you came here as a migrant worker, it was easier to secure a work visa. You worked here briefly, and then you went back to Mexico, Canada, or like wherever it was. But after IRA and they instituted these, it was much easier to be subject to deportation, and it was much easier to become banned from even applying to be a legal citizen in the United States. If you overstayed here or were here illegally, quote unquote, that like you had to leave for like up to 10 years, even if you were married, even if you had a job, even if you were already being sponsored because of IRA. And after that, the undocumented population like exploded.
If I'm understanding correctly. So post heavier restrictions on immigration to the U.S., this exacerbated illegal immigration because avoiding this bureaucracy was incentivized, because this bureaucracy would lead to more people not being able to actually get what they wanted. So if we were to do something similar in this bipartisan border bill, for example, more and more people would try to do illegal crossings because they would not want to go through the system where they would otherwise get rejected.
Well, there's push and pull factors. So the amount of people is going to fluctuate based on a million different things. It's going to be based off of like how much they want to come work to the United States. It's going to be based on like instability, like you were seeing record high numbers or whatever. Like that's partially because of COVID. It was also partially because of like, again, like political crises in these countries that sometimes we contribute, sometimes we don't. But like you really can never, like that is almost kind of, I'm not going to say like we have nothing to do with it, but that is always going to like ebb and flow, and treating it like it's an issue of criminality rather than an issue of bureaucracy and an administrative thing is always going to be the wrong approach, because it tries to turn something that is really just not a crime issue into one of that, and then it turns into a policing issue, and then you have like, you know, expansions for like ICE. Like it only exacerbates it. That's why it's not as simple as, oh, just build a fucking wall and keep these people out. But no, I'm not sure if I addressed your question.
I think then more or less. I guess when I see the bipartisan border bill, of all the things I don't like in it, it still signals to me that the Democrats want to expand the bureaucracy to allow more people who have legitimate claims to come through. It signals to me that they are, you know, conceding on some surveillance bullcrap. But the idea that this isn't addressing this as an asylum problem and an impaction problem, and rather than a crime problem, I think is kind of in that bill. But here's what they should have pushed for. And this is going to be the like harder pitch or whatever. And I can't pretend like on the spot I could give you like what would be the ideal message to explain this to the American public and get them on board with this policy. But the things that are intuitive when it comes to solving immigration, like it's just not an intuitive issue, because people for so long have been accustomed to thinking that, oh, the more punitive that we are with this, the more we can get this under control, when it usually exacerbates it. The more it's like a Chinese finger trap, basically. Like the more you try to treat it like an issue of criminality, like the worse it gets and the worse incentives it provides for everyone involved. Like people are just not open to the things that would just be more cost effective and are still safe. Like putting these ankle bracelets around people. Like right now it costs $200 a day per person for every single individual that you hold on average at one of these facilities in like these tent cities that they fucking set up, or at these like, you know, kids in cages or whatever, like at those like holding facilities. That's how much it costs on average per day, as opposed to how much it costs when you give them the ankle bracelet, which is literally $4 per person. So much cheaper. But like when they have all of these people concentrated in these areas, which one, it very quickly amounts to literal concentration camps, not death camps, but concentration camps. But two, they have to have pediatricians on site. They have to, because there's like basic standard welfare standards that all of these have to like abide by. They have to have like pediatricians, they have to have teachers. They have to start educating these people, because they have to be ready to hold them for like months at a time. And the American public needs to accept that, no, it is completely fine for these people that are not criminals. They are literally here coming to legal ports of entries, signing paperwork, and promising to come back to immigration court, that they can work in between and just need to have an ankle bracelet on them in the meantime. I would have to, do you have some sort of like trial thing where they did this ankle bracelet thing and it worked out pretty well?
Yes. I mean, the Trump administration is willing to do it, but they set the bar really, really high for who they're allowing to even qualify for that. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't need to be that high, because we should not presume that the people that are coming into this country, like, why do people want to come into the country in the first place? Is it to do crimes?
to find a better life. No,
they want to find a better life. They want to move here for economic opportunities. That's it. Yeah. But the presumption is like, right now, especially from the right, is like, oh, people want to come here to do crimes, even though there's literally no evidence for that.
Right. Well, I'm not saying that we should capitulate on that. I'm saying that if we have a process for immigrating into the country, and it's not just you can come in and do it whenever you feel like it, which is open border. And if you support that, that's fine. But I'm just saying, if this is not the policy, because this is not the policy America has, and you come in with a bill and say, hey, I want to expedite the amount of people, or the process for people legitimately claiming asylum. I want to expedite H-1Bs, green cards, expand the quotas on green cards. This seems to me that you're not capitulating on immigrants or criminals. You're saying, hey, we want to reduce the bureaucratic problems that are happening, that are causing people to be in shitty conditions at the border. And if we have to give you some money for some fucking shitty wall to do that, this is the best we can pass in Congress right now. I don't think this is like some shithole, like evil draconian bill. But
what did you think of what I read for the criticisms from the ACLU?
I think they were not illegitimate criticisms.
Then we agree. The thing is like, you're never really, you can't like deter this shit. It's a fact, the same way that like, what's the line that people always go to when it comes to abortion? Like, it's not a question of whether or not you're going to decrease abortions. Like the only thing that reliably does that is comprehensive sex ed and giving people access to reproductive care. But if you make it illegal, all you're going to, the difference is going to be, are people going to get abortions safely, or are they going to get abortions dangerously? And well, hold on, let me explain this point and then you can talk. Are they going to get them dangerously, or are they going to get them safely? And it's the same thing here with immigration. It's like, there is no deterring it. People are going to come. It's their right to come here and put in a plea to seek asylum in this country. And it's a matter of, are we going to have a process to like give them access to protection and a process to adjudicate all of these claims, or are we going to try to chase our tails with deterrence when we know that doesn't work and it's not possible?
I'm just confused because are there not a significantly reduced and disincentivized number of asylum claimees right now this year because of the Trump admin?
No.
They're not?
No. What you're seeing, the drop in, like that trend actually started under Biden right as he left office. You were already seeing a decrease in people that were coming to the United States.
That was a legitimate question. I'm not saying like I'm contradicting you. I like actually
no. But like the Trump administration is taking advantage of that and being like, see, it works or whatever, even though they're looking at an acute trend that is not even proven to be correlated with their policies. I'll even grant that I don't doubt that a non-zero or even statistically significant amount of people have been deterred from coming to this country because they don't want to face mass deportations. They don't want to face a fucking Gestapo that is ICE, right? But it's acute. It's not going to last forever. It's not a reliable way to even curb this. It's not even something we should be seeking to curb in the first place. And it's mostly just following trends that were like already decreasing from that, which is why it's just like, it really is just unfortunate timing for Biden that like you were seeing that surge and we didn't have the infrastructure to handle and process all of these claims at around election time. And then it starts to decrease right as he's leaving. It was literally just like, that fucking sucks, right? But this is the consequence, like years in the making, that has been exacerbated by both parties. Truly.
Yeah. I have to look up more about the IRA thing. I didn't want to necessarily have an immigration debate, but I was just trying to clarify that point and tell Chat that I love him. And also, I see more why you're frustrated with this Adam Hasan conversation, considering Hasan, is being coy. I don't know if Adam's being coy. I met him a few times, and Adam is I really like him, but sometimes like frustratingly naive because he's just so nice and just believes people when they say things to him. Republicans will be like, say some dumb thing about like some hypothetical, oh, like, so if I were a girl, if I said I was a girl, and he's like, oh, do you think you're a girl? And it's like, no, Adam, like this guy isn't trans. He's fucking shitting on trans people, but he's such a sincere, sweet little boy. So
Adam's autistic.
Probably.
Is that what you're saying?
Maybe a little bit. But I don't understand this whole Hasan conversation. Is frustrating the fuck out of me because if he believes the harm reduction matters, but ultimately says that the lack of single payer is going to be the reason why people die in the first place, and you're just putting a Band-Aid on it. Do you agree with his assessment that if you elect a Democrat or whatever, this is going to lead to more fascism downstream?
In the long term, yes. I think in the short term, what is going to end up happening is we will get 4 years of like, let's say it's Newsom. Okay. I would still vote for Newsom over Vance easily, but I would be really scared that like, okay, we're going to get Newsom. I don't know that he's going to meet the moment and meaningfully oppose MAGA and Trump, hold the previous admin to account, as well as offer like alternatives that Americans are desperate for and meet the moment. Yeah. And then after 4 years of that, it's like, will it shift even further right? Because they will be capitalizing off of like Newsom's failures in office. I don't know. That's that's what I get scared of. Like in some ways, I like in this, could I ever bring myself to say, oh yeah, Trump should have gotten a second term after 2016? No, but I wouldn't even like, what this is probably just an unfortunate reality that if Donald Trump had gotten that second, it probably wouldn't have been as bad.
I don't necessarily disagree. That might be true because you give him time to charge up his fascism spirit bomb and fearmonger for 4 years.
And like he couldn't have, I don't think like at the start of his second term, he would have like fired his entire cabinet and replaced it and installed the loyalists or whatever. Like he only did that after like 4 years of like biding his time and the party moving even further right and like supercharging for an insane second admin. second term.
Yeah, I don't think this is completely disjointed. It's just very frustrating when it's like, yes, I understand that, you know, tens of thousands of people or millions of people or fewer are going to suffer, and, you know, we'll probably get more Supreme Court justices and all these things will get better. But I'm, you know, doing my Nostradamus prediction that this will lead to worse things because it doesn't give me my perfect solution that I want. But which, by the way, you know, I want a lot of these things. I'm a Bernie bro. I'm an AOC person. Like every year I have to fucking hold my nose and vote for the Democrat, which is funny that people call me like an AOC dick suck for saying you should vote for an endorser. But I don't see this panning out in a way that's like, oh yeah, like it's hopeless. I'm doom pilled. It doesn't make a difference what I do at that point. I think that's very frustrating. But hey, you know, we can't win them all.
But that's what we're out here doing, winning hearts and minds, right?
Well, you are. I'm gonna get Hasan to do it. I'm gonna get him to canvass. We're gonna canvass together. We're gonna knock. We're gonna let
Gruesome
Gavin
Newsom?
Newsom's gonna step on my back, and then he's gonna step on Hasan's back, and then he's gonna get to the door, and he's gonna be standing on both of us like a little step stool, so that he can door knock and get people to vote for him. That's what I'm gonna do.
And then
That's my
everybody's
goal for
gonna
the year.
clap, and the last person clapping, Albert Einstein. And also reanimated Jeffrey Epstein. He'll be there clapping as well, right?
Yes. Wait. Oh, also, everyone's saying I'd vote for a pedophile. I would vote for Bill Clinton over Donald Trump. All right.
What's your evidence that Clinton's a pedophile? Because I have a very low opinion of him, but I wouldn't go so far as to say he's a pedo.
Look, maybe he's not. Just like my newest video that's coming out, you know, a little plug here.
I think he's a fucking misogynist and like a serial abuser of women. Like I do believe that the women who accused him of like sexual impropriety, like even like psychos like Winnie Broderick, we're not lying about that stuff.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't have hard evidence that he's a pedophile. He's just hung out with a known minor trafficker a lot, and it's very suspicious.
Well, that's the uncontroversial claim. The controversial, what is it? I just learned it from my friend Hasan Piker here, the Motte Bailey, right? Is it like sure. The big dog, or like as Adam put it, the big dog claim? The big dog claim is he's a pedophile, and I'm like, okay, what's the evidence? Well, he hung out with a fucking sex trafficker, right? And it's like, well, okay, that I agree with.
Yeah, it's not the Motte Bailey. It's the Doge and the Cheech meme or whatever the fuck. Like that's the Zoomer version of. Cheems. I think that's what it's called. The Cheems, little dog, right? It's Cheems. Cheems, yeah. I learned that from the AI Biden Trump debate. No, but the point is that you know, the character of a president matters and is going to reflect what happens to the country. And obviously these hypotheticals are fucking absurd, but it does make sense to vote for not just first of all, the harm reduction narrative pisses me off because it's like, this isn't, they're not, you know, it's Hitler versus 50% Hitler. It's like, no, Democrats are much better on a lot of these things. And I think that's what Adam was trying to get through. But even if the Democrat happened to be a pedophile or like, you know, cheated on his wife, or let's just say he was exactly the same character as Trump, but he had like Bernie policies, I'd be like, yeah, fuck this guy. He's awful, but like, he's going to be better for the country. And then if that's what we got in the general for some fucking reason, like, yeah, I'd say vote for that. But
I think that like, and I don't know, because leftists are stubborn people sometimes. Okay, I would know this myself as a stubborn leftist. But like sometimes I think that there is a reticence on both sides here, both liberals and lefties. Okay, like leftists can be way too obstinate about admitting where Dems are not just marginally better, but significantly better than Republicans on certain issues. But similarly, when like there are sometimes where on particular issues, Democrats are just so much closer to Republicans that liberals just don't want to admit that. And then it turns into the conversation that can be fruitful, but is ultimately a different conversation about, but what were they supposed to do? And what you're doing to me is like implicitly conceding like, okay, so they were closer to Republicans, but that you're making the argument that they had no choice, but that doesn't actually negate that they were in fact closer to Republicans. And I see this and I wonder like how much that is like feeding into these two groups of people speaking past each other because nobody wants to concede those points.
Wait, can you quickly shorten that point? What do liberals not want to concede? That
like
Democrats aren't good enough? The
debate on immigration between Adam and Hasan was like the perfect microcosm of that, where he was saying they moved a lot further right than they should have been and were way closer to Republican positions. And Adam got reflexively defensive, even though I don't know that he really had good command or like recall of exactly what Harris was pushing for in the campaign trail, but he was
literally didn't
intuitively
remember,
like skeptical of this idea that like Democrats and Republicans had a lot of consensus with respect to immigration, especially like during that period of time. In the same way that like Hasan is reflexively wants to reject the idea that the parties aren't both like largely the same, but like when you go issue by issue, he will acknowledge, like he readily acknowledge, like, oh yeah, it's better to be trans, or like if you're a trans person, it's better to be in a blue state than a red state.
Right. Yeah. Because it's like, you know, the famous clip of Hasan being like, they would be exactly the same. Democrats would be the same. And it's like he's talking about Gaza, and for the most part, like that is kind of true. Like, you know, as Biden can draw as many imaginary red lines, and as much as Netanyahu crosses them, it's like it's pretty much the same as what Donald Trump does at the end of the day. Even if it's not exactly the same, it doesn't really make a big difference. But ultimately, like
even that, I will disagree with you on. Like the and this will get me shit with my own audience immediately, but like the famine that was happening under Biden or under Trump, that you probably would not have seen that under a Harris administration being like totally real or whatever. And like at that point, that like those are actually the types of things that end up being killers in genocide. And like you see explosions in death when it comes to like famine, when it comes to like disease. Like when people think, how are people killed in genocide? They're thinking like death camps, they're thinking like industrial systems like Auschwitz and stuff like that, like thinking about that. But when you look at other genocides, that is typically not the majority of like the way that, and even that's even true of like the Holocaust. The majority of people dying, like they're dying from like disease and stuff like that.
I don't disagree with this point. What I mean is, if you look at like when this is over, and I don't even know if you would consider it's not over now, but you know when it is.
Well, Trump's in charge, right, into perpetuity.
Right. I don't believe the ultimate outcomes for most of the people there would be that materially different. It would be a sense of how fast it is happening. But maybe, even if it was, I think it's like, this is literally the, you know, does Hitler kill 6 million or 5 million Jews, right? Which like, okay, obviously 5 million is good, but like, this is not the optimal solution here. But yeah, when you zoom out and you look at every single policy, it's like, okay, well, a majority of these things are better for the Democrats. It's not even harm reduction to me at that point. It's like, this is just a better choice, even if I don't like this person. You know, I'm not a fucking Gavin Newsom stan. You know, he's tall and I want to have sex with him, but like, I don't want to vote for him. So it's kind of ridiculous.
Demonic,
that, like, you know,
disgusting.
That people call, oh, okay, you can be homophobic on your stream, Aaron,
I gladly. If it's towards Gavin
okay?
Newsom, yes. Gavin Newsom is an absolute, like, uncanny valley looking motherfucker. American Psycho freak.
Uncanny valley.
Yes.
You said young Biden was hot, but you don't think Gavin Newsom's hot?
Young Biden was a fucking Chad. I haven't seen pictures of young Gavin Newsom, but like Gavin Newsom looks like Christian or with Patrick Bateman, just like a Democrat though.
Patrick Bateman's hot.
Okay, but Patrick Bateman is off-putting.
Well, yeah.
Christian Bale is hot. Patrick Bateman is like very, very off-putting.
Yeah, Chad agrees with me. You're coping really hard. But the point is, I'm looking towards more like a Ro Khanna, AOC kind of person, and I'm not going to be happy when one of those people is not the general person if that happens. But I'm still going to vote Dem. And I think Hasan needs to be telling people to do it. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. I'm going to go to sleep.
Wait. Would you hate bang Newsom? You guys would be making love.
Look, I've already touched him, and skin-to-skin contact is like the first thing. Like, you know when girls like will walk by you and like put their hand on your shoulder and just be like, like I've already done that. So like I've incepted the thought of touching me into his head. It's all downhill from here.
Well, I'd hate bang Newsom too. Okay, for history. So I can be part of history, obviously.
Right. Have a fun stream. Love you guys, chat. Have a good night.
All right, bye. Wow. Look at that. Winning hearts and minds, reaching across the aisle to these filthy, filthy liberals. Look at us, guys. This guy stinks so bad. I love my community.
Wire, where it is like there is a necessity to combat Republican disinformation.
And for all y'all that were rightfully skeptical of the claims that I was making with respect to how Kamala Harris would be on Israel versus Donald Trump, for one, may I remind you that Mike Huckabee is a fucking psychopath and he's the one who is in charge of a lot of this shit, for one. For two, I don't think that Kamala Harris would be part of the Gaza peace like plan into fucking perpetuity. Would she have exerted pressure? No, absolutely fucking not. But my friend History Speaks is the one who is able to articulate the finer points and differences between that were meaningful under his view, and I largely agree with them, between the Biden admin and the likely Harris admin if she had ever won versus Trump as far as the policy with respect to like famine and starvation. And you guys can check him out on Twitter. Hold on. Because he's like gotten into fights with people over this stuff because they get some shit as well. But I have to be honest, and I do think that that is just the case. History Speaks. Y'all should go check him out. This guy. And he's not just whatever, like he's working on his PhD. So, and research for Gaza.
There's an endless faucet
Dahmer Newsom
of money that is being dumped into quote unquote independent media from the exact same corporate benefactors that fund the Republican Party, that fund the think tanks, that run ads on Fox News. And I think that there needs to be a faucet of pro-Democratic Party content out there that is addressing that misinformation, that's fighting against that. I agree with it on principle. I personally don't think that you should take any money whatsoever. There's plenty of people that have approached me to give me money for my advocacy, whether it be like PACs or advocacy groups. Like I don't think you should do.
I'm so tired of the IP discourse. Mina, you and me both.
That on principle, that's what I think. I think that is that's what's so good about being an independent content creator is that you can be beholden to your audience and your audience only. And you can, I mean, that's part of the reason why my only revenue comes from not even like sponsors or anything, but people subscribing to my Twitch channel. I think that gives you longevity as well. It gives you editorial independence. Having said that, what I was talking about with like the one chorus content creator was he was straight up in the tank for Wesley, what's his name? Wesley Bell in Missouri. I mean, that is Wesley Bell was entirely an AIPAC puppet. $20 million in that race against a wonderful person, Cori Bush, who was a spectacular fighter, who was an incredible
fighter. Don't you know? Doesn't Hasan know that she voted against the bipartisan infrastructure bill?
Champion of human rights.
Yeah,
and
it's so unfortunate that she will always be tarred with that when it was part of a strategy that she and Jamal Bowman were trying to do with like Manchin or whatever that like nobody's gonna fucking remember. So it just ended up being this thing like, oh, she voted against the infrastructure bill. Fucking sucks.
Was a fantastic congressperson, and Israel literally straight up punished her because she was right too early. And that chorus creator saying, fuck Cori Bush. I don't like Cori Bush. I love Wesley Bell. I'm like, okay, like chorus creators who are known to be chorus affiliated shouldn't be running around saying shit like that, because then you look like you're being paid by Israel. That's my point. Like it's
I absolutely agree. But your tweet kind of reads like you were implying that Chorus is like full of Israeli assets. I don't know. I think that
I don't. I think there are a lot of content creators that are obviously more establishment Democrat aligned,
and that just happens to
working
be like
with
that,
Chorus that just happen to. That happened to maybe not talk about Israel as much. I don't think that it's like being paid by Israel. What?
You don't think they're being paid to not talk about Israel? You just think they happen to not talk about it?
Yeah, I think it's a self-selecting group of people. But there are some people, from what I understand, that are also chorus content creators who are outspoken on the issue of genocide.
Yeah, that's fair. I see a lot of unfair attacks, but
I think it's just that's how it works in not to bring up manufacturing consent so close to Noam Chomsky's new revelations and his connection to Jeffrey Epstein, but usually it's a self-selecting process. It's not people are not being bribed.
I mean, we all know the line, right? Like, it's not that you're paid and told what to believe. It's that if you believed anything else, you wouldn't even be in the position that you are in right now.
To do something. People are more so already inclined to do something, and then they are the ones who rise up through the ranks or get rewarded for it. And I do think that if the project of Chorus is supposed to defend the Democratic Party, then of course the people that they're going to select for the most part are going to be people who defend the party. And if the party is defending Israel, then they're also going to be going after people who, for the most part, defend Israel.
If you could,
I mean, yeah, this is just kind of incontrovertibly true. The majority of the Democratic establishment is like pro-Israel in policy. So if you have a PAC or a special interest group that is largely pro-Democrat and largely accepts the like positions and consensus that exist within the party as it is and is not pushing them on that issue, you are accepting like a pro-Israel position kind of by default.
ask Gavin Newsom a few questions. What would you want to ask him?
Oh, I have so many questions to ask him. I wonder how he thinks he will overcome the "Don't California my state" narrative that will destroy his campaign. I would ask him why his solution to combating homelessness after years and years has not been around a housing first policy. And instead it's just been riddled with like institutional hurdles, hang up after hang up, an overall refusal to try to fix the housing market in the state of California, which has some of the most expensive housing markets in the world. You know, those would be probably my main concerns. Cause like, I think Gavin Newsom is going to get hit on everything. But I think if I were to think of like the most consequential thing for Gavin Newsom, it would be housing. Also, why won't he talk to me? That's the other thing. Cause I know that he has fans of mine that work on his team that I've like
Do we think that the I've had it clip going viral, like now Gavin Newsom like is forced to go on Hasan's stream?
Communicated with, and he's done basically every podcast but mine for some reason.
And if Gavin Newsom rewards that behavior, then Hasan is only going to be incentivized to say incendiary things about Democrats if it means that they end up facing pressure to go on his stream and correct the record or like prove themselves to his audience.
I have no clue.
I think I know why.
It would be pretty fucking awesome.
He doesn't want to have a contentious conversation with someone that will, you know,
like Adam, come on, we know why. We know why. He doesn't want to catch shit from the left.
That will come at him from his left flank.
Well, dude, it seems like we agree on a lot, which we predicted. I think that we agree on a lot of the flaws of the Democratic Party, and even a lot of the prescriptions. But yeah, I mean, I hope I was able to at least bring the strongest liberal argument.
Narrator voice, but they did not agree on a lot, and it did not feel like they really meaningfully like again, these are two people who clearly, again, to the extent that they agree, like they differ so much in tactic and strategy that it makes some of the positions like irreconcilable.
As to why people are mad at you online. I genuinely do think that there are some very valid criticisms, and I tried to bring them up and we talked about them. But yeah, I mean, people are always going to throw unfair shit around, and I think there's a stronger argument to be made.
Yeah, I mean, look,
come on.
If there's one takeaway that I hope liberals who came in here like that wanted you to fucking destroy me in the marketplace of ideas came in, if there's one thing that they should sincerely listen to me on, it's that I first and foremost despise the Republican Party. And I want to destroy the Republican Party. And my criticisms of the Democrats stem from sometimes their closeness to the Republican Party and their conciliatory tone to Republican policies. Because I personally believe that that's not only...
Mina, you're live. Hello. What's up?
I'm on my phone, and also my kid might interrupt me.
No, it's fine.
First of all, the Gaza discourse, I feel like, is a bit of a poisoned well.
I don't even disagree with you.
It's like saying like the Democrats wouldn't be that big of a difference to the Republicans, I feel, is not entirely true. Would it change things on the ground now in Gaza? Probably not. The Israeli government will do whatever they want to do, but I don't think that giving them even more leeway like Trump is doing is great, because now they're talking about annexing the West Bank.
Yeah.
Under Biden.
It's telling to me that like if Bibi Netanyahu still has a preference for Trump over any other candidate, that is not something to be ignored, in my opinion. Like that is significant to me, and it tells me like, okay, there's a reason why he if they're like exactly the same, right? Like what I will easily grant is like there is not enough of a difference between these two parties with respect to Israel. I'll grant that any day of the week. what I'm so skeptical about granting is like, oh, well, it's just insignificant, because if that were the case, Bibi would not have been upset, like annoyed about Kamala Harris. Like Miriam Adelson would not be pumping $100 million into Trump's campaign. Like they would not be trying to get him into office.
Not just that, like from what I read with Bob Woodward's book, they did not like Kamala Harris.
No.
Because well, hi, mommy. Mommy's talking to a friend right now, okay? I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
You want to see her? That's her. Do you see her? There you go. Isn't she pretty? Yeah, she's very pretty. Okay, so basically when Kamala met Bibi, from what I read is that she did not like him, and that they kind of thought of her of like being more of a risk in terms of like if she was to be elected, she did not seem to be like very fond of Israel as Bibi as Biden is.
Yeah, no, because they can't take any criticism. Like with Trump, it's like uncritical adulation and just like a dead giveaway and like capitulation to whatever they want. Democrats, like, they signal that there's going to be opposition, but like the Israeli establishment like can't even take that. Like they really can't even take the emphasis on like the two-state solution. Like now Huckabee has like, it is the first time that the U.S. official stated policy has not been two-state solution. It's one state for Israel, and that we're going to carve Palestine out of a Muslim country somewhere else. It is like a major departure from decades of foreign policy.
Absolutely.
So like, it's hard for me to like know what inferences to draw from like their personal disagreements or whatever. It's because it's like in the same way I wouldn't expect that like, you know, Harris and like Putin would get along, or like Harris and like Bibi, I wouldn't expect them to get along. But like when you see the capitulation that the Democrats are willing to engage in, even knowing that, that's what really pisses me off, because it's like you're never going to be able to like cozy up to these people to the extent that the Republicans can. Like Obama, like he was very like Bibi did not like Obama. He was very skeptical of Obama, like and like for like like racist reasons or whatever. Obviously, like I wouldn't even doubt that. Like this is total conjecture, right? But I do think that Bibi was probably one of these people that thinks like Obama is like a secret Muslim or whatever. And Obama like made significant concessions to the Israel lobby and to appease Netanyahu. And it's like, what does it get him? Like it got him like nothing. As opposed to Trump, who in this weird way has almost like more wiggle room, but it's because he concedes everything else. So at, like when it comes down to some of these like, you know, the edges or like
Trump
these
is
edge
really
decisions.
transactional.
Yeah, like he can't be restrained because like Trump can't really be pressured by like AIPAC because he's so wealthy. Unlike Obama and like most other candidates, they can be pressured by those groups.
But he's still very transactional. As soon as like Israel can give him some wins, like for example the fucking ceasefire plans that were actually, you know, concocted under Biden. As soon as like Bibi saw that like Trump got reelected, he immediately, you know, decided to move on the ceasefire plan to give Trump an easy win. But do you really believe that Trump did any significant part in that ceasefire? I don't believe so.
No,
I think that was already,
I don't think so.
You know, but that was also, you know, Hamas also wanted to give Trump an easy win because they understood that like Trump is a wild card, and Trump has no qualms about using hard power, as you might have noticed in the past few months.
He wants the Gaza Riviera.
All right. So, like, I think it was more of a, like, as you, for example, maybe saw, like, when Hamas finally got the ceasefire, they started, like, summary executing clans in the Gaza Strip that, you know,
were these the clans that Netanyahu was covertly funding? The ones that were, like, they're not, like, ISIS adjacent?
The IDF was arming clans to, like, you know, because people were protesting against Hamas in the Strip.
Yeah.
And Hamas is also not great. If I was a Gazan, I would absolutely hate Hamas because, like, they took tax money from the people in Gaza and built, like, fucking tunnels underneath their houses. And if you said or did anything, they would just, like, lock you up or worse. So, like, obviously, like, I don't blame Gazans if they say they fucking hate Hamas. I would. You can see why Gazan clans would say, okay, we will cooperate with the Israelis because clearly Hamas they're a death cult. Not that, like, Israelis actually care about the Gazans.
No. It's just to drive a wedge between, like, different factions, political factions within Gaza, create instability.
Yeah. The thing is that I have trouble with is that, okay, like, I will concede that Biden is a Zionist. He said so himself. Clearly, he wants Israel to stay. I think Israel should stay too, but in a different way. I don't want the government to be what it is now. I don't want the West Bank to be annexed into Israel. I don't want Gaza to be annexed into Israel. Preferably, if I had the choice and I was the prime minister of Israel or whatever the fuck, I would have wanted to evacuate all the people in Gaza, or, like, mainly the children, the elderly, the sick, get them into the Negev desert, into a refugee camp, make sure there's proper humanitarian aid, proper troops to protect them, and make sure, nothing happens to them, and then go into Gaza. That would have been better. Obviously, Gaza would still look the same as it does now, because in the end, you have military infrastructure underneath civilian infrastructure. There's no way to change that. But in the end, there would still be less death. And preferably, that would have been my solution. Obviously, I'm not a fucking politician. But I think that Kamala is, I wouldn't say as Zionist as Biden is.
I didn't get that. Like, Biden is, like, this, like, old school Zionist that, honestly, I think when he, like, really didn't set any red lines, I think, like, his old brain literally was like, oh, this is the IDF of, like, 30 years ago where they could get this done in, like, 40 minutes. Like, I don't think that he realized that, like, kind of giving, like, basically, like co-signing this weapons transfers or whatever, like, he knew it would be bad, but I don't even think that, like, anybody really truly appreciated, like, in that admin truly appreciated how bad it was about to be.
No, but they also blocked weapon transfers when they saw something that they didn't agree with, like with the Rafah invasion and stuff like that. Like, they said, like, there's so many people there, you should evacuate them first. And then they fucking evacuated them, and then they went into Rafah. Because, like, if they had just, like, not blocked the weapons at that time, then for sure Bibi would have just gone into Rafah without evacuating the people. And, like, do you think Trump would care if that happened? Like, if Bibi said, I want to go into Rafah, he would say, okay, cool. He wouldn't have evacuated the people. And also, like,
this claim I'm not sure about, because I'm trying to think back to this claim that I saw in did you read the Washington Post article talking about, like, evidence has come to light that, like, there were, I don't know if it was envoys or like ambassadors that were basically knew that there was evidence of, like, very, very early on that Israel's not acting in conformity with the laws of war, and they were not, they were like sort of looking the other way. But, like, to me, the more significant one to point to is, like, you have what's his name, like, Blinken and Biden, like, spending, like, fucking 8 hours locked in a room with Bibi trying to, like, negotiate to get food and, like, aid to these people, where it's like there's no shot that Biden was going to do that, or that Trump was going to do that. But, like, what Trump was willing to do that Biden wasn't willing to do, that they probably should have just done, is they were, like, this close to directly, like, the Trump admin, it's like a razor thin margin between, like, who they put to directly negotiate with Hamas. Like, Biden wouldn't directly negotiate with Hamas, and Trump was like this close to doing it. And I honestly think that probably should have just been done under the Biden admin.
I think they left it to the Arab countries to do that. which like I can't blame them because I think the Arab countries have more of an idea what Hamas is truly like. Because, you know, they're an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood and the Arab countries had to deal with those. So they kind of understand the Arab countries have more of a understanding. They know how to pressure Hamas.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, Qatar has pressure on Hamas because they were housing them, right? They were housing the political faction of Hamas.
Right. And then we know how that ended under Trump.
Well, now Qatar has now they're a major non-NATO ally because Israel attacked Qatar, right? I don't think Trump was happy that Israel decided to attack Qatar. They didn't tell him.
No, that was when he like came out in front of the press and he was like, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, I genuinely think he was like, that was one of the first times, like, unlike the Iran strikes, that he was like blindsided that the Israelis had gone ahead and done something like that and interfered with the negotiations that his his envoys were attempting to broker between the Qataris, the Israelis, and the Palestinians.
Yeah. Now they're a major non-NATO ally. Now they get to do training with the Americans in terms of their fighter jets. But I think that like if we for example look at the West Bank, there were sanctions under Biden against Israeli settlers. Those are gone now.
Yeah, those were gone like the day Trump got into office. He like rescinded those.
Yeah, it's fucking cooked, dude. Like IP is cooked. I genuinely don't have any like hope for IP anymore. Trump has genuinely just
this peace thing is insane. Like Trump owns he's like in charge of it into perpetuity. It's like not even when the term ends. Like he is in charge of that like peace thing, even after he vacates the office, if that ever happens.
Like I've seen like I don't even know if it's true. I've seen like little pictures of like the Gaza Strip and then divided by like different countries and like country law enforcement, country troops, and like I've seen the countries that are supposedly going to enter the strip. There's some countries I agree with. Personally, I agree with, for example, Morocco being in there because like I'm Moroccan. But like I think having an international coalition being in there is not that bad of an idea. I think that should have been a thing from the very beginning with regards to like making sure everything is on the up and up, making sure that like, you know, aid is being distributed properly. Having an international coalition definitely puts more eyes on it because you now have a kind of tripwire effect by having not just the IDF in there, but other people that are not Israeli. These kinds of things are obviously something that shouldn't be done super fucking fast as they have done, but also like realistically, how much time do you really have? Because there's a bunch of people that are just living in rubble and tents, and you know the winters are fucking ass. There's rain. People are just like sick and dying, and they need help as soon as possible.
It just it was a bad sign very early on. This was like right after October 7th. Like Blinken had tweeted out, we need like a ceasefire now, and then like he deleted that very, very quickly after Israel announced the like incoming incursion. And after that, I was like, they're just going to be like constantly on the back foot trying to rein in this the Likud party, like Bibi, like it's going to be, they're going to be like trusting the Israelis, like following their lead, and it's going to be as disastrous as it ended up being. Like I couldn't have like imagined it would be like even this disastrous, but I knew it would be very, very bad right away when I saw that.
Yeah, I think they were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like Israelis, obviously, you know, I can understand why they're super fucking mad after that. after the terrorist attack. I can understand why they want to go in and actually get Hamas as as problematic as that is, considering the circumstances that they're entrenched in the civilian population. The thing is that I don't want to imagine a reality where Israel is completely independent from the US. I think that reality would be worse.
Well, why do you think so? Like, because they like move closer to like, well, I really can't. They would obviously find other coffers, but I struggle to think like exactly who. Like possibly China, because China ended up being like a mediator for
Russia,
certain things, but like
they don't care. China and Russia
I
don't
see
care.
it with China. With Russia, no, because like even early on, like Putin, it took Putin like I think over a week before he was even willing to call Bibi and like express apology, like his like what would you say this like. Oh, sorry for like October 7th or whatever. Like he refused to do this principally. And then even after this board of peace, obviously Russia of all countries saying this or whatever, like, oh, international law is a joke. Like Russia saying that is already a joke. But in response to like the board of peace thing, they were like, the statement they made nominally, I agreed with. I just thought it was rich coming from Russia because they were like, this is a joke. Like, this is like in contravention to like international law to even convene such a board of peace or whatever. And as like and try to pass it off as something that's legitimate.
It's nonsense. Yeah. The thing is, Russia has allies in the Middle East that they don't really, they're allied with Iran, and they clearly, like now, if they, like, for example, started selling weapons to Israel, Iran would be upset about it. And that's obviously not great, considering, they're also kind of reliant on Iran. The thing is that, like, in the end, money is money for them, and they need the money for the war.
Yeah.
There's only so much Iran can actually... I don't think they can actually realistically do anything if Russia decided to ally itself with, or not ally itself, but like sell weaponry to Israel. The problem I see is that what the fallout would be with Europe, because if they accept weaponry from Russia, they will have fallout with Europe, and I don't think they want that because
it's one of those things was like the EU's posture has like been nominally more aggressive than the US as far as like condemnation or whatever, but it's one of those things that like they're only enabled to do that because I think that they know that the United States is going to maintain the existing dynamic between themselves and Israel. And that they only feel empowered to say things like, we need to push for like a 2-state solution and we're like going to recognize Palestine. I'm like, they would not be doing this were it not for the pre-existing relationship between the United States and Israel still continuing to be maintained and in the manner that it has been under Trump. So like in this, like, I can't even think of like a paradigm where like the EU does that, but like independently. Because I think, like, let's pretend in, like, this fantasy land where, like, the United States severs diplomatic ties in a significant way with Israel and, like, at best becomes kind of, like, strategically ambiguous and, like, neutral, not even, like, adversarial. I see the EU stepping up to kind of fill that void before China comes in and before Russia comes in.
I think it depends on the country. Because Europe is also not really a monolith. You can have, like, for example, Hungary, that is clearly a staunch Israeli ally. They do whatever they want anyways. They're like, they don't give a fuck. They'll do whatever they want. So it doesn't necessarily matter what the EU says, per se. I think it depends on, like, which European country decides to step in. Obviously, Europe doesn't have the same arsenal, the same coffers as the US does, and we have, like, our own kind of problems with regards to the Eastern Front. I think, though, there's certain countries in Europe that would be willing to assist Israel in whatever they want to do. Okay, oh yeah, there was like this recently, our parliament president went to Israel, and she went to Gaza for like an hour. I'm not sure if Bibi thought that was like a good opportunity for propaganda or whatever. But she's a bit of a, like, I don't like her because I don't agree with her. I didn't vote for her party.
Who is this again, just for my audience?
Her name is Julia Klöckner. She is from the CDU, so it's like the governing party. They are governing with a coalition of the SPD, who are social democrats. So you have the Christian Democrats and the Social Democrats. She is not really right now in a, like, she's not in a government position. She's the parliament president, so she's not even like saying anything really. She's not, but she has a tremendous sway in our government because she's part of the, the governing party and a senior position in there.
Yeah.
But she went to Gaza for an hour and came out, and what she said was something along the lines that the military occupation of Gaza should not be forever. It needs to stop soon. And I guess that kind of, it's obviously like a bit of a, yeah, she could have said like, oh, it's a fucking disaster and we need to like stop this immediately. But like, yeah, that's obviously not going to happen. Considering like Germany's position with Israel.
Yeah, no.
But
I would not like, could they? Like, is it possible? Sure. Like, is it realistic or whatever that, like, given all the other stances
Germany
that they've taken,
always
like,
be an
no.
ally to Israel.
Yeah, no.
For obvious historic reasons with the Holocaust. The thing is that, like, her saying that, like, yeah, this military occupation with the yellow line in Gaza shouldn't be forever means that, like, if Israel decides to, like, occupy the Gaza Strip, Germany will not like it. Well,
that was the Biden admin's position, because they had said, like, this was reported by Reuters, not, I think, at the end of 2023, if not early 2024, where they were saying, like, they were signaling by saying, we don't believe that, like Gaza should govern itself, like, post-war, right? Like, at the time, it was still being called war.
Of course.
But they were like, yeah, like, we don't believe that, like, Israel should continue the occupation indefinitely. And then as like Biden's heading out or whatever, BB's like, yeah, we're doing that indefinitely, pretty much, because like as they saw that Trump was going to come in, like he was like, yeah, we can stop pretending like we weren't going to do that all along and just continue the occupation. Yeah.
Now you have Trump that doesn't really give a fuck. I think they don't care if there's a military occupation in Gaza. The thing is, like, Germany supplies about like 1/3 of all the weapons shipments or weapon aid, military aid to Israel, but they obviously also have that kind of like red line. I think it's good that she was the first kind of foreign politician that went into Gaza and saw what's going on. Obviously they also she's aware. Also, she mentioned that she's aware that they only showed her what they wanted her to see.
Yeah, for sure.
The thing is, like, there's only so much they can really hide. I think if she goes to Gaza, she will see the rubble. Yeah. If there are people, she will see the people. And, like, she already knows, like, unless you're fucking blind and don't look at any news, like, you already know what Gaza really looks
just
like.
Total humanitarian catastrophe.
Yeah, so I'm guessing this was more of a purpose for like humanitarian aid. So like how much she will pressure the government in terms of like humanitarian aid, how much she'll pressure the government to like tell the Israelis that they shouldn't keep the occupation ad infinitum, and that's, I think, in my book, a kind of net positive. They haven't really used this opportunity in Israel, from what I heard, much for propaganda purposes. Because, you know, there's like other issues right now. What I heard is that, I'm not sure how much she was involved in this, but obviously Bibi is now on his campaign trail for the next election, and Bibi has said that he doesn't want Israel to be dependent on other nations anymore, and that he wants more. It's fucking retarded, by the way.
I was gonna say, it's like ridiculous posturing.
Yeah, it's retarded, A, and B, you know, what he wants as an alternative, it's complete dementia. He wants joint procurement projects with other countries. Now, if you think, really, okay, let's say for the sake of argument, they want to do that, and they do it, and they don't require military aid anymore. Joint procurement projects work in a way where you have a project, partially you will divide how you will do the development, how you will do the actual manufacturing and production. And let's say 50-50, the production is made in the US, and 50-50, like 50% for Israelis and 50% for the Americans, or 50% for the Israelis, 50% for the Germans, or 50% for the Israelis, 50% for India, or whatever. Obviously, India doesn't give a fuck. I don't think they care. But if Germany has any part in this, they cannot use these assets without the express consent of the other country. If the other country says, no, we don't want you to use these assets for a specific
contingent on those
operation.
countries enforcing it, but technically, yes, that would be the case.
Right, but the thing is, let's say the Israelis go ahead and still do the thing that they want to do with those assets. The other country can just pull out of the project and say, okay, then we're not going to do it anymore, and we're not going to manufacture 50% of the thing anymore. And then,
but that's where I'm like, I don't think that that part ever comes.
I think it might. It depends on like the government, who's in the government. So
it depends. It's just
say,
like I
okay,
just see like everything that has happened now, and like there has been. I'm not going to say there's been little to no backlash or whatever. Like, obviously, this has isolated Israel diplomatically. But as far as, like, material sanctions, it's like, dude, like, Bibi was flying over Canada's airspace not that long ago or whatever. There's an ICC warrant. Like, Canada could have had a fucking, like they could have forced his plane to land and, like, drag him before the ICC. But they're not going to fucking do that.
Yeah. I mean, they are also like a neighbor of the U.S. and the U.S. has said that if the ICC
attempts to like if anybody tries to like enforce that or whatever, like I'm pretty sure I don't know like the exact statements, but like I wouldn't be surprised if Trump is like, we will literally declare war on anybody that tries to arrest Bibi Netanyahu.
I mean, it's ridiculous, but also there's other ways to pressure countries. I don't think they're going to go to war for the countries, but there's other ways to pressure the countries to actually conform with their demands and interests.
No, not war. I should say, like, if Canada did that, it was like, oh, okay, then the annexation is happening after all. Because of Bibi. Maybe I think that would be also, like the path that they pursue, not like war.
I don't think it's ridiculous to think about, because like you have the Joint Chiefs of Staff and they are not going to be agreeable with that. They are not going to say like, you saw what happened with Greenland, and like it's not politically viable to do these kinds of things with your allies, because you are dependent on your allies as much as they are dependent on you. And your economy will take a huge, huge hit if they decide to use hard power to actually do what they want to do.
There's into like the brass tacks of that, but like Trump was going really hard on that for like a week, and then the speech that he gave at like the Davos conference, and then it was like all of a sudden he's like putting on his Truth Social like, oh, we're dropping that or whatever, and I was like, who got in his ear, or like who was like, stop, I have money there, like I can't think of like what would have stopped him, but like so all of a sudden he reversed course, and I have a feeling like I don't think it was the result of like international pressure being real, because like he's like going through like what the fine print in these like treaties or whatever, and it's like he's like, oh well, there's an argument that we could take this or whatever, like we're just going to do it, and then he stopped doing it. And I just don't think it was because of like backlash. It had to have been like you're saying, it was very transactional. I'm like, somebody had to have like shown him like this is actually not really good for like a bottom line or something.
Well, it has to do with the Federal Reserve. It has to do with like with the bonds, with the bond market. So like if Trump seriously, first of all, the joint chiefs of staff from the U.S. military, they didn't want this, and there were articles about like saying like, oh, maybe we should attack Iran. They were trying to like distract him. Maybe attack Iran again, or maybe go to Cuba, or maybe whatever. Right? They were like trying to tell him like, it's not good. We don't agree with that. This is not something. They're our allies, and we have treaties with them, and also the EU has a bit of a defense clause in it. If we decide to do this, it will literally end probably in absolute chaos and mayhem for the US. Not just like in terms of like a war aspect, but like, first of all, it's not really feasible for the US to take Greenland, just from a tactical operational perspective. They don't have icebreakers like the Europeans do. They don't have the Arctic forces like the Europeans do. This is a very, very hostile environment in terms of climate, of the climate. And it's obviously, yes, there's a small population of like 56,000 or something like that. It's a lot of terrain that has not that many people, is very harsh, and obviously you can't just take that big of a country just with a very, very small
what you're saying
Arctic
probably
force
is not intuitive to a lot of my listeners, but I don't even disagree with you, because just because we have like, again, the biggest military in the world is bigger than the next however many combined or whatever, that doesn't mean that like we have the, again, like it's not a matter of like lacking the funds, but as far as like immediately being able to mobilize troops to hold that territory in the way that it would demand is like impractical, because we just don't have those sorts of like forces trained and ready to deploy.
For that specific climate, yeah.
Like even if we had it, they would be like small amounts of people, and like it would require like cooperation. And it's like, well, who is going to join in this mission with us? Because like every single ally of ours was signaling like from like to the most gentle to strongest terms possible, like we oppose this measure, like we don't think this is productive, like we would not follow you into this. Even if they were not really speaking out nearly as forcefully as like they should have or whatever, like it would have been like worst case scenario. And I'm not saying this wouldn't have been devastating in a different way. It would have been a lot of like sort of on paper attempts at like maneuvering, but like as far as like a material enforcement mechanism, it's like even in Venezuela, like you're deposing Maduro, right? But like if the person that is installed right after, or like that assumes office right after Maduro is Maduro's VP, and we never mobilize any troops to like hold the territory and like topple any other person from that, like it's literally the deposition of just one individual. It's not like on the one hand, it's like it's a regime change, but then in another, it's not an entire regime change. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and like, annexing a country means that you're going to be there for a long time. And occupying a territory costs a lot of money, especially if it's as big and as harsh of a climate as Greenland is. It's not feasible. It's just, even if you wanted to, it wouldn't have worked out.
Yeah, and like for what? It's like for what, like I can't even remember what the stated rationale for this. Like, it was always unclear to me from the beginning. Like, why is he pursuing this?
And rare earth minerals. That was the rationale. His reasoning was national security and
right,
the deposits that are in the permafrost. But like,
no, it's like there was not even the will again. Like after 20 years, still, but like $300 million a day when we withdraw from Afghanistan, and that's like a country that people collectively hold responsible for 9/11, and like the will eventually evaporated. Now you're talking about Greenland, where it's like Americans don't even understand like why we would be doing this, like the amount of money it would cost, like all of the issues that it would create immediately. It would just be opposed, like there's like no public support for this, literally not from either base or independents.
You want to know my little tinfoil hat theory? You want to know my little tinfoil hat theory?
Yeah.
I'm not even saying that like Trump himself intended this, but maybe somebody in his administration, because I wouldn't say that like his administration is necessarily full of idiots. My little tinfoil hat theory is that he was trying to do, well, not he, but the administration was trying to do a bit of a like strategy of making Europeans aware of how little they actually care about Greenland. In a sense of like making sure to properly defend it. You had the same thing with NATO, for example, where Trump was like pressuring Europeans like in a way where they finally actually said, yes, we will now finally increase our defense spending and increase our military forces procurement and our infrastructure and stuff like that, right? I think that was a bit of a tactic to actually make Europeans aware of a weak spot they had.
I mean, this isn't even crazy because like the terms that Trump is attempting to get these countries to comply with as far as like paying NATO dues or whatever, it was like literally overnight wanting like 5% of their GDP to be paid to like NATO or whatever. And all of these countries were like, it's not feasible, it's not possible, but we're still nonetheless making like good faith efforts to attempt to be in some compliance with like paying that amount of money that quickly. But I mean, I don't even think that like, like it's tinfoil hat in the sense that like you don't have any sort of like evidence like to show that this is some coherent strategy. But I mean, it fits. It's the same thing with like his like bullshit, like, oh, the Don Roe doctrine in coordination with the, like, he's like de-escalating our involvement with Ukraine and basically like leaving them like hanging out to fucking dry, where it's like he clearly views like signaling to China, like whatever you do with Taiwan, like you're going to do that. And whatever Russia wants to do with Ukraine, like that's your backyard. And we're going to do what we want with Venezuela. And it like, there's like a coherence there.
I wouldn't necessarily say that with regards to China. I think the Don Roe doctrine still is in compliance with defending Taiwan, but that's a completely different thing. When it comes to Greenland itself, you have the Arctic Circle, which is an issue with regards to climate change. The ice is the ice caps are melting, and it will become a route, or it is a route if you have the proper assets. That is a problem with regards to Russia, with regards to China, because then they will have another route to access the Atlantic. And that's a problem because obviously, you know, if you have more Russian assets able to go through a different path that you're not properly defending, then what's to say if then Russia invades a NATO country, like they won't use that path to then access the Atlantic? It's, you know, in my opinion, Europeans should have done more in terms of like, they clearly, it was like a blind spot. They weren't necessarily aware of it, even though I'm sure their military has told them multiple times. But having the US actually pressure Europe in a way where they were saying, okay, finally we will do something about Greenland because clearly you're fucking up.
Like under the Biden admin, he was like explicitly discouraging them building up like armaments and their own sort of like I don't want to say it sounds weird to say like he was like discouraging them from having like defensive capacity of their own, but like Biden was more than happy to assume all of that and like clearly wants the US to remain the like primary steward of the EU's defense and like defense at large as the head of NATO was like the
I don't
sense that I
necessarily
got.
agree
No?
with that because U.S. administrations, as far back as I would say, I think maybe even before Nixon. No, Nixon. I think since Nixon, maybe just actually properly telling like the Europeans to actually up their military spending and up their because NATO. By the way, when they say like 5% for NATO, that doesn't mean they're gonna give 5% of their GDP to NATO. It means they're gonna invest 5% of their GDP into their own
Into
militaries.
their own defense
that means
is like what they have to be in compliance with, right?
Right. Yeah. So like the US has wanted for decades for the Europeans to be able to defend themselves. Back then it was the Soviet threat, now it's the Russian Federation. Even Obama said back then, like, Europeans, you are not in compliance with the 2% GDP spending. And the problem is, like, they're like, yeah, but it's peacetime, like the inter-Cold War period. They're like, oh, but we don't have to worry about it anymore because, we have diplomatic ties with Russia and we're trying to pull them into the Western sphere and blah, 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 blah. But obviously, like, if you have any kind of intelligence service, they're going to tell you, like, the Russians, they lie. They're not truthful. They don't really, as long as it benefits them in a way where they don't have to give any concessions, they will agree to whatever, but not really. The Europeans were just really in a bubble in La La Land, and I think that's our own fault. And I don't fault Americans for now saying, okay, why the fuck should we spend money for Ukraine if the Europeans aren't doing enough? Why the fuck should we do all of this? Like, we have our own issues in our country. Why the fuck should we do this? And like, yeah, we should have done more. We should have been the ones that spent like the majority of our money from the beginning. We should have been the ones that actually properly keep our stockpiles in check. We should have been the ones that actually properly produced, kept our industry alive, our defense industry alive. Yes, I agree with that. And I don't fault Trump for like being pissed off at NATO and saying like, why should we be in NATO if they don't give a fuck about anything? Like, you're just in a club full of fucking headless chickens. Like, yeah.
So I think...
Sorry.
I agree with that. And obviously, like, people will get upset at me. Like, a lot of people think that, like, just because it's Trump that everything that he says and does is bad, or, like...
Well, that'll be largely true, but, like Ogreboy was saying in my chat, like, oh, like, I don't know that I would attribute this sort of, like, master like plan to him or whatever, but it's not that. It's the fact that like the United States is more than just like the cabinet or whatever. Like, it is filled with a bureaucracy of people that I don't even doubt are aligned with this administration, but are still competent in and of themselves and keep the wheels moving, regardless of who's in charge.
The National Security Committee in Congress that gets briefings like all the fucking time from intelligence services, from the military, from everybody, from other intelligence services from other countries. Like, you can't just say like, oh, Trump is actually not that smart. I agree with you. He's a fucking retard, okay? But, like, you can't say that, like, everybody around him is a fucking retard as well. People actually have brains. Obviously, you can say they're actual ghouls and antichrist, satanic reptilians. Yeah, sure. But that doesn't mean that they don't have their own interests and won't actually pursue reasonable means to follow those interests. I don't agree with that. Yeah, you can say Trump is a fucking idiot, but that doesn't mean that everybody around him is an idiot. You saw that, like, Trump had a phone call with Putin and was like glazing and sucking his ass out. And then when he went home, or when he went to bed, and Melania said, "Oh yeah, Putin attacked Ukraine again," then yeah, you literally have Melania in his bed telling him these things, and then he got pissed off. Like, this is like, you can't say that everybody is just like a fucking hive mind in the Trump administration, or even like in Congress or something like that.
No, if anything, and like Trump is like subjected to be manipulated by like, I don't even know how many different people in his admin or that are in his ear, that like we know about, obviously, like the Stephen Millers, the Marco Rubios, the JD Vances, the Peter Thiels, the Elon Musks, but there's like so many people that you don't, that are like nameless individuals and bureaucrats that he interacts with on, I can't even, like, for some it might be a daily basis, for others it might be a weekly to monthly, or like every other bi-monthly basis or whatever, that are highly influential, and even the like scant amount of time that they spend with him could be the difference between Trump altering or changing course correcting or not, or the fact that like all of these people are talking to, again, like the Millers and the Marco Rubios, influencing them, who then get in Trump's ear, and like unknowingly, like he is like regurgitating a plan that was concocted by like faceless bureaucrats to us, but people that are significant to all of these individuals within his cabinet.
Yeah. And eventually, like, it's obviously like a bit of a, you know, you roll the dice and see what happens kind of deal. Like, he has his own like biases, which, like, you know, it's ridiculous. But I also don't believe he's like fully on Putin's cock, for example. I don't think he, like, maybe in the beginning he was like, oh yeah, I can end this war in like 24 hours or whatever the fuck, stupid fucking idiocy.
Right.
But like, as time passes and he sees how bad faith the Russian government is, I don't think especially like after the Alaska like meeting with Putin that absolutely went haywire, like, I don't think he actually thinks that Putin like wants peace. I don't think what he, I think, now does is like, I want that fucking stupid Nobel Peace Prize, and I don't care if Ukraine gives them half the country. I think that's, now he has resigned himself to that kind of like headspace, where it's like, okay, I see that like Putin is not going to agree to peace unless like it's on his terms, and he really wants that Nobel Peace Prize, even though I highly, highly doubt that the Norwegians somehow will say like, oh yeah, we will definitely give you the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, no, probably not.
Like, some stupid shit.
He has to settle for the FIFA Peace Prize or whatever it is, like the fucking like the made up participation trophy that they created for him, literally just for him.
Yeah, or like the Goodwill Nobel Peace Prize, the second hand. But yeah, I am willing to see like what's gonna happen to Iran now. It's probably gonna be like in the next week or so, considering how many assets are in there. It's gonna be bigger than Desert Storm, and we will see what happens. Like, personally, I want the heads of the RUGC on a spike.
In a video game, like Twitch, she's kidding. She's being hyperbolic. She's funny like that.
Yeah. In a video game, in a simulation. Okay, we're playing Sims right now. So I don't like the RUGC. I think they're horrible, especially after what they did to the protesters recently. I don't agree with the Ayatollah. I don't agree with the Iranian regime. I was seeing so many protests.
The uninitiated, the IRGC is like an arm of like the Iranian armed forces or something like that. Yeah.
They're the political wing that also has military power. They are, yeah, they're absolute like extremists, they're radicals, and I don't think that they should be in power anymore. I don't think the Ayatollah should be in power anymore. The problem I see with now, like whatever military strikes they're gonna do in the future, is whether the Ayatollah survives or not. That's like the main problem I'm seeing, because if the Ayatollah dies, he's gonna die for propaganda reasons, a martyr, and that's gonna kind of have a chain reaction with regards to the Shiites. They will say, okay, it's the end times. Like, quite literally. They will say, it's the end times, the world is ending, because for them it's like a kind of like a sign of the apocalypse. Okay, if the Ayatollah dies a martyr, that's going to be a sign of the apocalypse. If he dies of old age, that's fine. It's not going to be a sign of the apocalypse, but if he dies a martyr, it's going to be a sign of the apocalypse. And if they could somehow, I don't even know, if they could somehow like do a little yoinkening, like Maduro style with the Ayatollah, that would be quite funny.
Yeah, hilarious. Surely.
It would be quite funny, but also it would probably be a bit more
destabilizing, the horrible, like immediately, like regretful.
More stabilizing than it would be more stabilizing than killing him in an airstrike. Yoinking him and making sure that the Shiites don't think it's an actual apocalypse, I think would probably not just like decrease their morale, but also make them less radical in a sense. Because, like, you know, religion is religion. I'm not religious. I am culturally Muslim, but I know what, like, my mom is very religious. I know what like extremism looks like, or like I know what very religious Muslim people are like. I know what, you know, you can see like what's happening in the Sahel region and what is happening in like with ISKP and stuff like that. It's fucking horrible, and like I don't want to see that for the Iranian people. I don't think they deserve it. They've already been through enough. And if the Ayatollah dies a martyr, the IRGC will let hell loose, regardless of who's there or not. Like, regardless of if it's the Iranian people or U.S. troops or whatever. Like, they're not gonna care. And yeah, I personally, if they could yoink the Ayatollah, that would be easier in terms of like the radicalization of the IRGC and the you
scare my chat when you say these things. You know this, right?
Am I?
Yes,
well,
they're absolutely terrified.
Like. Oh, that's what reality looks like.
These are levels of being pro-intervention that they're not fans of. You see.
Look, you can say like, oh, I don't want the US to strike Iran. If you look at how many assets are in the Middle East right now, you're gonna quickly see that that's not gonna be an option. Strikes are probably gonna happen whether you like it or not. And now you have to like actually think about what the least damaging course of action would be to get the Ayatollah alive. And that would probably cause the least amount of pain and suffering for the Iranian people, which is what I care about. I care about what the Iranian civilians are going to be living through now, because they're going to be affected by this, obviously.
I know very little about Iran in this region in particular, but I will say my intuitive feeling on what you're outlining is that it sounds like a recipe for disaster. But that's because I'm obviously like innately skeptical of these sorts of depositions, even of despots, tyrants, and leaders that I'm obviously no fan of.
Yeah, I understand. Like, preferably preferably, I would want the Iranians to have a government where the government actually cared about them, but that's not the case. They've been sucking out all the resources, including water. They don't have any water anymore. And they're literally thinking about moving the fucking capital of Tehran to a different place. Like, it's ridiculous amounts of nonsense from the Ayatollah and his regime. It's just like, imagine, basically, they've used all of their water for plants that require a lot of water, like for their agriculture. And they have done absolutely nothing to, like, in terms of, like, recycling the water or stuff like that. Like, they have no water treatment plants. It's stupid. It's really, really ridiculous. There's like incredible amounts of inflation in Iran, and they don't care. They don't care about the people in Iran. Like, the regime, like, if you were truly somebody that cares about the population on the ground, you would not be supportive of the Iranian regime. And I don't see
think that people
anything
support the Iranian regime. It's like typically the feeling is this sort of like, just at every turn, U.S. intervention or supporting intervention into these regions or whatever causes a bigger disaster than allowing these sorts of regimes to remain in place.
Well, you have, okay, if you think about people or regimes that have been similar to Iran, you would be thinking of Assad's Syria. And now the stuff that is coming out of Assad's Syria, or the aftermath of Assad's Syria, you have a prison that was literally a death prison. People frozen to death, people squashed to death under hydraulic presses, you know? Sorry, somebody's calling me. Hang on, let me put it on. There. Okay. You have people tortured to death, women raped in the prisons, giving birth to their children in the prisons, those children never seeing any form of life outside of their prison cell. There's literally there's people that have been born in the prisons and got light depraved and food depraved. There's people that can't see because they were born in the prison, have lived their life in the prison. They can't see, they can't speak, they don't know any languages. They're just there, like, whoa, 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 like mumbling like that because they can't actually say anything. They don't understand anything. There's, like, this is the ally of Iran. Assad was the ally of Iran. And those prisons were made by Nazis, quite literally. The Nazis that, like, left Germany and went to Syria and made those prisons. And Iran was the country that propped him up. Now, do you really believe that the prisons in Iran look any different? I don't. I think if you go into the prisons in Iran, you'll see the exact same thing. And quite literally, I don't think a disaster, I don't think the US, the Americans could make a disaster bigger than what those regimes have brought onto the civilian population of those countries. Like, yes, you can say, like, oh, but now we have so many refugees and blah, blah, blah. Yes, but at least they're not in a prison that looks like that. At least some of them can have an opportunity
I'm skeptical of this. I'm skeptical of this, like, like peace through force type thing, you know?
I understand that, but also you had protests recently, and look at how many people have died.
These protests, like I was sent stuff from History Speaks, funnily enough, and I never looked into it entirely or whatever. He like sent me a whole thing about like how the Mossad is involved, and this is like crazy amounts of casualties.
Oh my God. Look, I don't really agree with History Speaks on a lot of things, but like, if you can ask Sulfur, she is very knowledgeable on these things. She is, it's literally her thing. She is a criminology major with with the focal point on terrorism, you can look at these things. She has a lot of resources. You can ask Sulfur; she can educate you on all the details. The thing is that I don't think, like, the Iranian people are sick and tired of the regime, and I think they would rather have the Americans there at this point. Like, if you really go and like I have talked to a lot of Iranians that actually live in Iran, not the diaspora. I've talked to them, and they said, like, yeah, dude, like,
the expats, I believe, will favor it or whatever. As far as like Iranians within that region, when I've tried to look into the polling or whatever, it's like I saw like a poll that's frequently cited to say like, oh, the disapproval of the Ayatollah is like not just high, because like I know that exists or whatever, but to the levels that they say or whatever, like when you look into the methodologies of how they conduct these surveys, they usually do it through like WhatsApp and phones, and it's like, well, the Iranians that are most likely to have those sorts of things are like part of the diaspora, like they don't live there. So I don't know about attitudes.
Like, well, now it's like a bit of an issue with the internet, right? Because they shut off the internet because they don't want to show the atrocities that they have committed on the streets. Atrocities like going into the hospitals and shooting point blank at the people that have survived it with injuries. Like, if you talk, like, there's been like, apparently they have brought in Starlink to some people in Iran or whatever, which is fine. I think that's good, because I think they should be allowed to have internet. I think if you actually talk to the Iranians, or like some Iranians, I guess, that do have internet, you will see what they really believe. And I think, obviously, dismissing that as like Mossad and whatever the fuck, I think is a bit. It's like invalidating a lived experience.
No,
I don't think anybody.
Not to dismiss it as Mossad, only that he had like sent me resources to look into that, like that had information corroborating these sorts of testimonies.
In Iran. Look, I'm not gonna say like that Mossad is not active in Iran. They absolutely are. Okay, but like at a certain point, you're gonna be like, okay, we hate the Mossad because they're representative of Israel, and then you're gonna be like, okay, but if they're actually helping the people on the ground, okay, then like it's the whole shebang with like the kind of purity testing in a way, where you kind of like, okay, you're kind of working towards a similar goal, but because you have these and these opinions, or these and these like interests, or these and these like affiliations, we're gonna dismiss absolutely everything about you. Like, at a certain point, yes, the Mossad is like not the best intelligence. Well, they're one of the best in terms of like their like prowess. I mean, like, in terms of their like kind of like,
no, they're like a lethal, like how do I say it or whatever. This is not praise for their like ideological alignment or anything like that, but like as far as being like effective, disciplined, having resources or whatever, like the Mossad has these things.
Yes, but then again, like, if you have somebody that is aligned with your goals, maybe you don't necessarily agree with the means that they're doing it, sure. But if their means also align with the things that you would do if you're, I don't know, if you had an intelligence service, okay, if your goals and your means align, then at a certain point, I think this purity testing is just nonsense. And obviously, you can then say, okay, but the government behind them is doing this and that. Yes, and you can criticize them for that. But if you look at the things that are happening on the ground, then I think that supporting the Iranian people with whatever means necessary is better than none. Right? Letting them get shot in the street. letting them get shot in the street is
I'm very skeptical of these things. It's not that I don't believe that these people should be helped or assisted or whatever. I just worry constantly about these sorts of like massive like interventions, and especially like the sort of day after plans that like the plans leading up to it of like, okay, here's how we're going to depose this person, here's how we're going to topple this regime or whatever, is like that always seems to be planned out to a T. It's like, okay, but what happens after? Who is going to run this place? Like, who is going to be installed? It's like those things where like the devastation ends up happening, forever wars or whatever, that make me nervous.
Don't get me wrong. It makes me nervous too. And you know why? Because as soon as, and we have obviously precedents for this, as soon as somebody gets deposed and there's a power vacuum, you can't necessarily know what's going to happen afterwards. And that's a problem. And when you have the Middle East, which is just a dumpster fire, in my opinion. That's why I never really talk much about the Middle East on my personal stream. I don't really talk about IP on my stream either. But
no, you come on my stream and do it.
Yes, I have other ways to out my little brain farts. I think that it could be a breeding ground for something worse, not just like in terms of like another regime or whatever the fuck. I think it could be like a breeding ground for terrorism. And you're gonna have like ex-IRGC just going and fucking slaughtering people in the middle of the street somewhere. You can have like ex-IRGC taking a region and then doing even more worse shit. Like terrorism is something that really concerns me when it comes to Iran. I hope that whoever comes next will have their law enforcement on point and able to squash these cells. And I'm not even just talking about the IRGC. You have ISKP, for example, that is really prevalent in Iraq, Afghanistan, and stuff like that. You have like all kinds of like actors. They're clearly completely just mental and willing to do whatever they want. Like they can go and do their suicide bombings. They can go and plant their little explosives somewhere and just blow up like I don't know, a building and kill 60 people or something like that. Like you have these actors. I'm not pulling this out of my ass or anything.
No, I don't think that you are. Just the way that you describe it makes me laugh.
Yeah, it's just like that's my main concern about the aftermath of like actually doing regime change. The problem is now, okay, are we gonna willingly accept a regime that is okay with letting their civilian population rot, and if the civilian population rises up against them and shoot them in the streets, is that really the alternative we want? Or is that, should we give the people a chance to actually have a government that they support, right? We have now like multiple paths. Should we let them keep the regime, and when the Ayatollah dies, which, you know, he's old and frail and sick, and he will die eventually, and his successor is very much more extremist than he is. His successor is crazy, and they've done this Satan. On purpose, by the way. Yeah, he is. They have purposefully radicalized the younger generations of the, you know, successors of the IRGC, of the Ayatollah and stuff like that. This was their intention, and they're absolutely like, they're nut jobs. They're insane people. And if you look at the regime right now as it is, and then you think about a regime afterwards that could be, I don't even know how, much more insane than the one that is there currently, I don't think that, you know, it's like choosing between the lesser evil. And in my opinion, having regime change and then the possible prospect of having terrorist attacks in Iran, which can be dealt with law enforcement and proper, training of the law enforcement, I think that's still better than like letting a regime run rampant on their civilian population. And
Mina, I have to be honest.
Yeah.
I think you have outlined what you view as like the roadmap to peace. But what I will say, I view as like the roadmap to World War III.
I don't think there's going to be a World War III about Iran.
Not over the Middle East. Not over the Middle East. I'm just like, I try to think about, it would be a world war. Okay. Just like, a little regional insanity and war, likely, and absolute chaos in my opinion. But if it happens, I want you to come back on the stream and you have to stand by everything that you're saying, because the things that you're saying, some of it overlaps with things that I could absolutely see this Trump admin doing. Like they would love to depose the Ayatollah. So if it happens and it ends up being really, really bad in the immediate aftermath, you can come back on and tell me how it's going to give me hope that it will be better like soon, or like give me a time span of when it gets better.
Okay. I'll try my best. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Do you want to shout yourself out?
Yeah. I am currently running a fundraiser, as I told you, right?
Oh my god, fuck! I should have fucking.
It's okay.
Are you still doing it?
Yeah, it's still on. So we did reach our goal. People are still donating, however. Yeah, it's a thing for Ukraine. Basically, I sent you the link, right?
Yeah, so I'm about to drop it in chat.
It's basically we're gonna make care packages for people and for soldiers, and we're gonna organize. For Ukraine. It's because the winter is so fucking harsh right now in Ukraine, and they don't have heating and electricity and warm water. So we're trying to get them what they need, the essentials, and make sure they stay warm a little bit so they can just a small bit of relief for them. And I'm drumming support from all aisles. So I don't really care what people think, really, as long as they support the fundraiser.
Your money is nonpartisan, people. She will take it all.
Psychic war. But you basically, I have already sent the money to Anna to start ordering stuff for the care packages, and once she's done with that, I'm gonna put the receipts all in a Google Doc. I'm gonna put them all, where everybody can access them and see, okay, we actually did spend the money for the things that we said we were gonna spend them for, and we're gonna, once the care packages are done, we're gonna they're gonna document the recipients, and I think they're gonna film a little vlog kind of thing and make sure that I personally just want to see some smiles. That would be enough for me. If I see some smiles from the Ukrainians and see that they're just a tiny bit happier than they were before, that would be enough for me. And with the rest of the money that we're still raising, there's a volunteer group that is helping us with the distribution, and they're also a soup kitchen, so they cook warm meals for people on the street. And the rest of the money will go to them, not just because they're helping us, but because, they can then cook more warm meals for people on the street with the money. And if you do want to support us, I would highly, highly appreciate that. It would mean the world to me. It would also mean the world to me if you can't donate, or you don't have the ability to donate, then just share the link with other people that you think would support us as well. That would also be enough for me. So yeah. And also I have my own little social medias. I occasionally stream. I haven't streamed as much recently because I am a parent. I don't have that much time.
If you're in the pond, when Mina goes live, she does have announcements for her stream.
Yeah.
And I'm already making this disclaimer because I'm seeing it in chat. You guys, this money is not like a slush fund to end up in Israel. I promise you. I do not think that Mina would fundraise for Israel. I don't think so. No, they can fundraise their own war efforts.
Yeah, I will post all the receipts. I will post the vlog when it's done. Anything, you can message me anytime on Discord or on Twitter or whatever. You can message me anytime, and if you have concerns or questions or whatever, I will do my best to answer you. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. Thank you for coming on, Mina. We appreciate
thank
alternative
you for
perspectives here. You certainly provide them. You scare my audience. You evoke very strong feelings, but too bad that they have to be subjected to it because I don't want an echo chamber. So fine with me.
Yeah, I think that's cool. Yeah, but like, I think we still are more ideologically aligned than many other people in some ways. So it's obviously, like, when it comes to geopolitics, that's where our kind of opinions.
I imagine anytime you're watching my stream and I'm covering foreign policy that you're tearing your hair out, but I appreciate your restraint for not calling it every time.
No, it's all right. I do occasionally, like, when you're up, like, at this time, I'm guessing it's, like, goblin hours for you, but for me, it's like 12. Yeah, it's, like, 12 p.m. for me right now, so I'm awake. But, yeah, when you're up at this time, like, I'm usually watching you, and, like, I don't always post in chat because I'm busy doing other things, but I appreciate your views as well. Like, you raise some very good points. And, like, obviously, like, I'm not one for somebody, like, I'm not gonna say, like, no, you're wrong, and not change my mind. If somebody brings me a good point and gives me, you know, their context and their arguments and their, like, the basis of how they got to that argument, then, like, I will change my view as well. Like, I'm not saying that I'm always correct, even though sometimes I'm always correct. But, like, yeah. I change my mind. If somebody that is, like, I see that is way better educated on a subject than me, then yeah, I will listen to them, and I will, you know, I'm one for conversation. I'm not somebody that will just, like, yell at people.
You're not just like a fucking ideologue and dogmatically approach to this. If you don't like Mita's ideas, she streams, she probably does call-ins, and she will hear out your argument. You just need to go take them to her, and she will hear them out.
I'm not going to ban you for having a view that is different than mine. I'm going to ban you if you're going to call me a slur, though.
Understandable.
All right. Love you.
Love you. Bye.
I'll speak to you another time. Bye-bye.
We love Mina, don't we? Resident foreign policy hawk, okay? Mina, as you can tell from that conversation, is quite a bit more pro-intervention than I am. I'm highly skeptical of these things, but I do appreciate you guys being willing to hear out a perspective that I wouldn't say is, like, uncommon generally. Like, these are, you know, ideas that are pushed forward that I hear in other circles or whatever, but probably rare to come around, you know, left or conservative streams. And I appreciate you guys hearing Mina out. I want guests to feel like they can come on my channel and have a perspective that is very different than mine. There are multiple things that, like Mina is saying, that I innately disagree with, but one, I want to know where she is coming from. And two, I don't have, like, a great command of the facts of the things that she's talking about. So if at different points it seems like I'm being, like, soft or, like, not pushing back or whatever, it's because, like, if I can't meaningfully challenge somebody outside of just kind of, like, my, you know, base ideological tenets of, like, oh, well, I'm skeptical of this almost inherently because of XYZ reasons. Like, I can point to historical examples, but I can't, like, bring them the brass tacks. Like, there's only so much that I can do in that moment or whatever. But, you know. I would never call for someone like this to not be brought on, but I reserve my right to re-end chat over it. That is completely fine, okay? I also welcome that. And before I head off, I do want to finish this, because I feel like there's, like, minutes left. And then I will go to sleep.
bad
At
politics
6 a.m.
in general, because it makes people just go, okay, I guess the Republicans are right. And I also believe that it's bad policy in general as well, because I don't want a D name associated with reactionary policy making and then assume that it's still going to be far better than whatever the fucking Nazi party is going to present, because they will always destroy the Democrats
Nazi party.
when it comes to being more militant, when it comes to being more racist. You can never outflank the Republicans on hatred. You cannot present a more moderate approach to hatred. It's just not going to work. And that's the reason why there have been a sequence of electoral defeats over and over again. But I do think that most liberals are finally waking up to that reality, that the electability argument is not on the side of moderates, but instead on the side of people like Bernie Sanders.
I'm excited to have a good primary. Who would you, who's your dream ticket right now? Or I guess who do you want to see just like in the primary?
Oh my God, dream ticket. Dude, it's like they're like sportscasters or whatever talking about politics in this respect.
Like,
The candidates I like are, I mean, obviously AOC, Ro Khanna, Chris Van Hollen. I would say those are, and then my sleeper pick, depending on how he, like, of course I love Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and stuff, but like I'm talking about like who has ambitions for higher office in general.
I mean, Ilhan Omar can't be president because she wasn't born in the United States.
And Summerlee as well. But I, as far as like the three contenders that I brought up, those are three. The dark horse is, again, entirely dependent on.
Hi, Kalo. But then you just platform somebody who should probably push back on not everything needs a voice without just scrutiny. Look, I want to be able to push back more on these people. But when it wades into foreign policy or whatever, I have to say I am such a small streamer, and like so is Mina, that it's not to say that I'm abdicating responsibility, but that I don't take my viewership seriously or anything like that. But my chat was on screen the entire time. I think even absent my own explicit pushback or whatever, I promise you that like nobody needs to given some of the positions that Mina was staking out to the community that she was staking them out to, like people are independently coming to basically the same conclusions that I am right away based off just what she's saying, which is like, yeah, I don't know about this.
On how they would design their campaign, but like someone like Jon Stewart could be interesting.
Sure, I could not keep up with all of the essay posts.
He's even remote.
I do consider the chat to be like a sort of collective voice pushing back and voicing their dissent that is always present.
Invested in that, and or like a Sean Fain, for example, like an outsider pick. And then my sleeper pick, once again, depending on how he actually communicates on the issue of Israel.
Mina wants to nuke the world. I think just Iran.
Because he's both been really good early on and then really bad. John Ossoff. I think John Ossoff is the reason why I call him a sleeper pick is because I think he's a very interesting guy. I think he is more progressive than he lets on. And that's and I'm saying this only as someone who's like paid very close attention to how he has communicated.
If Ossoff says that he was wrong for voting for the Lake and Riley Act, I can forgive a lot. But until he does that, I'm very skeptical of Ossoff.
At times, and my chat is already fucking up my ass for saying that, John Ossoff, when it was not even remotely favorable to do so in fucking Georgia, came out and had an anti-Israel position out of nowhere, and he's Jewish. And he came out, and then he got fucking yelled at. Like every like Jewish advocacy organization immediately came after him, and were like, "What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you saying?" And he quickly conceded. He was like, "Oh, my bad, my big mistake." Obviously, there's also the Lake and Riley bill, the vote that he made. But for me, I remember the moment where before pressure, but in the absence of pressure, he had a unique moment there. Not to say that he's like my favorite candidate at all, but I do think depending on how he presents himself.
No, I mean, if he came out and he was like, listen, let's not take a single penny from AIPAC. Let's not give a single penny to Israel. Let's hold accountable special interest groups and let's challenge them. Let's run a vigorous anti-corruption campaign. John Ossoff, he used to run like an investigative company that would investigate corruption. So I think that's why he's got such strong anti-corruption messaging. It stems from that. I think that Medicare for all, I think that running on an affirmative message that can unify people. My team has been talking about reforming the tax code to end all the special tax breaks.
Wait, did he say he supports running on Medicare for all or not?
Campaign. John Ossoff, he used to run like an investigative message that can unify people. So I think that's why he's got such strong anti-corruption messaging. It stems from that. I think that Medicare for all, I think that running on an affirmative message that can unify people.
I think that running for Medicare for all, I think running for an affirmative message that can unify people.
My team has been talking about reforming the tax code to end all the special tax breaks and loopholes for corporations that could raise quite literally like trillions in extra revenue. And there's like 80 special tax breaks that need to be completely erased. We need a Democratic Party that comes out and is able to just message on this in a very, very excitable way. I think Ossoff could do it. I like Pritzker, obviously. He's not perfect, but I think that him being a billionaire could lead to an interesting campaign where he basically doesn't take any. He could run like the Trump type campaign where he doesn't take much money.
Well, also him being a
but
billionaire.
he's still a billionaire.
And also, I have an inherent distrust of billionaires. I'm discriminatory towards POWs, POC, people of cash.
Cash, yeah.
Yeah, POWs, people of wealth. You know, the only minority in the country.
I think he'd run a hell of a campaign.
People want me to ask you about Zoran and his platform. You like Zoran, don't you?
Yeah, I interviewed him when he was before the primary, like literally like months and months before the primary. I got an interview with him because his wife is from Syria and my family.
Cringe. I thought the POW and the POC, like people of wealth, people of cash thing was funny. Is that just me?
Immigrated from Syria, so they kept sending me his clips and everything, and I was like, okay. I reached out and they were down to talk to me. I like him. He's incredibly captivating. I think that he proves that if you just have simple, intuitive policies that can reach the American people.
And I did like that Pritzker like sent in a thing, like he sent a letter to Trump after the tariffs were ruled unconstitutional that like he owes the people of Illinois like $1,700 checks or something like that.
That excite the American people.
I thought it was based.
They'll show up. He kind of fits the mold of the anti-establishment, populist outsider who's going to come in and shake up the system. And I think that's the mold that really works right now. Kind of how Trump is run.
I think that's the mold that has worked always.
Yeah, it's kind of the mold in American politics that works. I don't even think it's
funny, but he was right. The first time that I watched this, when he said POWs, I was like, is he confusing? Like, did he mean to say like something else, like prisoner of war? And then I realized what he was going for.
It's how sufficiently left you are that matters, because weren't there exit polls showing that people thought that Kamala and Zoran are basically similar on the spectrum? So it's not even about it's just how intuitive your policies are, how captivating they can be. You said this earlier, but saying
it's very real. POC does mean people of cash. Hasan is actually a richist. He's discriminatory towards rich people, even towards himself sometimes.
People think Kamala Harris is more woke than, more left than Bernie Sanders. People think Kamala Harris is more left than Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah, and that's a messaging failure, obviously.
No, but that's not just a messaging failure though. That to me shows that like.
Dude, people, it's the same reason why people think Jasmine Crockett was like super progressive until they saw this most recent campaign. It's literally because, oh, young black woman, she must be progressive. That's it. That's like literally where people's thinking starts to end to some of this stuff.
People define you as what either you are capable of defining yourself as, and with Kamala that was a failure. So she was defined by what her opposition was defining her as. And then also there's the obvious side of the story, which is that she's a black woman from California. And I think that was what was the reason why people were like, oh, she's so woke, she's so liberal, she's far too liberal. That's my point, is that like Americans don't actually make these sorts of decisions. 80% of them make it on simple team sports, D versus R. And then the 20% that vote on ideological grounds for the most part. But most people bracket themselves on just simple team sports. Like that's it. That's usually what it is.
Yeah, I agree. One of Kamala's campaigns one of Kamala's policies, I can't remember. It was like student debt relief only if you live in a certain area and you're under a certain income. It was like the most, not only confusing, but
they give Pell Grants in the sum of $50,000 to anybody who is the daughter or child of an immigrant family and wanted to major in business. Like it was like the most like fucking. It seemed like it was like. One, it seemed like a gentrifying supercharger because the only people that were going to be eligible to be the recipients of this were going to overwhelmingly be white. But the other thing was that like those sorts of like when they try to like narrowcast and be like that niche or whatever, it's like, yeah, but it applies to so few people that like, who is this for exactly?
Qualifiers that were in there honestly just made me
$50,000 in tax credits for small businesses. Like this kind of stuff sucks. And I was regularly railing on the campaign for putting this out there. I was like, this is not her best. Kamala Harris's best fucking poll policy was literally price checks. She straight up came out and said, and she framed it perfectly. She framed it in a liberal way. She said, we're going to go after price gouging. Okay. She said, we're going to go after price gougers at the grocery stores. That was polling at 70%. Okay. And then the Republicans went crazy. They were like, price gouging, she means price controls. That's communism. That's communism. And for 2 months, they railed against her. The New York Times wrote an article about how silly this was, how stupid this policy was, how it would never happen. You want to know what she was polling at 2 months after those attacks?
What?
89%. No one gives a fuck if something is called communist or not. If someone's like, I'm going to fucking force I'm going to use the government to force the prices down. No one
Dude, he's saying like the New York Times and like conservatives are working overtime to say, oh, those are like communist policies or whatever. It was people like fucking No Opinion. It was people like Will Stancil. It was people like Matt Iglesias. It's like those types of people that were actually the ones that were freaking the fuck out over her coming out with that policy.
gives a shit about the ideological impact or whether or not this
and
is.
then her fucking like brother-in-law or whatever, the guy who works for Uber or whatever, like called her up and told her to shut that shit down real quick.
Is like appropriate or not. That's my point. I kept repeating it over and over again. And then her brother-in-law, who is legal counsel at fucking Uber, came onto the campaign and was like, cut it out with this like anti-billionaire populist shit. There are good billionaires out there. You need those good billionaires on your side. And then Mark Cuban was tapped as a spokesperson for the campaign. And then the campaign took a very different turn, a very different turn from that point on. These are all things. Like, I was there when these decisions were being made. I saw it happen in real time, and I couldn't fucking believe how bad the strategy was. And they were, quite frankly, running as though they didn't want to fucking defeat a fascist administration that was coming, but instead they wanted to win with their own ideological goals. They wanted to win without, the Free Palestine crowd and all these people that were spoilers in the Democratic Party. And that's precisely why a lot of liberal content creators at the time kept saying over and over again, we don't need you. We don't need you. We don't need the left. We will win without you. There are plenty of them that are probably watching this debate right now, and they know exactly who they are. They kept saying, finally, once we win, the Democratic Party, once we win without all these fucking, pro-Hamas, Free Palestine protesters, we will show the country that we don't need them. And lo and behold, it didn't work. And it wasn't because people like myself had apathy for the party and didn't go out and vote. It was because all the fucking people that had previously voted for the Democratic Party were like, I don't really care. This doesn't seem all that different for me. It's just, the exchange of power between Republican and Democrat doesn't matter to me at all. That's the average voter's position. I want to defeat that apathy, but I know that there's no way to defeat that apathy if the Democratic Party doesn't actively present a radical vision that corresponds to the people's needs.
Yeah, I guess I have one final question, then I've got to go to a watch party for Raja versus Juliana Stratton. They're debating tonight, and it's like a Chicago race I kind of care about.
Yeah.
What do you think about a universal tax rebate, where it's like an intuitive policy? We end all the special loopholes that billionaires are able to take advantage of and just do like a tax rebate for Americans. Obviously not far enough, but do you think that's a good policy?
This is literally like a Nathan for you policy. It reminds me of like, are you also going to say that people have to like climb up a fucking hill to go get it? They have to camp out for 3 days and also go on like a treasure hunt?
See, we could run on this intuitive. What do you say?
I mean, at first glance, it feels complicated. Like it doesn't, it's not easy to.
Billionaires don't pay a lot of taxes because they're able to take advantage of loopholes. Let's end these loopholes and give that money back to the American people.
Yeah, that seems a little bit.
That's better.
Like I feel like I'm more sympathetic to that. I wouldn't call it a rebate though.
Okay, I'll send you my document on it, and we're coming up with a Project 2029. It's the most. We're calling it the most vicious anti-corruption campaign to end special interest group control and revive our democracy.
I love an anti-corruption slant. I think that, that's what Donald Trump was doing. Like Donald Trump in 2016, when he said drain the swamp, what do you think that was? That was an anti-corruption campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he wasn't ever going to fucking drain the swamp.
But it's just crazy that's what he ran on, and he pulled the rug on everyone so much that he started a Trump coin.
Yeah,
it's
no,
wild.
but that's what I'm saying. He also said he fucking was the most peaceful candidate. We know he wasn't the peaceful candidate. He was fucking president. And that is like, that was so frustrating.
Every time Adam says, yeah, I agree to Hasan, somebody on Team Liberal shits their Kamala Harris branded underwear. There were people like giving him shit over the like least offensive things. Did we leave it open? Where, what was it? Like this, like getting mad at, again, Adam Mockler says it's not cool that his friends have been called white supremacists for supporting Tallarico. Yeah, that's going to be a red flag for me. Okay. That is a California lib.
To me that like they didn't just go, what the fuck do you mean the most peaceful candidate? You were president for 4 years and you like assassinated high-ranking generals of a foreign adversary in contravention of like all rules of war, and you were dangerously unstable at times over and over again. You accelerated drone warfare aggressively. You said you were going to fucking pull out of Afghanistan. You didn't. And then you left that negotiation to be handled by the Biden administration. And then you punished Biden for actually being courageous enough to pull out of Afghanistan. Like there were so many opportunities. Anyway, I know you got to go. There's so many opportunities for the Democrats to present themselves as like different than the Republicans, and they just failed. It's so frustrating to look back at. I wish they would, release the autopsy that they conducted. I don't know. Even the fact that they won't release it, and even though like the autopsy itself is, I assume, conducted by like, the very same consultants that want to engage in some level of ass covering.
Well, Adam addressed this.
Implies that it must.
Again, like the current DNC chair, Ken Martin, literally campaigned on and ran saying that he would have this autopsy be released to voters, and then he went back on that.
Must have been devastating.
Well, as we get closer to the primary, we should have more.
Okay, no comment from Adam. Just not gonna just
Have more of these conversations. I think that healthy ideological debate's good. I think that when you're limited to 280 characters or whatever the fuck, everyone online is just so incredibly condescending. Even
I think Twitter is making people dumber. It is what it is.
I get it from the left. Like, here's the thing. The condescension that I see sometimes coming to you from liberals, I also get from the left. So I think it just creates an environment where we're all kind of talking past each other and creating tension.
Can I just like Tallarico? Oh, sure. You fucking white supremacist piece of shit. Why do you hate black women?
Saw so many straw mans where people were like, Hasan needs to endorse Newsom. And then I saw people saying, why does every liberal want Hasan to fall in line? I don't know. It just feels like everyone was talking past each other when
Okay, well, here's what you can't do. You just can't listen to them. I don't. I just, I hope that people will be smart enough and intelligent enough to basically come in here and see what I'm about. And that's why so many liberals are always confused. They're like, why do the podjons always associate themselves with this like dangerous terroristic individual or whatever? And it's like, yeah, because they're fucking adults. And I talk to them and they know what, like, they've known who I am for years and years. They know what my advocacy looks like. They know what my organizational principles are. And perhaps that's the reason why they don't have the same opinion that like random Twitter users do. But again, my hope is that people will remain charitable and will eventually come in and they will hear what I have to say and they'll realize, oh, okay, he is actually making a more comprehensive vision. He has a more comprehensive vision than what I saw in a 30-second clip.
I mean, this strat has worked for some. In rage bait, say things that you don't really mean on Twitter, on different platforms or whatever, then people come in to like hate watch you, but maybe they end up agreeing with you. Like, works for some, I guess, yeah.
That he's not like saying that there is a functionally no difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party at all, or that like, there's more to this assessment. Because people love using that one clip when I was talking about like Kamala Harris is not going to represent a difference for the Palestinians than Donald Trump.
No, I understand the context around that clip, but I still will stay firm that there's like a dozen occasions I was searching through where you do just say something that is really either hyperbolic or irresponsible without following up afterwards. And I think we talked about that because then you said you do think, I think it's really important for your audience for you to keep repeating.
But I
Gavin
do that.
Newsom
I already do that if you see it.
I don't know. I have people saying that Gavin Newsom is quite literally, not you, but people are like, Gavin Newsom is just JD Vance with a blue tie. And I think they get that from the type of, way that you word this. Democrats would shoot you in the head.
So funny, did his chat or whatever. I mean, live by. Here we go. Shut up, kid. OMG. Shut up, liberal.
Get trans votes or shoot trans people in the head to get extra votes. Like when I see people in my replies then saying Gavin Newsom is the same as the Democrats, or same as a Republican, but just with a different color tie, I'm like, I don't know. It seems like a lot of people think that both parties are just marginally different, or at least would rule in a different way. But
I think this is so funny. I think I'm looking at the comments and people are saying, I used to be an Adam Mockler fan, but watching him sane wash Hasan the Hun is making me sick. Yeah, they're saying you didn't go hard enough on me. But
that had to be from Justelk.
As far as the voter apathy goes, the reason why I say over and over again that it's outside of my hands is because the I've already told you that I have a much more nuanced vision beyond like whatever the clips that go viral, oftentimes by liberals, ironically enough, that want to present me as like having a very unnuanced point of view on the Democratic Party.
Well, yeah. When you say things like, oh, Gavin Newsom, JD Vance, I'm voting third party. Yeah, that's like going to get clipped by liberals specifically. Who else would clip it?
The apathy, I am not capable of making people feel voter apathy towards the Democrats beyond how the Democrats are representing themselves. So we gotta keep yelling at them is my point. And I hope you do that as well.
You are capable. You are capable. You have a massive platform. You're definitely capable of making people
he should hit him with the Pisco. If by capable you mean logically possible.
Feel more voter apathy. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying you're capable of that. I think the way that you speak about the Democrats sometimes could be cleaner. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to loop back to the marginal debate because it's mainly that word that I really just don't like. Unless you want to talk about that one again. I don't know.
No, it's all good.
There's not a marginal difference.
We can do it. We can do it at a different date. Next time people are yelling at me about some other shit, you can come and hold me to task.
Let me know. I'll be in LA in a few months. So
all right, we'll do another one of these then.
Yeah. Peace out, brother.
Bye. All right, that was Adam Mockler, everybody. I think that was a productive conversation. I feel like I hope people aren't too mean on him.
Annoying prick. Oh my god.
Not even in my community
Liberal
necessarily, but I think people are going to be very mean to him in the edge communities on the liberal side, because they'll be like, this is the number one enemy of the Democrats. Like, how didn't you just fucking destroy his ass? You know?
Libs only care about messaging.
You've made a million Adam Mocklers. I feel like they're gonna fry him. Yeah, the worst part about it was no fuzz, dude. I had to work really hard to remember he's younger than Obama's second term. Yeah, you guys don't, dude. I don't know why you guys don't understand something. I was him. Okay? There was a point in time when I was Adam Mockler. Okay? It's just, you go through the motions over and over.
When I watched this motherfucker at TYT, I don't remember this.
Over and over again. You play the same song and dance every fucking election cycle. And then eventually you're like, okay, this is not working. But that's why I said I think it'll be a productive conversation beforehand, because like a lot of you guys were like, oh no, he was in here. He's in here to just like debate bro or something. Like I don't think it's like that. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I didn't feel that way. I think it was a very cordial conversation, even if it at times came across as like somewhat contentious.
He was an Obama stan. Yeah, but that's different than being like a Dem stan. People liked Obama because he was a departure from previous like like business as usual politics. At first. Now he like represents a new status quo, but
Chad is wrong. What do you mean? This ex cult is pissed off because you weren't destroyed at all. I mean, I know because they're not serious. The reason why I said it'll be a productive conversation is because, like, regardless of our ideological differences, like, he at least is sincere enough to not try to present me as someone who is like fucking trying to ruin the Democratic Party. Like, he understands that I hate Republicans. I think I understand the exact definition of marginal. It's anything below 13.6%. Have you heard this before regarding voter apathy? Yes. Connor Reed's pants, same person. Never seen them in the same room.
Okay, well, we did it, folks. On hour 7, I appreciate everybody who watched my first stream back. I had really, really great viewership that I didn't expect, and I miss you guys, and I'm going to be streaming more regularly, she says at the end of her stream, like I always do, and then never do. But if you enjoyed watching me subject myself to that, as well as my other convos, please go ahead and follow me. Subscribe to me using your Amazon Twitch Prime thing or whatever. You can also gift subs throughout the chat. Share the generosity. We'll be gifting people an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. You can also subscribe yourself. Really, really appreciate it. If you want to support me in other ways, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. The Streamlabs tip link is the best way to support me because they take the smallest amount of money. You can also send me super chats through YouTube. And if you're on YouTube, subscribing to me and liking the stream would really help. It pushes it out to other people. I'm at Straighterade_ on everything. And I did not get to the clavicular stuff because we got so preoccupied with everything else. I didn't even intend to stream this long, but you know what? Totally fine. And yeah, it was a good first stream back. I'm sending you guys to Redolent Thought. I will see you guys later. Next stream, I will cover the clavicular stuff because I kind of want to do a deep dive there. All right. Have a good night or good morning, wherever you guys are. Bye.